Yeah, I know.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Thank you. Someone else is awake. That's good. That's good. I'd like to welcome everyone here and everyone watching on Granite Town Media and Zoom to our annual town deliberative session. My name is Pete Basselier, and I am your town moderator. And I call this meeting to order. I ask you now to please rise if you can and to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance and then remain standing afterwards. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now, if you remain standing, and I invite Reverend Hank Junkin to give us the invocation.
Good morning. This morning we celebrate the community of Milford. As we do so, we give thanks for all those who work in our town and represent our town so that we, this citizenry, can make decisions about what is best for ourselves and our neighbors. We especially give thanks for our first responders, for police, fire, EMT, who respond to our needs and emergencies in ways that are self-sacrificing and a beautiful witness of care for one another. May the decisions that are made today and which carry forth in our ability to live in a free democracy represent all that we care about in Milford, and may it truly represent the value that we do love our neighbors as much as we love ourselves. This we ask in the spirit of compassion, love, honesty, integrity, who has many names, and whose spirit is with us today. Amen.
Thank you, Reverend. Please be seated. So, town meeting in Milford is a two-step process. First is today's deliberative session. Second is the election on Tuesday, March 14th, which will be held at the high school between 6 a.m. and 8 p.m. There we will vote on the town and school district warrant articles, as well as vote to elect our officials. I have a couple of announcements. If you have not already done so, all registered voters must check in with the supervisors of the checklist at the back of the hall. There you will receive a green sticker, and a green card that is used to vote on all the warrant articles. I ask everyone to please turn off or mute your phones unless you are an emergency services personnel. The meeting rules of procedure, town and budget committee reports, and other documents are at the back of the room. And for voters who are watching on Granite Town Media and Zoom, please visit the town's website to download a copy or to view the relevant files. Food and drink may be consumed in the auditorium, but don't make a mess, don't spill. Otherwise, I have to answer the Tina, and I don't want to have to do that. So we will have a 30-minute recess for lunch, because I dare say we're going to go past lunch. But we will have a 30-minute recess for lunch, and the Dollars for Scholars has returned with its fundraising buffet. They have coffee and breakfast snacks as well. So feel free to partake at any time as you see fit. I do want to let everybody know that both the Board of Selectmen and the Budget Advisory Committee have posted meetings that will follow this session, at which time they will take their final positions on the warrant articles that we act on today, and which in some cases we may amend. And so with that, I'd like to turn to introductions, and I'll turn first to the Select Board and Town Administration and ask Paul Dodgy to introduce everyone.
Hi, Paul Dargy, Chair. Vice Chair Tim Finan, Selectman Gary Daniels, Selectman David Friel, Selectwoman Laura Duziak. Town Administrator Mark Bender, the Finance Director Paul Calabria, and Attorney John Radigan.
Great, thank you for that. And now, Chairman of the Budget Committee, Chris Pank, would you introduce your members, please?
Thank you. In addition to myself, the number of our committee that are here, to my left is Karen Mitchell, beside her is Vanessa Sheehan, and then Claudia Lemire. Second row, there's Paul Badamucci, Wade Campbell, Peg Seward, Kevin Hunter, and Mike Thornton. I'd just like to say a couple words, if I may.
Yes.
This year, the BAC decided that instead of department heads coming to us, we as a committee would tour each of the facilities. We were able to look at the successes of the departments as well as the difficulties that they face. We met with all the chiefs as well as the directors and some of their staff. We toured MAC Base, the fire department, police department, ambulance, DPW, and the entire wastewater treatment plant area. It is a very worthwhile endeavor and one that I think every town official should participate in. At this time, I would like to thank all the department heads and their staff for the courtesy they showed to our committee.
Very good, thank you for that. Also at the front of the hall, we have the Water and Wastewater Commissioners, Dale White, the chairman, and Bob Courage, vice chairman, Hunter Philbrick, a member, and James Pouliot, the director. Then we have, I don't want to forget, we already mentioned her, the town executive assistant, Tina Philbrick. In the back, we have the supervisors of the checklist, Darlene Buffard, plus two members pro tem, Rob Costantino and Chris Costantino. We have the town clerk, Joan Dodgy is here today. And my assistant moderators, John Andruskowitz. Sorry, John, I do that every time. And Todd Leo. Okay, so today we will decide on the warrant article language that registered voters will vote on during the March 14th election at the high school. And so at today's deliberative session, you can do two things. First, discuss each warrant article, and then second, take one of two courses of action on each of those warrant articles. You can decide to maintain the original wording of the article, in which case that wording is placed on the ballot and no vote is required. But you may also vote to amend the original wording of the warrant article, and the amended warrant article's language is then placed on the ballot. And a simple majority is all that's needed to amend an article. As in the past, I've got my rules of procedure to facilitate today's orderly meeting. They were in the packet at the back, the information that's at the back. And these are the rules that I will use to govern the meeting. But the most important rule, frankly, is the very last one, and that is you may overturn the rules by a simple majority vote. And so, does anyone have a question about the rules of procedure? None. So, okay. Mr. Daniels, I understand you have several non-resident folks
Yes.
that you might like to have speak during the course of the...
There's a listing in the back titled Out-of-Town Speakers for the 2023 deliberative session, maybe a couple dozen people. I move that all of the people that are listed on that list be allowed to speak at the meeting.
Okay, is there a second? There's a second for that? So these are typically, if I understand correctly, they're all people who either work for the town or consult for the town that are not Milford residents that we might like to have them speak later on. So all those in favor of enabling these people to speak, if it's decided, please raise your card. All right. Very good, thank you. Anyone opposed? Great, good practice, thank you. The motion passes. Okay, we will be working from the packet. Mr. Dodgy. Yeah, just a second, Mr. Dodgy. came first, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that warrant article number 24, entitled Historical Preservation of the Town of Milford's Fire Horn by Petition, be moved up in the order of approval to the second position after warrant article 3, which is the wastewater treatment facility bond project.
Is there a second for that? You want to explain why you want to change the order?
My understanding is that there's a number of people here that are mainly interested in that particular warrant article, and they're not really interested in staying for the rest of it. So rather than have them stay all day long, I'd like to address it now, and so they can leave if they want to.
Okay, any questions? Any comments? Yeah. All right, so what we're doing is changing the order of from the printed warrant, which is certainly you're entitled to do. All we need is a simple majority vote, and this puts it after warrant article 3, which was the fire horn article, comes after the wastewater treatment facility presentation. All those in favor of moving the article, please raise your card. Okay, anyone opposed? All right, the ayes have it, and we've moved Article 24 to the front. And first of all, we'll go with the wastewater treatment plant. As we go forward during the course of the day, I will introduce the topic, the dollar amount, and the sum of the warrant's text, enough for the people who are watching on Granite Town Media and Zoom to know what we're talking about. I won't necessarily read the entire warrant article because you have it in front of you, and some of the language is pretty boring stuff that's required by state law. Normally I'll ask either the select board or petitioner to comment on the article, followed by the Budget Advisory Committee, and then we'll open it up to everyone. You will be able to ask questions, make comments, and move amendments if you're so inclined. And so with that, Mr. Daji, or are you going to introduce the wastewater or wastewater commissioners? Article 3.
We can do ours first. There's both to be done.
Okay, so,
The commissioners is listed first on the...
yeah. All right, so we're going to take up first warrant Article 3, which is the wastewater treatment facility upgrade project. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $23,953,000 for the purposes of constructing a new advanced treatment process to comply with the town's recently activated EPA National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit, and to complete the other age-related improvements throughout the wastewater treatment facility. Furthermore, the wastewater treatment facility improvements will meet new, more stringent permit limits and upgrade aging equipment to improve operator safety, energy efficiency, and operational efficiency to provide uninterrupted essential operations of the wastewater treatment facility. This is a special warrant article in accordance with RSA 32, with the total repayment paid by the sewer users and the taxpayers. You want to speak to it first? Or?
I recognize Mr. Finan.
Good morning. Milford's wastewater treatment facility has been in operation since 1982, operating nonstop 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Critical infrastructure upgrades are now needed not only to maintain current operations, but to meet new, more stringent requirements for wastewater discharge into the Sauhegan River, as required by a new permit issued by the EPA in November of 2020. The project cost of $23,953,000 will be offset by loan forgiveness and contributions by the town of Milford, bringing the cost to taxpayers and users to $17,328,438.55, with the hope of further grants offsetting this cost further. This cost will be shared by general taxation and wastewater ratepayers, with the ratepayers paying 55% and the taxpayers paying 45%. This facility, while not directly used by all residents, is a necessary component of the town's infrastructure, which allow us to support and attract the critical industrial base that is necessary to lessen the town's reliance on residential taxes, thereby keeping our taxes as low as possible. The Board of Selectmen feel that this is a necessary project and unanimously support it.
Very good, thank you. Mr. Pank?
Yes, the Milford Budget Advisory Committee supports this warrant article by a vote 9-0. Speaking for the majority is Mike Thornton.
Good morning. The EPA regulations and the fact that we will be drinking our effluent strongly influenced our situational judgment on this. The essential part is that we protect our investment in the future, and this will allow us to have another 40 years of uninterrupted wastewater treatment with modifications to allow for growth.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. White?
I'd like to introduce, we've already introduced our commission. Jim Pouliot is our Water Utility Director, and in the audience today is Joe Ducharme, the Design and Consulting Engineer from Hoyle Tanner, and Nicole Davis, the Public Outreach Coordinator for this project. I'd like to invite them up at this time to go ahead and give a presentation, and then there will be questions I'm sure they'll be asked. There'll be some
Okay.
Information that we'll have to share with the public, as well as some history. So go ahead, Joe.
All right, that's fine. You may come up and make the presentation.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Joe Ducharme. I'm with Hoyle Tanner Associates.
Joe.
We're
Look a little closer. Closer to the mic.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me? Okay. I'm with Hoyle Tanner Associates. We're the consulting firm that was selected to evaluate the treatment plant, and in the process of evaluating the needs for the new permit, we were also asked by the commissioners to evaluate the additional needs. The commissioners have done a good job over the years, as has the staff, of operating and maintaining the treatment plant, but they did have a 10-year capital improvement program that they want us to evaluate and see what we could combine with the tertiary process or advanced process upgrade. As you heard previously, the treatment plant has been operating since 1982. It was originally built and funded with federal grant monies, state grant monies, as well as a local contribution, and that contribution was shared between the sewer user ratepayers and the taxpayers. The infrastructure, such as a wastewater plant, typically, the service life for major structures is about 50 years. There are other components at the treatment plant that will wear out over time: pumps, impellers, valves, some piping, some equipment. But in general, you look for major process upgrades to keep up with technology and permits every 20 to 30 years, equipment upgrades anywhere 10, 15 to 30 years, depending on the type of equipment. In Milford's case, the staff has done an excellent job maintaining the plant. There really haven't been any major process upgrades over the life of the treatment plant, although there have been equipment replacements and other needs. And also with new technologies that evolve, as we've seen even in the last 10 and 20 years with cell phones and other technologies, improvements in vehicles. These improvements are made in process equipment and controls as well that allow the plants to operate more efficiently. So the need for the upgrades really, as was mentioned, there's a new permit that was issued. It became effective November 1st of 2020. That's requiring phosphorus removal and metals removal from the effluent that leaves the treatment plant. The treatment plant that was designed and built in 1982 was never designed to do these additional treatment steps. So there is a need to add an advanced treatment process to remove the phosphorus and metals. The age-related needs we mentioned as well, that the commissioners asked us to look at, even though they had planned on doing, they've always had a continual plan of making improvements at the plant. We evaluated these additional needs at the same time. So we essentially did 2 studies, and we started doing preliminary design on the advanced process. All of that work has been paid for by grant money to date. The commissioners and the selectmen supported some ARPA grant applications, which were funding all of the work up to this point by grant money. And the combined improvements really will not only improve the treatment process to meet the permit, but they'll extend the life of the treatment plant, providing another 20 to 30 years of good service to the community. This next slide shows you a map. Some of you have attended the tours. The Water Utilities Department and commissioners had opened the plant up for tours last year. We did several over the course of the year. But what we want to do is just point out where, on this aerial view, where the components are. So item 1 is that advanced or tertiary process that needs to be added, brand new to the plant. That's going to require a new building. Number 2 is the main pump station. That pump station is threatened with floods periodically, as well as having some outdated equipment. So there's some needs there as well. The primary clarifiers, number 3 on the map, those tanks are original, and the steel equipment and drives in those primary clarifiers is original. It's over 40 years in service. Those need to be replaced as well. Number 4, the aeration tanks. That's where the biological process happens to treat the wastewater. And that aeration system is due for an upgrade. There are new technologies that improve the secondary process in the aeration tanks, and new blower equipment that runs more efficiently for less cost. The sludge holding tanks, number 5, there's solids in the wastewater that collect in the primary clarifiers, the aeration tanks, the secondary clarifiers. All of that has to go to a storage tank where it later gets sent through sludge processing. With the new advanced process, there'll be more sludge generated. We need to increase the size of those holding tanks. The sludge processing, number 6 on the map. Right now, the sludge processing happens in the main operations building, which is where the operations staff, the offices, the laboratory, the billing department are all in that same building. There are some constraints with the way the sludge processing is set up today that require a lot of operator attention. We'd like to put a new sludge processing building in to improve that and streamline that process and get it out of the operations building. Number 7, chemical storage and blowers. There's a disinfection building that was repurposed some years ago from a chemical disinfection to an ultraviolet light disinfection. There's a lot of available space in that building. We want to repurpose the building rather than construct a new building, and add new blowers for the aeration system and some bulk chemical storage for the advanced process. And number 8, an electrical duct bank. Right now, the entire plant has a emergency generator that powers the plant during grid power service interruption. However, the main pump station is not connected due to some deficiencies in the duct bank that runs down from near the UV building down to the main pump station. We'd like to change that, upgrade the duct bank, and allow that main pump station to run on the emergency power generator. The advanced process, just very quickly, that is a process. We studied several different technologies. We actually piloted some of these technologies at the treatment plant at scale, and we arrived and concluded after looking at the pilot study results, we arrived at a system we feel is the best fit for Milford. During that process, we also had the operations staff visit treatment plants in New England using the different technologies. In this particular process, we selected is a chemical addition, advanced rapid settling sludge removal process that works really, really well for phosphorus and metals removal. It also has the added benefit of being able to take a very, very high flow. So it has the capacity in the future, if Milford were to expand their plant on a flow basis, it has the capacity to treat up to 9 million gallons a day. Right now, the treatment plant is rated for 2 million gallons a day with peaks up to 6. This process would really set up the town of Milford for the future expansion if that ever comes about. It was mentioned earlier about the cost sharing for this upgrade. As you saw earlier, there was cost sharing for the original treatment plant as well. And it really does, the treatment plant benefits the entire community. Whether you're connected to it or not, the businesses, industries in town are connected, the schools are connected. If you shop, work, play in town, you're likely taking advantage of the drinking water and wastewater systems. And what the commissioners and the Water Utilities Department has done is evaluating this project. We actually, the two studies came up with a combined cost of about $28 million. The operations staff took a look at all the recommendations, and they've peeled off over $4 million of work that they can do in their annual operations and maintenance over the next several years. Around numbers about a $24 million project, but the commissioners have been aggressive in finding funding. They applied for grant money, which they got for the studies and the preliminary design of the advanced treatment. They've also applied for and received authorization for a clean water SRF loan, low interest loan at 2.5%. That has a 15% loan forgiveness. So, and what that means is with a positive vote in March to move forward with the project, this loan can be secured, and when the project's complete, $3.6 million gets written off the loan right off the top. The town of Wilton also contributes. They bought capacity at the Milford plant originally back in the 80s. They would contribute 14.89% toward the payback as well. And we've estimated everything on a 20-year payback. The other thing the commissioners have instructed us to do is, again, with a positive vote in March, is to apply for a state aid grant. There is a state aid grant program that has been funded and frozen, and it's now being refunded through the state legislature. Milford would be eligible for 20% grant on the $23.9 million. So we do want to put in a pre-application in June. That grant wouldn't kick in until the project's completed. And once the project's completed, if the grant monies are available, that would offset the payback as well. And the cost sharing that was mentioned, the user's paying back 55% of the loan, taxpayers 45% of the loan. This table breaks down, cost increases, incremental differences in the cost. We are committed to, with approval, getting the advanced process online by May of 2025. The additional needs would be completed probably the following year by May or June of 2026. So what's reflected in this table is what those rate impacts would be, to the taxpayers. If there is state aid grant available in 2026, taxpayers would see another $19.60 per 100,000 assessed value added onto their tax rate. The residential users would see another $1.73 added onto their user charge per 1,000 cubic feet of water usage. And as you can see in the list, there's incremental cost differences. And how these compare, Milford's average of 125,000 gallons a day for residential and 500 gallons per day for commercial. These are based on those averages. So somebody using more would pay a little more, somebody using less would pay a little bit less. And how that compares to the New Hampshire state average, through all of New Hampshire, when we look at all the data that's been tracked, the average is 197 gallons per day per ERU. That's equivalent residential unit. So that's a combination of commercial and residential. This New Hampshire state average would be $888 in 2026. If Milford was brought to 197 gallon per day per equivalent residential unit, that would be $832. So it is, even with the upgrade and the increased costs, you're still below the state average for water and wastewater usage. And then finally, really, the need to do the project. The permit is driving the advanced treatment process, which also requires other components to be upgraded at the plant. Meeting that new permit to improve water quality in the Sauhegan River, which flows into the Merrimack River watershed, is critical. The comment was made earlier about recycling or drinking, the effluent. The reality is there are a number of communities whose wastewater plants discharge in the Merrimack River watershed. There's also a number of communities that draw water out of the Merrimack River for drinking water. So it's critical from an environmental perspective. The age-related needs, it makes sense to do the project as one comprehensive project. The construction costs have gone up every year historically for the last 20 years. The rate of increase has gone up steeper in the last couple of years for various reasons, but the reality is waiting to do a project this size is never going to cost less money. There are favorable funding right now with low interest loans and loan forgiveness and the potential for state aid grant. And I think for the benefits, the long-term benefits of Milford, to do one larger project and make those improvements up front improves the operational efficiency, gain some electrical efficiency, and really make a better product, long-term sustainable wastewater plant for the community. And with that, I'll turn it back to Dale.
Yes, Mr. White, do you want?
Give some history.
Yeah, whatever.
Robert Courage. Sorry. Robert Courage may add just a little history to the plant for some of you in the audience that don't know or weren't here when the wastewater treatment plant was built.
Prior to 1982, our sanitary sewer system discharged directly into the Sauhegan River, untreated. In 1978, the town voted a $14 million bond to fund the construction of a 2.45 million gallon a day wastewater treatment facility. In order to be approved for the federal and state grant funding at that time, the design capacity of the plant had to be sized large enough to include the town of Wilton. Wilton, in turn, purchased 14.89% of that design capacity. The bond also included the installation of a 6-mile interceptor pipeline from the wastewater treatment facility to the Wilton sewer pump station located near the town of Milford and Wilton town line. The bid price to construct the wastewater treatment facility at that time was $16.7 million. That equates to $27.3 million in 2002 dollars. Milford received 75% federal and 20% grant funding from the state. The local share was 5%, and that was paid 40% on the tax rate and 60% by the users. Since then, over the 40 years that the facility has been in service, the sewer users have paid all costs associated with the operation of this 24, 7-day-a-week facility.
Good.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Mr. Courage. You were there at the beginning, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, you were there at the beginning.
I was there.
Yeah, he was there at the
Yeah.
beginning. So he knows of what he speaks.
Yeah.
Anything else from the commissioners? Yes,
Maybe-
Mr. White?
Maybe just if there's any questions in the audience, we'd be glad to answer them, and then at that point, I'll just have some final remarks.
Okay, so we will open up the floor to any questions, and if you'd like to just come up to the front of, up to the mic, and remember to state your name and your address, nice and clearly, because we have to record that information.
Hi, Jennifer Sigrist, Osgood Road. I'm just wondering.
Can you speak closer to the mic, please?
Can you hear me?
That's better, I think. Yes, thank you.
Okay. I'm just wondering if you can explain why you chose to put it onto the warrant article as 55-45 instead of the 40-60 that it was before.
Yeah, thank you. Well, we started as the commission when we first looked at the cost and made the decision of where we ended up in the dollar amount to go with a 50-50, 50 for the taxpayers, 50% for the users. And then there was quite a few discussions, and then there was a meeting with the Board of Selectmen, and their suggestion was at that time to go 60% users, 40% taxpayers. And we then had a tremendous amount of decision back and forth, and we agreed on 55% users, 45% taxpayers. And we just felt that that was the fairest way, because everybody in town, the users are going to carry the brunt or the lion's share of this cost to a degree, but we felt that everyone in town benefits from this wastewater facility. We also very much depend on clean drinking water, all of us, and that is the choice in which we made.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Doesn't seem to be any. Mr. White, did you have something else you wanted to add?
I guess the only thing, just in closing, it's very obvious that there's been a lot of effort put into this decision today, or this warrant article. We've been asked questions. We've been grilled from every angle, I think. We've had the support of the selectmen. We've had the support of the Budget Advisory Committee, the CIP Committee, and obviously ourselves as the commission. And we are asking for the town of Milford, the users and the citizens, for your vote, positive vote in March. We feel it's very important. If I was ever told when I left high school in Milford, at Milford Area Senior High School, that I would become passionate about a sewage treatment plant upgrade. Anyhow, here we are. So with that said, we think it's very important for the future of this town. It's a part of something that nobody sees, because everything's underground. You never see sewage running under the ground, but you do see clean water running down the Sahuagin River, and that's something we want to be part of. And like was mentioned earlier, I think this is very important. It's been mentioned twice, and I'll finish with this. The water, the effluent that's treated, when it leaves the sewage treatment plant, it goes into the Sahuagin River. That's where it's discharged. And the Sahuagin River flows to the east down into Merrimack, and out falls into the Merrimack River. And then the Merrimack River, along with 21 other communities, our community being the 22nd community, discharges into the Merrimack River, which flows to the Atlantic Ocean. But on its way to the Atlantic Ocean, on the south side of Nashua, there is an intake for Pennachuck Waterworks. And Pennachuck Waterworks is our backup water supply source for drinking water. So I think you guys can all come to the same decision I have come to, that this is why this plant is very important. This treatment is very important to continue to preserve that, because if I'm going to drink that water, I want it to be as clean as it can be when it leaves the town of Milford.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you. All right, then. So, we're going to close that. So it sounds like, looks like we're done with the presentation, and any questions or comments? So with that, I'll instruct the town clerk to place warrant Article 3 on the ballot as originally worded. So now, in accordance with your earlier decision, we will move to warrant Article 24, which is the historical preservation of the town of Milford's fire horn. Shall the voters of the town of Milford direct the Board of Selectmen to preserve, maintain, and good repair, to replace parts and systems as needed, Milford's historic fire horn in perpetuity? I've been practicing that word for a while. To additionally direct the Board of Selectmen, town administrator, or any other municipal department to reinstate and then continually operate the fire horn in its regular and historic daily use. That was moved by the, yes, you can come up, moved by the petitioners. Is there a second? There's a second, thank you. Yes, please identify yourself and a street address.
My name is Scott Kimball, and I live on Witten Road. And excuse my nervousness, I got anxiety issues too. I'm here to present this petition warrant article to restore our historic fire horn to regular operation. The discontinuance have angered people into an emotional battlefield, with each side making harsh, ill-tempered comments and accusations, and the family caught in the crossfire. The Board of Selectmen should never have brought this request up for consideration, as it is clearly not their domain of expertise. This has nothing to do with town business. Twice the board was asked to put this to a town vote, and twice they refused. They were asked to compromise twice, and twice they refused. I made a personal appeal to reverse the decision, and they refused. I attempted to negotiate with the family, and they did not respond. The Board of Selectmen refused to engage in present and past practices of gathering public opinions and input, was even asked by a resident to conduct an online survey, to which they refused. Should they have gotten the people more involved, this may never have occurred. Milford residents are intelligent, reasonable, and compassionate people. Excuse me. And if they saw just cause, they would have found a reasonable accommodation. For over 129 years, hundreds of thousands of men and women from all walks of life and health dispositions, including veterans from every war and conflict since the Civil War to the present day, have lived under the fire horn sounds and can for another 129 years. Over 1,000 registered voters who signed this petition warrant article have rejected the Board of Selectmen's actions as being either unwarranted or unjust, unqualified, disproportionate, and inappropriate use of their discretionary powers to manage and regulate the people's property in the interest of all Milford residents. The fire horn is the people's property. The fire horn has evolved from calling volunteer firemen to duty and marking different times of the day, to becoming part of our heritage and cultural tapestry that defines Milford's identity. Today, it still has a small utility that warns drivers and bicyclists and residents of emergency vehicles and situations, and its warnings are no different in functionality than the sirens on a fire truck. The fire department may not need it, nor the MAC base, but the average citizen in town is not part of their dispatch system and rely on the fire horn to communicate with them, especially when they're outside. I'm gonna flip over here. Now, I would like to read a statement by one of the parents, Mr. Ben Fowler, which was made on social media in a response to a comment made by a Joel A. Chappell. Excuse me again. To wit, we really appreciate your support. The fact of the matter is, this is going up for a vote for the whole town in March. Since this is such a divisive topic, it is a perfectly reasonable way to go about making the final decision. I think everybody knows now and they know the time and place to let their voices be heard in a meaningful way. All online anger isn't helping anyone, and it isn't going to change the process that has been set in motion. I appreciate everyone who is showing support for my family, and I respect the opinions of everyone who disagrees. I haven't chimed in on this week. I honestly don't have the stomach to engage with this type of argument that have taken place over the last few days. I wish everyone would please stop tearing each other apart as a way of making their opinions known. My hope is that everyone just takes a few days and calms down, gathers their thoughts, and if they choose, show up in person to express their opinion. If you can't make a Saturday, you will have a chance to vote in March. So with that said, I think we can relieve any more emotional debate here. Everything that's been said has been said ad nauseum. Nobody's going to move the needle here. I understand people want to say things. They want to express their opinion, and you're entitled to do so. But, excuse me, let me find it. The parents don't want it. That was his statement. He doesn't want it. I wish to make it clear that, an attempt to nullify it with, I wish to make clear that any attempt to nullify it will continue to tear this town apart. That should the fire horn be voted back in March but rendered moot by some amendment to the language to not allow it, we will only be back here again for a special town meeting at great expense to the taxpayers. Over 1,000 people have signed this petition. There could be also legal challenges under RSA 4013 that the attempt to nullify it violated the subject matter. The language of the petition article is clear and concise. It asks for a yes or no, whether to restore or retire. That's all. I'm trying to reason with the opposition. I mean, I don't know what else we can add here today. I mean, you're certainly entitled to. The last thing I want to do is direct a question to the town attorney.
You have to ask me, but
Oh,
yes.
excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Mr. Moderator, can I direct a question to the town attorney?
Yes, you may.
All right. The question is, the Board of Selectmen are elected by majority rule and have the legal duty under RSA 14111A to manage and regulate the town's property, owned in common by the people. Managers, by definition, are subordinates to owners. So should the owners direct their managers to manage regulation of property, so long as it doesn't violate the law or other policies of the town, have they a reasonable expectation they should lawfully comply with it?
Mr. Radigan?
With respect to your question, what are you asking about it?
Who has superior power, the managers or the owners?
I don't understand.
The owners of the property are the town of Milford, the people. They own the fire horn. Is that correct?
No, the town owns.
In common, as a people.
This article is a non-binding article. It has the types of political and residential communications that you're suggesting the selectmen would receive based upon the outcome of the voters. But at the end of the day, it is solely the authority of the selectmen to decide whether this is something that the selectmen want to do, irrespective of whether the warrant article is adopted by a majority or is not adopted by a majority.
So your opinion is that the managers have superior rights to the owners?
That's not, this...
The word manager in the law is the operative word.
Yeah.
The manager, by definition, is a subordinate.
Yeah. Well, owner is not a word used in New Hampshire to describe, individual voters and
So you
their...
describe the common ownership of the property. Who owns the town hall here?
The town owns the town hall.
Okay, who is the town?
It is the town of Milford.
Right here.
Yes.
Isn't it?
All right,
Well,
we can't
the
engage
town-
in
I'm
debate.
not trying to get
The
into semantics.
the
Can't engage
municipality,
in debate. Let him answer the question for you, okay?
the municipality, which is a corporate entity, which is managed by the selectmen, owns all town property. It is not something that has individual ownership aspects with respect to any individual voter or resident in town. It is a municipal entity managed by the selectmen that owns the property.
And aren't we here aren't the selectmen asking through the warrant article procedure of the town the disposition of property and their taxpayer wealth? Isn't this the whole purpose of deliberative session, is to give, the selectman has proposed, and we give instructions back whether we want it or not?
Well, again, you give the voters exercise certain statutory authorities in their role as, giving guidance to the municipality. But this is not a binding article.
No warrant article is binding then. Is that
Excuse
your
me?
contention?
Well, for instance, if there was a warrant article that was passed to appropriate money to purchase a new ambulance, at the end of the day, the selectmen could decide whether they want, if the money is appropriated, whether they want to expend it. And that's true with all money that is appropriated in the budget. Now, obviously, if you enter into a contract, it's very important to, exercise the responsibilities under the contract. And the same thing with the bond issue, But nevertheless, it's still the selectmen's statutory authority as to whether to go forward and expend money that's been authorized by the town meeting.
And should the people have a reasonable expectation that they have shown just cause for that decision?
I think selectmen make judgments about what happens every year about things, but they understand that certain articles are not binding, and also with warrant articles that are passed to appropriate money for purposes, you could have things occur during the year that would say, we need to do this next year because the things we thought were going to happen haven't happened.
So the warrant article here, in which we're going to allow the vote, a public vote for planning board members, they can refuse to follow that.
That's correct.
Okay, and so the people, the town is subordinate to their decision as representatives of the people. That's your contention.
No, what I'm speaking about simply is that certain articles that are adopted are not binding because they can't overstep the authority that the selectmen have under New Hampshire statutes to make these decisions about expenditures.
Well, that's certainly a contortion, but I get it. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Yes, Mr. Dodgy.
I'd like to have the selectmen do the minority and majority.
Yes, right, go right ahead. We'll have,
Yeah, sorry.
Can't hear you.
no, he was just asking me if he had permission to do both reports. So they have permission to do both reports.
I'd like to call on Mr. Finan to give the majority of the selectmen's opinion on this warrant article.
Thank you. This issue arose when a local family with a severely autistic child met with the Board of Selectmen to discuss a concern that they had. This family explained to the board that their child had a very severe and oftentimes violent reaction each time the town's fire horn on top of Town Hall would sound. The family was very sincere, had no expectations whatsoever, and simply wanted to find out what, if any, options existed to help their child. The board's first reaction was to solicit the input from our emergency services heads to determine what functional use the horn had. Excuse me. We received input from Chief Flaherty of the Milford Fire Department, Chief Viola from the Milford Police Department, Director Schellberg from the Milford Ambulance Service, and MAC-based Director Ray Anderson. Each of these service heads gave us the exact same message. The horn had no operational value to their departments, and they saw no need to continue its use. After a lengthy discussion, the prevailing sentiment was that since there was no functional or operational use for this horn, and that a child's emotional well-being was at stake, the compassionate thing to do would be to discontinue the use of the horn. The board then voted unanimously to direct the fire chief and Mac Base to discontinue the use of the horn. Subsequent to that vote, the board held a public input session to get the feedback from the public on this decision. After hearing input from both sides of this issue, the board then reaffirmed its original vote. The majority of the board continues to stand by that decision today and oppose this petition warrant article.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call on Selectman Friel to give the minority opinion on this warrant article.
Morning, everyone. So, for over a century, Milford's fire horn has sounded to alert its townspeople of many different important circumstances, from emergency alerts, excuse me, calling in firefighters and notifying us of impending traffic in and out of the town oval, to the timely 11:45 noontime blast. A recent discussion came before the board, and we were faced with a tough decision to weigh the benefits of the history of the Milford fire horn against the safety of an individual. In the end, the board chose to side with the safety of the individual. This was a tough decision for me, as well as the other board members. Do we put the needs of one in front of the desires of possibly many? I first took the stance that something this important, this historical, go before the townspeople at town vote in March. However, the majority of the board at that time felt that it was a decision for the current board to make and not an issue that should be put to a town vote. Well, here we are, presented with a warrant article, brought to the people by petition with large support. Sorry about that. I support this article for more than one reason. I can understand why people that have called Milford their home for decades would want to preserve the fire horn's use. However, we do have an individual and resident of Milford with a serious issue regarding the horn. I believe with the townspeople's support of the article, a compromise can be reached between the governing body, town officials, and the residents affected by its use. One such compromise could be to only have the horn sound at a consistent scheduled time, like the noontime blast we have all heard for decades. This would give anyone with an issue a chance to prepare. In the end, I believe the use or non-use of the Milford fire horn be at the discretion of the Milford residents.
Thank you. Mr. Pank?
Yes, the Budget Advisory Committee is not taking a position on this warrant article, and that was by a vote of 9-0.
All right,
Will
thank you
not
for that.
take a support.
Okay. Yes, we'll open it up to the floor. Mr. Kimball.
I have a question directed to the board. Could you explain the nature and cause and reason for the discontinuance of the fire horn 6 to 8 weeks before the August 8th meeting? What was the purpose of the test?
Go ahead. Mr. Dodgy.
I was actually unaware that that was happening. It was done through the administration.
You wanna, can I, Paul?
Yeah,
I mean-
Mr. Friel, go ahead.
I'm not 100% sure about this, but we had another town administrator, Mr. Shannon, that was in charge, and I don't know if there was an issue with the horn as far as maintenance. So I'm not 100% sure about that, but I heard that from somebody, that maybe it was down due to a maintenance issue, or maybe the family reached out and they stopped it to see if, you know, it wasn't up to this board, but I believe maybe they might have stopped it. No? Okay, so again, I'm going by what I heard. Oh, okay. We'll defer to
I
Chief
have a-
Flaherty.
I had another question here, too. It just went out of my head.
All right,
The point is,
What, you can come
I'll let him
back.
speak, and I'll just speak after him.
Good morning. So,
Excuse me,
Sorry.
Chief, could you
Yeah,
introduce
Ken Flair.
yourself?
Sorry. To answer the question, when I received the letter, probably 6 or 8 weeks prior to the decision made at Town Hall, I, as the fire chief and the operations of the departments, decided to stop using it to see if it would help the situation out. The fire horn hasn't been blown regularly for quite some time now. We have made other concessions throughout the years. We don't blow it from 8 to 8, from 8 at night to 8 in the morning, and that was for the downtown residents and the elderly population in the community because they complained about it. So we've already made concessions, and with technology as it is today, it's, again, operationally, it has zero effect on our department. So it wasn't really a test, it was just because it was an operation of the department, I ceased to use it. It would be no different than changing the color or the siren on the fire trucks from electronic to manual sirens. It was just an operational decision.
All right, thank you, Chief. Yes, come on up, sir.
Here he is.
My name's Tom Von Schultz, Panema Hill. It's one thing that no one's been doing for this family is actually...
Can you just speak closer to the microphone, please?
Something no one's been doing for this family is actually humanizing their son. It's this kid who's creating this problem, whatever you guys want to say.
Hi, Mike. How you doing?
When you have people leading our town talking about trying to get their kid taken from them, it's sick, over a horn. I'm all about tradition. I'm as conservative as most people that'll like me. But I originally voted to keep this horn until I heard the whole story. Of a stepfather of an autistic kid. It's unbearable until watching the kid go through self-harm and dealing with stuff. You don't know what it's like until you see that kid in that environment. You don't understand the gravity of it. None of you, unless you deal with it on a daily basis. And we have people talking about the veterans and hearing the horn for 100 years, a century, stuff like that, and that same person doesn't even take their hat off for the Pledge of Allegiance. That's a problem. Don't talk out of both sides of your neck. You know, you have a member, Mrs. Brewer, talking about ending fireworks in town because of her dog. Her dog's more important than a child? Then you have the Milford Act Now page. How do we save this kid and try and take the kid from their family? That's sick. You guys look at yourselves. It's a horn that's antiquated. Fire chief, no use. And now you're taking that precedence over the health of a kid. Anyone who votes to want to keep this because the kid means less to you than a piece of equipment that doesn't mean anything anymore, it's insane. This town's going in the wrong direction. This is going to this whole woke thing that's insane. The kid's life means something more than a piece of equipment.
All right, thank you. Oh, there'll be none of that. We won't have applause for either side on any article.
So,
Introduce yourself
my
again.
questions
You
are.
still have to, every time you come back, you still need to say your name for the record. It's
I
required by-
apologize.
it's required by
Scott
law.
Kimball, Witten Road.
Thank you.
I got my questions now. Now, the fire chief just stated that he got a letter prior to the board. Now, I submitted a right to know request to the town and asked for any documents or emails or anything they had communicating between the fire department, the board, and this family, and no such revelation was made. So I question that a little bit.
Okay.
So now, the other one is, does the town still have a healthcare advisor, a doctor, like Dr. Law used to be? We still have a doctor that we go to it for advice, public health official? We have a committee for health or sanitation or?
Mr. Dodgy.
Chief Flaherty is our public health officer. I'm not sure the exact title, but it's his responsibility.
So the answer is yes. It's Chief Flaherty.
My point is, you consulted all the fire department and the EM and all the emergency management. You didn't consult the people, but did you consult a medical expert? Because this is a medical issue, and you would want to know if you're actually making the right call in the long-term interest of this child. Did you make an attempt to do that?
Mr. Dodgy?
Yeah. No, the family came in and spoke with the board. They brought their son in. It was very obvious that there was an issue. There was really no need to go into detail and mistrust them.
So, are you aware of the medical research that says this type of remedy isn't recommended?
Mr. Kimball, you need to make a statement, please.
I just
Okay.
did. I just want to know, are you aware of that? That's a question.
I have not seen something that says that standard practice is not recommended, no.
And did you try to do any research on that?
No, it was very obvious that the family had an issue. There was no need to go into a long, elaborate thing to discern that there was a problem. It was obvious there was a problem.
You made a management change that 129 years of management has upheld, and I'm just looking for good cause. I'm just looking for justification. That's all. If there was one, I'm sure the people of Milford would have abided. This petition warrant article wouldn't be here. So this is the question. So, are you a medical expert?
Mr. Kimball, your time is almost up.
I'm not
Okay,
just asking a question.
Make your point.
I get it.
Okay.
I'm just asking one more question. Is anybody on the board a medical expert?
Mr. Vassalero?
Okay, Mr. Dodgy.
Yeah. You're asking for good cause. The family came to the board with a very reasonable request. It was very obvious they had an issue. The board is compassionate. That was our good cause.
All right, thank you. Your time is up. Mr. Takacs, can you wait a second? Mr. Chief, did you want to respond? I think you were trying to come forward at a point.
As far as the accusations...
Hey, just get a little bit closer to the mic,
As
please.
far as the accusations about getting rid of or not producing the documents, those documents were thrown away in the trash after I read the letter. I just put them in the trash so I don't have to produce them afterwards. I don't have them in my possession.
I can't really hear you, too, sorry.
Sorry, yeah, I know. As far as the letter that was sent to me, once I read the letter, I disposed of the letter in the trash can, so I can't produce it, so under the request, I didn't have anything to produce. So, and one of the requests was dated after the fact anyway, so there was 2 different dates for requests, so they were prior to that.
All right, thank you. Mr. Takacs.
My name is Steve Takacs. I live on Whitten Road in Milford. I like your compromise suggestion. Where is that in the whole process? How do you make that happen?
Can I speak to that?
I'm sorry.
Compromise about having it just go off at 11:45 in the morning and never again, because I don't know anything about this child. I don't know anything. I'm not a doctor, so I don't know anything about it. But it seems like if the mother knows that it's going to go off at a certain time, then she could either put her hands over the kid's ears or hide it somewhere, as long as it doesn't go off any other time, because it is just ornamental anyway. What the idea of a compromise, I think, is a good idea. How do we get that into this process?
Yes, Mr. Friel.
So, my thought, especially after hearing council speak, is that if this, at the end of the day right now, the horn is shut off due to the board's current vote. If it goes to warrant and the town people pass it, then it will come back to the board. I might be on the board, I might not, right? There's 2 seats available coming up. From hearing council, my guess is that the board at that time will have a discussion whether they want to either, I mean, from what council just said, that they can either decide to keep the fire horn or not, or maybe change it to the scheduled new time blast. So it would be another discussion in the future after hearing from council. I thought that once this thing passed a warrant, that it would have to be put back in play 100% of the time. But now after hearing that, it sounds like there would be another discussion from the board. You guys agree with that? You agree with what council just said?
Well, it would be eligible for discussion, yes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then at that point, we would hopefully not go past, hopefully you'd have you'd have another discussion with the parents or the people that are affected by it. and see if that's something that is viable.
Okay, I would just like to recommend, if it does pass, that the board does take that into consideration, this compromise. I think it's a good compromise, myself.
I mean, I'm the only board member for it.
You have anything else to
Oh,
add,
sorry.
Mr. Takacs? No. All right, thanks for your time. Mr. Finan.
Yes, I just wanted to point out that we're here discussing the warrant article as presented, and the wording of this warrant article says to turn it on continuously in perpetuity. So the wording of this warrant article would preclude any kind of a compromise.
Mr. Bessler.
Thank you. Mr. Friel.
So after hearing that comment, I would highly suggest to people that are behind the warrant article, maybe think about rewording the article so that it can be at the discretion of the board. And that it should be at least a minimum of maybe a noontime blast. Just saying.
Okay, yes, sir.
Jerry Sherman, Stable Road. I've been a resident of this town just about 40 years now, and probably 30 of those years have lived within the range of the horn. It was always annoying, but I understood the purpose, 40 years ago. I am concerned at some people's lack of consideration for this special needs child. I'm also concerned that if this article was to pass, we'd be subject from a lawsuit under ADA because we have not provided reasonable accommodation to that child.
Interesting.
I'm all for preserving the historic features of this town. That to me, the horn to me is not one, and I am willing to sacrifice that for the health of this child.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good morning. My name is Mark Lacaire. I'm not a lawyer, and I'm not going to pretend to be a lawyer. I am a psychologist, however, with 35 years of experience working with children on the autism spectrum. As to the research that one of the prior gentlemen was speaking to, as a clinician, I'm not aware of any research that would suggest that a reasonable treatment for this kind of situation would be to continue to blast the fire horn into this child's ears. It's clear that it's very distressing and disturbing to him, and there's really no value in continuing to cause that kind of distress to a young person. My guess also is that this is not just about one young boy. There are many people in our community that are on the spectrum and who are likely affected by this in some way or another. And so I would ask all of our community to do its best for people who are really less able to advocate for themselves. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Jeff Marshall, 51 Cortland Road. I'm also
Yeah. You have to lean into the mic.
lean
sorry.
into the microphone. Okay. Jeff Marshall, 51 Cortland Road. Also Deputy Chief of the Milford Fire Department as a part-time employee. My full-time job is in IT. Like wastewater, IT flows downhill. This burden that is being placed to the Board of Selectmen ultimately comes down to the fire chief, which comes down to some smart person, maybe me, in perpetuity, practicing the word, to maintain a system that was built in the 70s. So the control mechanism that's upstairs, slightly above our heads, was built in the 70s by the Milford Fire Department, by an electrician that was on the department who had experience then. He didn't document anything, and he's no longer with us. So to actually maintain the system, we had articulated internally in our operations and our planning and our strategy for the department, because the fire whistle serves no purpose for the fire department. It's not a redundancy. It's not even a redundancy of a redundancy. The same system that would have to be used as a redundancy to a redundancy to a redundancy would take the dispatcher away from their primary job, which is dispatching emergency services. We are one of many agencies that are dispatched by Milford Area Communications Center. For Milford to make a demand to Milford Area Communications Center for the specificity of doing something just for the Milford Fire Department would be an additional burden on the dispatcher. And I know that because I used to work there. It used to be you had to stand up and go to the other side of the room and push a button. Now it's been changed a little bit with technology, but it's still an off-board workflow. That is answering phones, prioritizing calls, dispatching calls, working with the field units. Those are all really important things our dispatchers do today. None of that is blowing the Milford fire whistle. So I want to make it clear that while we don't need this for a fire department, it is not a redundancy, it's not an operational model. It is slated to not be refurbished because we don't even have a knowledge of how to rebuild what is a non-compliant electrical system that it combines high voltage AC, low voltage DC, and moderate voltage DC in the same enclosure. And when I went up to inspect it the other day, there's actually a suspect wire that looks like it has been melted off. And I need to pull that apart. And I think that's likely going to be the end of that mechanism, which would require funding to get a new mechanism and find somebody that's going to be interested in building it, which is likely near impossible. So I just want to make it clear that this would be a burden to the fire department to upkeep and maintain. We had declared that it was not going to be replaced when it was time for it to be go out of service. That is, if it broke, we weren't going to fix it. And we don't have any money, and we all have better things to do in our primary job role of protecting the community and spending the money most fiscally efficient for our operational needs. Is it right for me now to move the question?
Yes, you may.
All right. I'd like to make a motion to move the question.
Motion has been, oh, I'm sorry, you can't do that.
Yeah.
I didn't know you were, Mr. Marshall, I didn't realize that was what you were going to ask. You, as a speaker, you cannot make the call.
okay.
Someone else will have to do it. but
Someone else
I'm
have to make a motion?
sorry.
You have to be in line.
No, he doesn't, it doesn't have to be in line. Mr. Finan.
I wish to propose an amendment. Can I do it from here, or do I have to go back in line? Would you like me to go in line?
You can
Do
do
we
it.
do it
from
now,
here.
or do you want to wait for?
Well, we have, you were already intending to do that. So, Mr. Sherman, you asked to call the question. All right, my practice is to allow anybody that's up front as well as whoever's in line is to continue, to be able to speak. So we can call the question, but it'll have to take a vote. I want you all to be aware that Mr. Finan has an amendment he wishes to propose, which will happen regardless, but there might be discussion of that amendment, so it may not be wise yet to call the question. But nevertheless, this is not debatable. So people who wish to call the question, please raise your card. Anyone who wants to oppose to calling the question, raise your card. Oh, we need better than that, people. There are more of you here. All right, we're going to start again. If you're in favor of calling the question, raise your card.
Can you explain what that means?
Yeah. Okay. Calling the question means that we will have no further discussion of this article except for the people who were in line, who had already approached the mic and wanted to speak, as well as people at the front of the room who were, you may not have seen them, but also had indicated a desire to speak. What may compound that decision, if you choose to, is that there will be an amendment offered by one of the speakers up front. And so if we have that amendment made and we've called the question, we can't have a discussion of the merits of the amendment. So in many respects, if you think that you're going to want to discuss the amendment, you should vote no on calling the question at this point in time. That make sense? All those in favor of calling the question, please raise your card. Thank you. All those opposed to calling the question? That motion has failed. Yes, sir. Please state your name.
Good morning. Ray Anderson. I wear many hats here. I'm a resident, town of Milford, Cypress Road, the director of the Milford Area Communication Center, as well as a part-time employee for the town of Milford, a lieutenant with the fire department. I'm not here to debate or try to express the compassion that so many of us already have for the family, but as we go to the voting booth, it's very important for the general public to understand, as the members of your fire department, this whistle, horn, whatever you want to call it, does not do anything for us as the members to get us to the fire station any faster. The way I respond to emergencies in this town, the tones go off, and my watch tells me that there is a call. Then my cell phone tells me where that call is, and then my fire department issued radio gives me more details as to where and what I need to do. So the blowing of this horn, as the current warrant article is written, for continued use, does not serve your fire department any purpose. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's the final wording.
Okay, Mr.
This
Fowler.
is the end for me. I'm Scott Kimball, Witten Road.
Kimball, I'm sorry.
I've got a question for the town attorney. Since the board has used the standard of compassionate consideration to make an accommodation for a mental health disorders, does this expose the taxpayers to the other 70 different categories of mental health disorders with town properties for an accommodation?
Mr. Radigan.
No.
Thank you. So now the other question is, you said that the board is not obligated to follow this warrant article at all, and yet they said that they're going to bring it up for discussion. So I don't know what the purpose is of an amendment. You're not obligated to do anything of it, so why? Why do you want to make an amendment?
Mr. Kimball, what was said by a board member was absolutely correct. If whatever passes, in whatever form the article passes, the next select board, elected in March at the same time as the election, as the vote on the warrant article, it's the next select board who will decide whether to implement and how to implement. All right, it's up to them. So it's not that they made a statement. A member correctly made a statement about the future. And so whatever the outcome of the vote on whatever the article becomes is what the next select board will deal with.
Thank you for that answer. Mr. Finan has mentioned that he's going to bring an amendment up. I'm just trying to get this thing going and put an end to it. And if it's up to him anyway and the rest of the board in a later discussion to do whatever they feel like, whenever they feel like it, how anyway they feel like it, then what's the purpose? Thank you.
Jay Duffy, 491 Nashua Street. This is more of a comment. I've thought about this issue quite a bit over the last few months, and thank you for the education from the fire department regarding that it's no longer needed as far as the fire department goes. My heart bleeds for this family, and that certainly should be paramount. But the comment I wanted to make, and just a thought, I realize that it's not relevant for the fire department itself any longer. However, as I know there's times that I've been driving through the Oval or down Elm Street or Nashua Street, and I hear that whistle, and it makes me mindful that the fire trucks are going to be on their way. And I've thought to myself over the past few months how, I'm very passionate about our town history, but how this would be relevant today in the 21st century, this whistle. And that was the thought I had, because I know, as I said, when I'm driving, and there was times do occur, and the fire whistle goes off, I'm mindful that the fire truck's going to be on their way, and to be safe. So, just a comment.
All right, thank you for that. Yes, Mr. Finan.
Yes, I'd like to propose an amendment, and then I'd like to speak to it afterwards, if I could.
Yes.
A question, do you want me to read the changes or just simply the final text? I can try to do
My
both.
first comment is, I need a copy of that.
You can, it's the only one I have, so you can have it when I'm done, because I have to read, well,
Yeah,
actually,
why don't
Okay.
you tell the voters your intent and then read the language as you propose?
okay, the intent is to do several things that were discussed today. We have been told by the attorney that this is not enforceable anyway, which makes this question as written confusing to the voter. You know, we've done this in the past, we especially results from particularly petition warrant articles that get changed. You end up with this confusing warrant article that the voters don't even know what it means. So part of it is to avoid that. And the second part is, interestingly, and this goes to what Mr. Duffy just said, I think an important, a month back in the fall, the major argument against this, against our decision, was history, was the history of the town. You know, we should preserve that. For some reason, that seems to have fallen the wayside. Now it's all emergency services, which we've heard that's not a valid comment. So this attempts to give the board the leeway to preserve the tradition and history of the horn. So first, I'll read the whole thing and point out the changes, and then I will give the final text. Reading from the beginning, shall the voters of the town of Milford direct the Board of Selectmen, then I will strike, to preserve, maintain, in good repair, to replace parts and systems as needed. That sentence is struck. I will add, to appropriately memorialize, continuing on the existing, Milford's historic fire horn, and I strike in perpetuity. Continuing with the original wording, to additionally direct the Board of Selectmen, town administrator, or any other municipal department at their discretion is added, that term is added, to, and I strike, reinstate, and continually, leaving in place operation of the fire horn. I will strike in its regular and historic use in perpetuity, and I will leave, and I will add as they deem appropriate. So the final text with this amendment would be, shall the voters of the town of Milford direct the Board of Selectmen to appropriately memorialize Milford's historic fire horn, to additionally direct the Board of Selectmen, town administrator, or any other municipal department at their discretion to operate the fire horn as they deem appropriate. So that's the wording. I will give it to you.
All right, is there a second for that?
I second.
Thank you,
And one
Mr.
more thing I just wanted to add is what that wording, and we have discussed this, that we also would like to do something, you know, maybe we blow it once a year. Maybe we, you know, do something about it, work with the Historical Society to have a display over at the Carey House or something. But it gives the discretion to the Board of Selectmen to continue this discussion and not just be done with it.
All right, thank you for that. Mr. Duffy, I can see you moving quickly. If you're out of breath, take a moment.
I just want to applaud Selectman Fine. I think that's excellent, what you just wrote there. I really support that, and that's great.
All right, thank you for that. Mr. Kimball.
Again, I believe it's a moot point. I mean, this will be taken up after the vote, and I realize that it's really an attempt to nullify it, but you already can do that anyway. So I suggest that we just vote this amendment down, let the current language go through, and then we can, I'll probably go to the meeting and discuss it, and maybe we can find a compromise somewhere. That we tried to do that, and we could have avoided all of this if we just, as David Friel said, just had the 1145 horn. But, you know, here we are. So I would recommend that we just vote this amendment down, put the language through, so at least the intentions and desires of the people who signed that petition are heard by the voters. There was over 1,000 people who signed, and they signed for this language. So I think they should have this choice too. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Bob Labonte, 27 Ridgefield.
Can you speak a little closer to the mic, please?
Bob Labonte, 27 Ridgefield. What's
Thank you.
confusing me is why do we vote on it? If we vote on it in March, then it goes back to you people and you down it, where are we?
If I could, my answer to that question would be because something has to go on the ballot.
Then why do we go through all this if it still goes back to you people and you down it?
Because it has to go on the ballot, regardless of whether or not it comes
I
back to us.
understand it has
So
to.
we might as well make it clear.
I partially understand that, but we're voting on it, the people are voting on it, they want to hear their say, not to go back to you again and have your say again. Do you understand where I'm going?
Oh, I understand. The attorney said that's not the case, though. So that's the problem there.
I'm not just talking this case. I'm talking everything we're going to be voting on in March is all going to go back to you, and you're going to tear it apart and say yes and no. That's a rotten system.
I got it. Yes.
Morning, Ryan Hansen, 579 Mason Road. I think Selectman Feinen's amendment improves this warrant article, makes it a little more clear, and I think it does the appropriate thing that the warrant article really needs to do, is take a temperature of the town on this issue, and should be passed as amended, and I would invite a motion to call the question.
You can't do that.
If someone wanted to call the question, I would like that.
All right, thank you.
Was I already? Peter?
Yes.
Peter?
Yeah, people in line.
So, wait a second, hold on a second. There's a request to call the question. You know the drill. Mr. Kimball, I already recognize that. I've allowed that. So we have Ms. Buffard and those folks in the back mainly, and someone else. All those in favor of calling the question, please raise your card. Anyone opposed? Question has been called. So we have a person over here, Ms. Buffard, and maybe 2 or 3 others in the back. Go ahead.
All I was going to do, call the question.
Yes, what you were going to do?
That's what I was going to do.
Oh. Thank you for that. Did you want to speak? No, okay. Sometimes people nod, sometimes they don't. Yes, there's over here to my right. I can't see it because it's blinding. So.
Peggy Seward, High Street. Just for clarification, in the past, I've lived here a long time too, we had the air raid every Saturday of the month, the first Saturday of the month. How does that sound compare? I mean, is that using the horn or is that a whole different system? Just for clarification.
Yes, the chief has offered to come up and answer your question.
Ken Flater, Osgood Road. Totally different system, and that air raid siren, the civil defense siren, has been out of service since the early 90s. We haven't had that system
But it's
up
still a warning device in case we have a problem.
Correct.
Yep. And is that functional?
Unknown at this time. It hasn't been tested in years, but it's one's down at wastewater, one's here on town hall, one's at the high school. So.
Okay.
Is that
Focus on that one.
that it then, Peg?
That's what we're supposed to do.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor to amend the article. I'll read you the final text. Shall the voters of the town of Milford, New Hampshire, direct the Board of Selectmen to appropriately memorialize Milford's historic fire horn, to additionally direct the Board of Selectmen, town administrator, or any other municipal department at their discretion to operate the fire horn as they deem appropriate. And then there'll be language about the positions of the board and budget advisory committee. All those in favor of this amendment, please signify by raising your card. Thank you. All those opposed? All right, the amendment passes. So with that, any other discussion or question? No. So with that, I'll direct the town clerk to put warrant article 24, excuse me, yes. Thank you, Mr. Dodgy.
Jennifer Fowler.
Can you just lean into the mic, please?
Jennifer Fowler, 11 Smith Street. I'm the child's mother, and I just want to everyone who is on our side and supports this. It's not just for him, though. It's for the elderly community that lives around the fire department that I've heard from. It's from other special needs moms, and I just want to say, this is going to make the town better for them. It's not just me, and I just wanted to say thank you for everything.
Okay.
Because it means a lot. And so
Right.
hopefully you guys see that I'm not lying, I'm not crazy, I'm not a bad mom. And I just want to love my kid and teach him to grow. And he's in the 6 months that it's been off or whatever it's been. I don't know what happened.
Yeah,
He's
okay.
go-
You're doing
he's
well.
gone from someone who couldn't function all day long, because yes, the 11:45 is only 5 seconds, but the anxiety building up to that is so much that he couldn't function. And now that it's been off, he's grown and he's changed, and it's been amazing. And I hope it doesn't go back to what it was before. Thank you.
Well, you're welcome. Yes, are you, yes, sir.
Tom Von Scholz, Panema Hill again. I just want to bring up, if you guys do decide to memorialize it, put it in your little case, we blow it once or twice a year, something like that. We'd like to donate our time and materials to create a finished box for whatever you guys see fit.
Well, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Hi, it's Darlene Buffard. I'd like to restrict reconsideration for Article 24.
Yeah,
We haven't
I have
voted
to,
yet.
not, just 1 second, okay? Wait, I still have to move it onto the warrant.
Thought you did.
Okay, so we started that, and then Mrs. Fowler asked to speak, so.
Okay.
Okay. So with that, I'll instruct the town clerk to place the warrant Article 24 on the ballot as amended. Ms. Buffard.
Darlene Buffard, I'd like to restrict reconsideration for Article 24.
Thank you. The motion to restrict reconsideration, I think we already have a raised card in the back, means that we, not later, anytime later today, can this article be reconsidered. So we won't come back to this at any point. So it's not debatable. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration on this article, raise your card. Thank you. Anyone opposed? All right, we've restricted reconsideration, and with that, it's time to move on to the next article. Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Sherman. Can you come to the microphone so I can hear you better? Can you come to the mic so I hear you better?
It seems to me we voted on the amendment, but then have not approved that amended article.
There was no other discussion on the topic. I asked, and there was no other, so it was done, and I can just move it onto the warrant.
I don't agree, but go ahead.
Yep. Thank you. I'm glad you clarified that. All right, we're on Article 4. Mr. Dodgy. Oh, this, first. Hold on a second.
Who are people moving?
Yeah, they said they were falling off. I think it's the cold.
Give me your vote on this.
That's what I would have given it to you.
Thank you. Yep.
They don't care about anything else. I know. Always the way.
Huh? There's so much ambient noise right now. People leaving from fire horns can wait till they leave. It's gonna make some just
Hey, Chris.
We don't care about the money being spent. It's just a start. Now we've nothing else to vote on.
Right.
All right, day's over.
No, I just read it, and then you can move it. So.
Yep, that makes sense. I think I was 39.
something like that.
939?
There was like
The rest of these are gonna zip right. That ruined my vote.
Okay, we're about to move on to warrant Article 4, the town operating budget. Just so everyone understands, there's apparently a power outage in the vicinity of the Milford High School, which is where the servers are that are broadcasting, and that might be the wrong term, but they're actually facilitating the broadcast on Granite Town Media. So Granite Town Media does not see this live, and anyone who's on Granite Town Media has now sees a message telling them to go to the Zoom session if they wish to observe the hearing, or the session. So next article is warrant Article 4, the town operating budget. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate an operating budget, not including appropriations by special warrant articles and other appropriations voted separately, the amounts outlined in the budget for the purposes set forth herein, totaling $17,291,068. Should this article be defeated, the default budget will be $17,041,768, which is the same as last year with certain adjustments required by previous actions of the town or by law. Mr. Dodgy.
I move that warrant Article 4 be approved or be presented.
And there's a second.
Second.
Okay.
Mr. Dodgy.
We want to do the majority and minority reports. I'm going to do the majority report. The proposed 2023 operating budget of $17,291,068 is $918,708, or 5.6% more than the $16,372,360 2022 operating budget. The 2023 default budget of $17,041,768 is $669,408, or 4.1% more than the 2022 operating budget. The proposed 2023 operating budget is $249,300 more than the 2023 default budget, which equals an estimated tax impact of $11.99 on an assessed valuation of $100,000. While an increase of 5.6% is higher than anyone wants, it is in line with the 6.1% Northeast Consumer Price Index increase for 2022. The town has had difficulties relating to our non-competitive salary levels in recent years, with the problems coming to a head this past year due to increased wage inflation rates. We have experienced a lot of turnover in positions, and we've had difficulties with hiring people for open positions. We did a comprehensive compensation review during the past year and identified a series of actions that were needed to correct the imbalances. The proposed budget implements the needed changes. Several areas, such as the Department of Public Works and the Ambulance Department, were provided with larger increases due to particularly large wage gaps, while most employees in town receive a salary increase of at least 7%. These salary increases were a large component of the 5.6% overall increase. The majority of the Board of Selectmen feels that this is a responsible budget that will provide the needed services at a reasonable cost in these challenging times. I now call on Selectman Daniels to give the minority report.
Mr. Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. For the minority, I will agree that this is a very difficult year. Everyone is having to pay higher prices for food, gas, heating, fuel. And my concern is that we have a budget so high that people will just go to a default budget, which is even going to make it more difficult. So my proposal in the process was to try to get the budget to come in at something not more than 5%. Currently, we are at 5.6%. If we reduce the budget by $94,000, that would bring that down to the 5%. Now, in times like this, the hardships also bring opportunities. Opportunities to go in and heavily scrutinize a budget to determine whether or not things that we have voted on in the past and have just carried forward are still necessary. The ability to go in and say, what is the role of local government? What are the essential things that need to be included for government to fulfill its purpose? Important. How do we measure success? Do we have things out there now that we're just paying for, but we have no idea if they're really working the way that we wanted to? What's the revenue going to be coming in? And finally, if we don't have the revenue coming in as we expect, then how are we going to prioritize things so that we drop off those things that are less important than others. I mean, I think we could all agree that our emergency services are right at the top. And I agree with Chairman Dargy that this year I have put employees first. We know that there's a shortage of workforce out there all around. So my attempt in going through the budget and trying to get for 5% has not been to cut the employees, but it's been to look at the other part of the budget that doesn't involve the employees, so we still have the workforce to get the work done, but that we can lower the budget to a 5% that makes it more palatable for people that go in to vote on that, so that they're not taking just a mark for a default budget. Because if they do that, we're going to have to cut more than the 94,000, and it's going to be more difficult. So that is my report, and at some point in time, I would like to make a motion that we reduce the budget by $94,000.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Pank?
Yes. The Budget Advisory Committee supports this warrant article 9-0. Speaking for the majority is Claudia Lemare.
The municipal portion of the budget has been carefully planned by town administration and reflects the current cost of operations for the town. The driving forces behind the increase from 2022 include future wage increases for town employees, increases in benefit costs, rising utility costs, and supply costs. The default budget is $17,041,768, or $249,300 below the proposed budget amount. The BAC does not support the default budget.
All right, thank you for that. Is there a presentation?
Mr. Bender.
Mr. Bender. Okay, one last time.
Right there. Slideshow, you just click on it. Okay. What's that? Technology, it's a wonderful thing. Good morning. We had a nice turnout, and we still do, and I appreciate everybody coming out on this frigid morning. It was minus 15 at my house. I don't know about everybody else. And let me also say it's great to be back for another deliberative session to present the budget. I mean that. I see you laughing. And we'll start with a little photo tribute to our emergency responders. Police, fire, ambulance, public works. Many of them are here today along with other town employees, and we thank everybody for the good work that they do. Hang on. So nothing's working. Whew. So as we work through our presentation, and there will be other people speaking, to talk about the operating budget, the debt service, our fund balance. I hope that you'll all agree with us that Milford's financial health
remains strong. This is my 6th budget that I've been able to work on for the town of Milford. Easily, this is the most difficult budget that we've had to prepare. Like other municipalities, and Chairman Dargy and Selectman Daniels addressed it in their comments, we've had some real difficulty retaining and attracting employees. The board addressed this with some wage adjustments this past year, and those really helped. Along with that, though, inflation and wage inflation have had a real impact in increased costs to the town. I think staff, in preparing this budget, worked really hard to minimize the increases and still deliver the level of service expected by town residents. So with that, our operating budget, as has previously been said, is $17,291,000, higher than we'd like it to be. It's $918,000 or 5.6% more than the 2022 budget of $16,372,000. The default budget at $17,041,000 is $249,000 less than the proposed operating budget. And as people have said before, we really feel like we need the proposed budget in order to deliver the services that town expects. There are some specific cost elements that are driving the increases year over year, and this slide is a summarization of those things. Wages and salaries at $117,000. This is a combination of a cost of living adjustment and some staff adjustments. Those staff adjustments actually reduce the impact of the cost of living increase. We reduced part-time and overtime wages in the budget by $20,000 each in one of our budget reductions to try to bring this budget down. We also address staffing so that, and I'll use police as the example. If we've had real trouble hiring police officers, and we know that we won't be able to get officers into the police academy until July. So we staged the hiring of those officers and the budget impact to match when we're going to hire those officers. The downside of that is next year, hopefully we're at full staff, and that comes back and you've got the full cost impact in the 2024 budget. And the impact of that, including benefits, is about $225,000. So just be aware of that. The 2022 wage adjustment at $215,000, our annual turnover rate among all employees has averaged 21% annually for over the past 3 years. It's huge, very difficult to maintain service. And our department heads worked really hard to deliver the services, even with that kind of turnover. The 29% relates to hourly employees. So 21% overall, but it's even higher among hourly employees. So that wage adjustment in DPW is about $57,000. In ambulance, it's $111,000. It's a big impact, but they helped us maintain a stable employment base. They did have these increases improved our employment status in town. And the board really, I compliment them. They did a nice job on this. The staff increases at Milford Fire Department, voters approved this in 2022, and this is the balance of the year after those people were hired last year. And then employee benefits at $225,000, just rate increases. This is inflation. health insurance, retirement, payroll taxes, etc. So you add just the first 4 items here, it's $665,000, or 72% of that budget increase. Additionally, we have debt service at $128,000. This is for the fire truck and the snow plow that voters approved last year. The library added $61,000, primarily wage-driven. And then you've got inflationary increases for electricity and salt. All total, these items, $917,000. Our budget increases $918,000. So those are the drivers. Okay. So I plan to go back to retirement shortly, later this month. And I'd like to introduce our incoming town administrator, Lincoln Daly, to continue the presentation. Good luck.
Thank you.
You want this? Okay. Okay.
2 things, and it's a privilege to work for the town of Milford, and I look forward to working with the board, the various commissions and committees moving forward. And hopefully next year I'll actually, with technology change, I'll actually inherit Mr. Bender's microphone to actually walk around next year. But I'm actually here to talk about, there we go, the proposed operating budget versus the percent of total budget. And what's worth noting is that, oh, thank you. What's worth noting is that 2/3 of the proposed operating budget is comprised of your first responders, your emergency services staff and equipment, and also public works. Next slide shows basically the cost allocation, cost breakdown of these percentages. And as you scroll down through the various expenses, 6.973 of the total budget, operating budget is comprised of emergency services. And again, for public works, it's 4.609. So of that 17.291 proposed operating budget, 11.5 million is comprised of these two areas. It's, and as stressed by Mr. Bender and also by Mr. Daniels, it's mainly 2 drivers are emergency services and public works. This slide shows the historic breakdown of operating budget versus actual. And what's important to note is that on average, the town has been very diligent in spending up to what was approved by the residents for the past 8 years. On average, the town spends about 98% or more of the actual approved budget during this period of time. And we estimate in 2022, the town again will spend up to 98.3% of the allotted or approved budget. Again, it's my first year doing this, so I have I was given a short responsibility, and I'll hand it over to Mr. Calabria, Finance Director, to finish the presentation. So thank you.
Thank you, Lincoln. Good morning, everybody. So first off, we have the default budget. As already described by previous presenters, we're at 17.2 for the operating budget. We're at 17.041 for the default budget, and as Claudia just mentioned, the BAC does not support the default budget. They support the operating budget. So the delta there is the 249 previously mentioned, and then the next section is the default budget of 2023, which is the 17.041, as compared to the operating budget for 2022. And again, Mr. Bender did a great job describing the drivers that drive that difference of 669. To encapsulate it even more, 548,000 is the Teamsters contract, health and insurance increases, wage and salary, employee benefits, and of course the 3 new firefighters approved at the 2022 town meeting. Add to that the debt increase for the fire truck and the dump truck, and you get the delta, close to that 669 that we showed as a difference. So, proposed tax impact of the 2023 proposed budget. The current municipal rate is 4.51. We have estimated non-tax revenue at $7,275,000. The selectmen, again, may use fund balance in the fall when we set the tax rate. Currently, we're just closing up all the entries for 2022. Sometime in September, we will have our final audit and we'll know what our final fund balance is, of which the selectmen may vote to use funds towards reducing the tax burden on the citizens. We're not getting a lot of help this year. The development was kind of stagnant in 2022. We're only looking at a 0.2% increase in net property assessed value. If the 2023 proposed budget were to pass and all warrant articles are approved, the rate would increase to $5.36 or an 18.8% increase. Debt. Our debt ratio continues to be very low. It's 20.4% of what we're statutorily allowed to have. So we're in very good position right now with our debt structure. The state of New Hampshire requires that the debt ratio cannot exceed 3% of our equalized value. So the maximum allowed would be 62 million, and right now we're just under 14 million. So we're in very good position right now with our debt structure. And then this is just a slide that dovetails off that. It shows what our actual debt is at the end of 2022 of 13.8. We did increase the 1 million for the fire truck and the dump truck. And then with our debt payments, we're down to an estimated debt at the end of 2023 in the amount of just under $12 million, which drops our percentage of allowed down to 19. And then in 2024, we're retiring some debt, mile slip and the police station bond, all but 20,000 of the police station bond. So our allowable debt will now be 18.7 estimated at the end of 2024. Fund balance and non-tax revenue. We have showed steady growth in fund balance from 2016 through 2022. The estimate at the end of 2022 is $4,001,000, which is 8.7% of town, school, and county net appropriation with some other added components in there. There's some debt service, and depending on if it goes up or down, it affects that number. In 2022, the board voted to use $750,000 from the undesignated fund balance to reduce the tax rate. In 2021, we used $1,144,000 to reduce the tax rate in 2021. Non-tax revenue increased by 5.2% in 2022 over the 2021 revenue. The estimated revenues for 2022 are just under $7 million. Projected revenues, as stated, is $7.275 million, which is comprised of state revenues, the room and meals tax being a big component of that, town clerk registration fees, interest income. As you know, the market's coming back up, so we're realizing more money in interest income. And of course, demolition fees continue. The revenue stream for demo fees continues to increase, along with community development is also seeing an increase in their revenue stream. And once again, the non-tax revenue includes also ambulance fees and the highway block grant. So that's what we have at this point, and I will turn it back over to the moderator.
All right, thank you very much. So with that, we've had the majority and minority reports for both the Budget Advisory Committee as well as the Select Board, and we can open up to the floor.
Good morning, Lynn Coakley, 322 Nashua Street. I would like to speak in favor of the budget as presented and against further cuts to the budget. I understand that Selectman Daniels is not going to cut further staff or salaries, and I commend that. My concern is that further cuts to this already very lean budget will lead to more staff turnover, as they will not have the materials, the equipment, and other support that they might need in order to continue to do their jobs for the town of Milford.
All right, thank you for that. Yes, sir.
So Tom Schmidt, Melindy Road. I don't enjoy paying property taxes more than anybody else, but I do applaud the board being able to keep the base budget to less than what inflation was for last year. So I applaud you guys for that.
Thank you.
Morning, Chris Labonte, Marcy's Way. I guess just a couple points I wanted to point out. Sorry about that. Just a couple points I wanted to point out. I guess just going back on the numbers on the budget, I believe it's a 5.6% increase, but I guess just some people I think need to understand that the remainder of the balance of money that we had from 22, we've already bought out part of the 23 budget. So in truth, there actually is a higher expenditure. So going forward, preparing the 24 budget, you're going to notice an even bigger increase in 24 because you're going to have to compensate what was used from 22 to pay to 23. So I guess that's just a point I wanted to make there, going down where the budget versus the actual history, where it shows at 98%. In truth, the year 2022 was actually much less due to the extreme surplus we had from all of the vacant positions. So that the board chose to put that towards the 23 budget instead of going back to the taxpayers, which is just one way of putting the money, and that's just one method of doing it. But just so that we know, going forward, 24 is going to be a harder year because of that. The other question I have and a concern that I had just comes down to the 7% cost of living adjustment. I know that it was spoken of the 29% turnover rate for the hourly employees. What my concern of that comes down to is, out of that turnover rate of the hourly employees, how many of those employees are actually going to be getting the 7%, or are they only going to be receiving the 3% union raise? I don't know if anybody can answer that or speak to that.
I think there's a question, Mr. Dodgy or Mr. Calabria?
I would direct that to our HR director, Karen Blow. She may know that. I'm not really sure. She provided the turnover numbers to us.
She did. Hopefully my question prepped them for this. The question was union versus
What my question was, as for the 29% turnover rate for hourly employees for last year, how many of those employees typically are going to be receiving the 7% cost of living raise, or are they only going to be getting the 3% union raise?
How many?
You have to speak into the mic, sorry.
Sorry. Right now we have, sorry.
You have
Right
to
now
face
we
this
have-
way. Don't look at Chris.
Okay,
I mean,
right
no
now we
offense, Chris.
Right now we have 23 Teamster positions, and then the AFSCME, I think there's 23 of those as well, or maybe 25. 19. But we have openings. So, I mean, percentage-wise, I'm not quite sure.
You still need to talk, look this way, yeah.
Sorry,
That's okay.
I'm not quite sure what the percentage, equals out to, as far as what the percentage of employees would get the 7%. Because it is, you've got a union contract, they negotiate it, and I mean, I think the teams, the AFSCME, if they go through, they're actually going to get a higher percentage for 2022, 3, and 4 than what the town will. The Teamsters negotiated a lower rate. So it just depends on, what the contracts say.
All right, thank you for that.
So with that being one of my concerns, I guess my question comes down to is, with that turnover rate being a lot, it was substantially high, I believe, from what's been said in DPW and wastewater. And those, I believe, won't fall under the 7%. So they'll only fall under the 3% as far as negotiated. Is there a way, if those departments or the town, meaning I understand the water utilities is different, and is there a way in this budget that if the money can be found, that either one of those can try and make those, for retention purposes, make those 3% up to the 7%?
Good. Thank you. Is that a question, or are you advocating?
That's a question.
Well, okay, I'll let Mr. Bender, I know the answer, but I'll let them speak. Go ahead.
Well, the board, I guess it's important to realize that the board addressed turnover at Public Works in 2022 with a mid-year increase. The total of that was $57,000, which would, the 3% is then on top of that. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Hi, Jennifer Sigrist, Osgood Road. Jennifer Sigrist, Osgood Road. I am also in favor of the current budget. Milford has a long history of deferred maintenance to every aspect of the town. And if you can find savings in the budget, I understand we're voting on a bottom line budget. Any money that you do find in savings, I urge the board to put towards any subsequent expendable trust for maintenance of the town or to handle any emergencies that come up. Not sure if everyone knows, but as a library trustee, I can tell you that just after the bond and budget hearing closed, the library's roof failed and the library was flooded. And so we just received the dire need for lots of work on that. So please keep the money that the town gives you and use it to the best ability that you can, rather than asking for more and more and more funds. So that's one way to save that 0.6% and use it in the best way possible. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Andrea Chappell, 498 Route 13 South. Mr. Moderator, Mr. Moderator, could we ask Selectman Daniels if he has, he spoke earlier that he would like to make a motion to reduce the budget by $94,000. Is there a specific cut or reduction to any line item that he has specifically earmarked in this reduction?
Okay, that's a fair question. Mr. Daniels?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Moderator. I have nothing specific at this time. I'm only looking at the fact that at 5%, it's the highest increase we've had in the budget in some time. Most of the times where Mr. Bender has been our town administrator, we're coming in at 1%, 2% increase. So my concern is that people are going to say 5% increase or 5.6% increase and just say no. If that's the case, then you're going to have to chop a lot more than 94,000 out. So my effort to try to get it down to 5% is just trying to make it more palatable to the voters to say, okay, we realize it's an off year, it's difficult, and you're trying your best to help us out while we have all these other high costs. But that's something I think that town administrator and the board would have to work out. And again, if we end up with the default budget, we're going to have to go through that exercise anyway, and we haven't identified what would be in the default budget if that ended up being the case.
Okay, that was my next question, is that have there been any discussion to date if we move into a default budget where we thought departments would see significant losses?
We really haven't had a breakdown of
Okay.
that. The furthest we've broken it down is I had asked for a breakdown of what you would cut for 5%. Out of that, the administration brought back 166,000 worth of reductions that the board unanimously agreed on, and there was $94,000 which had mainly to do with personnel that the board took their recommendation not to do.
Mm-hmm.
So it left that hole of 94,000 out of the 5% I was trying to get to.
Okay, all right. I thank you for your comments. I did actually want to speak to something that you had just mentioned about the last presentation that on the January 23rd meeting that was brought to the board. The last reduction of the budget was the 166,000, 8,000 of that was earmarked as actual cuts out of the budget, whereas the 158,000 was, as Mr. Bender spoke to earlier, deferments of the money because we knew we probably wouldn't have staff. I think I lost the mic.
Oh,
there it is.
there you
Okay.
go. All right.
Mr. Bender also said in his presentation today that we have $225,000 in staff if everything is staffed with this this year. That we will not have $225,000 next year in the 2024 budget, that we'll have to make up for that. So I have concerns. I guess I'm going to piggyback Mr. Labante's comments in that we are already using a carry forward this year for deferment, and then we're also short $225,000 in staff that we know we're going to need for 2024. So the budget as presented has deferments, but not actual cuts for the money. So I don't think that it sounds like anybody's really prepared to speak on where we would actually be looking for further cuts in the budget. But I am interested in knowing as a town resident, when difficult times get like this, positions that we haven't filled, staff that we haven't filled, are we looking to maybe not hire to keep these costs down? Or are we looking to continue hiring people and just pushing it off based on deferments? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Mr. Takacs.
Steve Takacs, Whitten Road. I do support Gary Daniels' amendment for two reasons. First of all, what he stated before, when people actually go into the voting booth, no matter what they say out in public, they're going to vote with their pocketbook. And if they see this huge increase, and I just found out about it, I talked to Mr. Bender yesterday, and he informed me about it, and he explained it, where it's going to and all that kind of good stuff, and that's wonderful, and I appreciate that. But when I go into the booth, I'm going to be looking to cut. That's just my natural thing to do. Mr. Daniels' proposal is very good in the fact that he recognizes that when people go into that voting booth, that they're going to vote their pocketbook, and they may just go to the default budget. That's number one. Number two, we have a huge surplus. Now, I know you used part of it to reduce taxes last year, but we still have a large surplus in the account. So if you have to repair the roof in the library and that kind of thing, that can come out of that surplus. That's what it's there for emergencies. I just think we should support Mr. Daniels' amendment.
Which technically he hasn't made yet.
But he did not?
Not quite yet, but we're talking about it. That's okay. We'll
Okay.
save it for later.
Sorry, I thought you did.
No, that's fine, Steve. No worries. Yeah, Mr. Friel.
No. Paul first, because he was before me.
Oh, yes, Mr. Dodgy, thank you.
We asked the administration to come back with potential cuts. We had a list of different things. Some we agreed with, and there were two that added up to the 94,000 that we did not agree with. One was to defer the 7% increase from the April 1st date that it normally is. All the town employees are on an April 1st review date. Deferred a month. Originally we were considering 2 months. So that was one potential cut. Another one would be to change it from 7% down to 6%, something like that. Both of those the board thought were not desirable. We were worried about morale in the town, and we do need to fix our problems with hiring and retention, and that would hurt it. The other cut that we discussed was changing the ambulance coverage on the weekends. Currently, we have 2 ambulances, Saturday and Sunday, I want to say 7 to 11, something like that. But changing it from 2 ambulances staffed to having just 1 ambulance staffed. And the problem with that is that most of the time you only have 1 ambulance go out, but there's times when you need 2 ambulances to go to calls. And if you don't have that second ambulance, then you have to rely on mutual aid. And mutual aid is slower by nature than responding ourselves. So our level of service to responding to calls would be less. So it's a public safety thing, but it does save some money. So the majority of the board felt that that particular cut was not desirable, and so we didn't vote for it. But that's an example of the kinds of things that we would have to do. There's painful cuts. If the proposed budget doesn't pass and we go to the default budget, we would have to do things like that and then additional things. All are undesirable, but if you have to get down to the number, you have to get down to the number.
Thank you for that. Mr. Sherman.
Jerry Sherman, Stable Road. I spent 3 years on the school board, 1 year as chairman back in the 90s, with a much bigger budget than this. The budget season, the budget process is horrible. A lot of painstaking work goes into it. And I remember I think every year, we'd get into that process and somebody on the board would say, well, just knock 10% off. And the rest of us would say, well, where are you going to take it? And they'd say, well, that's not my problem. Well, they're the administrators to do that. Well, it is the board's problem. It's the board's job to create that budget and make responsible recommendations. Simply cutting a percentage is irresponsible, I think. I support what the board has done. 5.6% is a lot lower than the rate of inflation. I commend them on doing that, and I support this budget.
All right, thank you. You can make it down.
What do I do?
Pull it down.
Rotate.
No.
Rotate.
Turn it, yeah.
There you go. Perfect. Sue, could you come closer to the mic? Hold on 1 second. I've been moving it. You may have inadvertently turned
Whack
it off.
on it a little bit. It might be off now.
It might.
It's a trial being short.
There's a green light. Does that mean anything?
There you go.
My name is Sue Carita, and I live on James Street, and I'd like to make 2 statements in favor of the proposed operating budget. First of all, I think we really have to get real. I wonder if Selectman Daniels has refused to buy eggs because their price has certainly gone up more than 5.6%. I mean, that's a reality. Everything we buy today costs more, and we have to just say, okay, suck it up or do without. But I think there are some things we do not want to do without, and those are the things that are in this budget. My second thought was, it's irresponsible to think, I think, that you could cut $90,000 from a budget that's already been carefully prepared. And I really would love to know what Mr. Daniels thinks are the proper things to cut from this already cut budget. And that's all I have to say.
That's very good. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator?
No. Mr. Duffy.
Jay Duffy, 491 Nashua Street. Just briefly, I just wanted to applaud Chairman Daniels and the committee. I think it's paramount that, as the chairman stated, that we do not cut the wages for these guys. It was heartfelt through Director Lassad, how he worked the budget for the DPW, and of course the ambulance with Mr. Shellberg. But I totally concur that for morale, for our reputation of the town, that we keep those wages. That's the last thing that we need to touch.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Daniels.
Mr. Moderator, I've got a blinking red light here.
Yeah, mine
So-
was. I just hit the button, I think.
Oops.
Okay. Mr. Moderator, I would like to move a figure of $17,197,068 on the town operating budget.
Is there a second for that?
I'll second.
Thank you. The motion is to amend warrant Article 4 to $17,197,068. Mr. Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Not to extend this out too long. I am supporting the 5% increase in the budget, but I think we need to understand where we are too. There's a risk. The higher your budget is, the more the risk that the people are going to go for the default budget. If they go for the default budget, the board and the administration is going to be looking to cut $249,300, not $94,000. So what I'm asking for is the reduction of $94,000. We would have to work together to find that, just as we would have to if we were doing the default budget. But I believe that gives us a better chance at getting the operating budget past the voters than the higher percentage that it is now. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. Mr. Friel.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So I've been doing this for a few years now, and I just want to say that every year, money has been taken out of fund balance to change and lower the tax rate, basically every single year. And at some point, you have to stop doing that. You have to start spending, within your limits. And although, yes, there might be millions of dollars sitting in that account, it's there for emergencies. And if we keep using it on a yearly basis to defer these costs that are ever increasing every year, it's going to put you in a spot where you're not going to have anything in fund balance anymore. The state requires you to have a certain amount. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't use it when absolutely necessary, but we just went through the last couple years getting radios for the police department and critical infrastructure that needed to be done. And to sit there and maybe possibly say that we need to use the fund balance to offset spending when we have a chance to maybe curb it on our own. I think you have to be careful just relying on the fund balance.
All right, thank you. Yes.
Karen Blow, HR for Town of Milford. I guess my concern with the cut of 90,000 is that it's going to ultimately trickle down to affecting the employees in some manner, shape, or form. We had 29 full-time positions that we kind of lost last year. About 50% were non-union. The other 50% were union. Attrition costs something. The police department, we looked at cost per employee to replace. Police department, you're talking $67,000 before an employee is able to be solo in the field. It takes a year. I just don't know that it's prudent. We keep, at the beginning of this year, I think we were, I believe if I'm correct, and I'd check with Chief Flaherty, the call fire, we're starting at $7, $8, $9 an hour. With some of the changes we put through in October, we got them up to about $11 an hour. These are the people that, the call fire 1 and 2s, these are the people that go in, save your lives, save your homes, save your children. That's just not right. We pay Dunkin' Donuts staff more than that. So, there are definite hiccups in the pay scale that need to be adjusted, and we're trying to do that. We're trying to do that. Yes, the general public is going to see the increase, and they're going to, kind of balk at that a little bit, and it's going to hit their pocket. But almost every single employee, not every single, but almost a good portion of our employees are our citizens, are our community. They're going to see that increase as well in the community. Their food's going up, their rent's going up, their mortgages, all of the stuff is rising on them as well. They need to be able to have some substantial pay. And I'm just afraid that trying to get that 90,000 now, that I think the board, over the course of the year, voted 5-0 as far as all the increases. Taking that $90,000 now is ultimately going to come out of the pocket of the employees. I don't know where else it could come from, and I'm not for that. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Chris Labonte, Marcy's Way. I guess I just wanted to address a little bit. Somebody mentioned something about using fund balance, that the board could utilize money to pay down the tax rate, if you want to say, as the year goes on. Just looking at the projected balance, in the fund balance at the end of 23, it's $4 million, or give or take 8%. I believe the percentage rate that the board normally tries to stay in is between 5 and 15%, generally speaking around 7 or 7.5. Saying it at that, the $4 million is at 8%. There's not really much to pull out of fund balance to offset the taxes. So I guess just to keep that concept from your back pocket, as far as to say the board can use that money, well, they could, but if they put the equivalent of the $750,000 they did to the 22, we'll be well below the recommended amounts, which obviously isn't recommended.
All right, thank you. Mr. Friel.
Thanks, Mr. Moderator. I think one more thing you guys also have to think about when you're taking this vote is that if you don't lower it as much as possible now, you will be getting hit hard next year. I don't know if anybody's thinking that far ahead, or we just think about what's going on right here. But you're going to be looking at a substantial increase next year. And you can't just keep going to fund balance for it. So you don't want to pay it now, or you don't want to save it now. It's going to be paid for later on.
Thank you. 1 second. John, could you lower that shade to your left? Yes, thank you. Yes, Ms. Mitchell.
Yes. So in the 13 odd years I've been doing this, more often than not, we take from fund balance. Last year, we took quite a bit from fund balance, which I disagreed with. Many on the budget committee disagreed with. We didn't have a year that was where we were in much of a pinch as we are now. So I guess my first question is possibly for Mr. Calabria is, how much could we take from fund balance this year and still keep us within the safe limits? Then we could possibly figure out what is left that we would need to find. Because I think weighing the difference between taking what we can from fund balance and the Board of Selectmen having to go find 90-odd thousand seems like a good exercise.
Yes, Mr. Calabria.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Excellent question, Karen. I put in the narrative for the slide that was up earlier that the selectmen may take money out of fund balance. Every year is unique. In 2021, when we took the $1,144,000, it was because we got some the New Hampshire CARES Act money from the pandemic, which was about $350,000 of money we were already taxing our residents on for emergency salaries. The state saw the benefit in doing that because they might have to turn the money back to the federal government. It was a pass-through. So we virtually took almost everything we got in those funds that were already taxed to the people to reduce the tax rate in the subsequent year. So every year is different, and a lot of it is driven, unfortunately, by a problem we've been talking about since we started talking about the operating budget, and that is vacant positions in this town. We're trying to recruit positions for people who leave. We're trying to retain the employees that we have. And this is just really a microcosm of what happens when we can't retain staff. We end up with surplus, and we give it back at the next year's fund balance. We give it at the next year out of the fund balance to reduce the tax burden, because the board gets all the data. They look at the reserve levels that are recommended not only by the state but by town policy and the New Hampshire government finance officers. So for this year, I didn't put anything in there as a prospective withdrawal because we don't know. We won't know what the final balance is going to be until probably in September. At that point, I'll present all the data to the board, and the board will make a recommendation.
Thank you. So I think that's a very important point to make, is whether or not we know yet what we can take. But asking the board to find another 90,000 is a monumental task, and it may not seem like it with a $17 million budget, but it really is. And I think that Karen Blow expressed is that to attract and to retrain costs exponentially more than it does to retain. And we're in a situation where we need this budget to pass. I share Mr. Daniels' concerns about it going default. We don't, on the Budget Committee, support the default budget. I don't know how much of a difference 0.6% will make for the voters. I think there's a consensus out there of concern for everybody's wallet as they go to purchase groceries and gasoline and rent and mortgages and so forth. So I guess my comment, I'll wrap it up by saying, is think about, will 0.6, will $90,000 make that much of a difference, do you think, to the voters versus what it will make to these town employees and services that have to be cut and cause further retention issues?
Thank you. Any other questions or comments on the proposed amendment? All right, so we'll take a vote on the proposed amendment, which is to bring the town operating budget to $17,197,068. All those in favor, please raise your card. Thank you. Anyone opposed? All right, the motion fails, the amendment fails. Any other questions about or comments on the operating budget? All right, so with that, I'll instruct the town clerk to place warrant Article 4 on the ballot as originally worded. Next article is, and I think it'd be best if we can take up the two operating budgets before we take a break for lunch. So let's go on to warrant article about the water. The wastewater department operating budget of, shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $2,677,050 to operate and maintain the wastewater treatment facility and the sanitary sewer collection system. Said appropriation to be offset by income received from wastewater user charges or to take any other action relative thereto. Should this article be defeated, the default budget shall be $2,565,859, which is the same as last year with certain adjustments required by previous actions of the town. Is that moved? Moved and seconded by the board. Do you want to speak to it, or? Yeah. Well, Mr. White?
The 2023 wastewater department operating budget, the overall wastewater budget of $2,677,050 is increased by 4.98% for budget year 2023. This wastewater budget is funded solely by user fees. In the preparation of the 2023 budget includes expected 7% non-union, 3% Teamster merit salary increases. There is going to be an increased $16,000 in this budget due to new asset management program. And just to reiterate, Wilton is responsible for 14.89% of all debt that involves a sewer plant and main interceptor coming into the plant. There are no, there is a warrant article that we are requesting prior to an article number 3 of $23,956,000. We are going to be using our capital reserve fund to purchase a Kubota tractor replacement of $32,000. And we have, as of 10/6/2022, in our sewer capital reserve fund, $433,633.23. And also in our budget in 2023, capital reserve monthly contributions will be $10,000 per month for a yearly total of $120,000.
Thank you. Mr. Pank?
The Budget Advisory Committee supports this warrant article 9-0. Speaking for the majority is Mike Thornton.
The increased cost is to be borne entirely by the ratepayers. Therefore, there is no tax impact. Cost increases are due to the increased cost of electrical power and the increased cost to transmit and deliver the power, the increased cost of chemicals, and the increased costs of basic operations required to treat Milford sewerage.
All right, thank you for that. We'll open up the floor to any discussion. All right. You did good. There's no discussion. All right, so with that, I'll instruct the town clerk to place warrant Article 5 on the ballot as originally worded. We'll move on to warrant Article 6, which is the the Water Department operating budget. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $2,083,269 to operate and maintain the Water Department, said appropriation to be offset by income received from water user charges, or take any other action relative thereto. Should this article be defeated, the default budget shall be $1,775,670, which is the same as last year with certain adjustments required by previous actions of the town or by law. Mr. White, or Mr. Pouliot.
The overall water budget of $2,083,269 is an increase of 22.6% from the previous year. The biggest increases are due to 7% for non-union employees, 3% for Teamsters.
Can you bring the mic closer to
I'm sorry. The biggest reason for the increase is we are now budgeting $200,000 a year for water main replacements within the town. There are no warrant articles, and the capital reserve as of 10/6/22 is $487,480.59. There's $120,000 that will be put into capital reserves on a monthly basis.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Pank.
Yes. The Budget Advisory Committee supports the warrant article 9-0. Speaking for the majority is Mike Thornton.
The cost increases are related to the increased cost of electrical power and the cost to transmit and deliver that power, the increased cost of chemicals, and the basic operations required to treat Milford's drinking water. The increased cost also includes $200,000 for water main replacement.
All right, thank you for that. Any questions or comments? Any discussion on the Water Department operating budget? All right. There is none, so I will instruct the town clerk to place warrant Article 6 on the ballot as originally worded. We still got a few... Oh,
Mr. Moderator?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Segrist. I'll take that back if you have something to say.
I'd like to make a motion to restrict further consideration.
Sorry, which articles are you making a motion to restrict reconsideration?
All the previous ones we just covered.
4 through 6.
Prior.
4 through 6.
4 through 6.
3. Did we
Okay.
do 3? I don't think we did 3.
Articles 4, 5, and 6.
And 3. We didn't do 3.
Including 3.
And, no, 3 was with
We did
24.
34. We didn't do 3, or 24, whatever it is.
We did 3 and 24 together.
Did we do 3 and 24? I didn't think we did. I don't think we did. It wouldn't hurt to do it again. I don't remember. Do it again.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to restrict further consideration for Articles 3, 4, 5, and 6.
That's correct. Very good. So, and you all know what she's talking about.
Point of order.
All right.
Okay.
All right,
Point
thank
of
you.
order.
So we're moving to restrict reconsideration on
Mr.
Articles.
Moderator, point of order.
Yes, Mr. Daniels.
Article number 6, I don't think that has been moved to put on the ballot yet.
I did, just as she came up.
Okay,
Thank you. Good catch. I'm glad you asked. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration of Articles 3, 4, 5, and 6, please raise your card. Anyone opposed? All right, we've restricted reconsideration. Thank you. We got a few minutes, so we'll keep you from lunch for a moment longer. Warrant Article 7, the fire engine replacement, a 7-year lease purchase. Shall the town vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to enter into a 7-year lease purchase agreement in the amount of $755,000 for the lease purchasing of a fire engine pumper with appropriate equipment for fire department operation to replace the current 1993 Pierce Sabre engine pumper. Furthermore, to raise and appropriate $124,665 for the first year's payment for this purpose. Mr. Dodgy.
I move that warrant Article 7 be placed on the ballot.
And that's seconded by Mr. Finan. Thank you.
I'm calling on Selectwoman Laura Duziak to give the majority report on this warrant article.
Thank you. Approval of this article would allow for a new primary first-line response vehicle and shift 3 other vehicles in the current fleet. Engine 4 would be retired. Engines 2 and 3 are identical in design and year and are currently first-line engines. 1 would be retired and the other moved to reserve status. The replacement for Rescue 1, which is a combination rescue pumper, will be placed in service before this change and will allow the department to maintain 4 pumps in the fleet while addressing the issue of severely aging apparatus. Currently, 3 of the 4 engines operated by the Milford Fire Department are not aligned with industry standards promulgated by the National Fire Protection Association. The purchase of this vehicle would bring the department closer to meeting best practices by ensuring that all of the first-line units are less than 15 years in service.
All right, thank you for that.
The Budget Advisory Committee supports this warrant Article 9, nothing. Speaking for the majority is myself. The 1993 Pierce Sabre is currently 30 years old and 15 years past the NFPA recommendations for an engine pumper. Replacing the truck will allow the town to reduce the fleet by 1 engine pumper, thus reducing the maintenance budget and lowering the overall CIP capital outlay. The reduction in the fleet will not affect the ISO rating. We accomplished this by adding a pump to Rescue 1. The 2 trucks purchased in 2006, Engine 2 and 3, are 17 years old and 2 years over NFPA recommendations and see the most mileage and wear and tear for our department. The current CIP schedule has them due for replacement in 2025 and 2027. The proposed replacement would eliminate the need for them to be replaced and push the next truck to be replaced in 2028, 2029. Keep in mind that the lead time for apparatus is nearly 3 years. Note, beginning in 2025, or the year we take delivery, this vehicle has an estimated taxpayer impact of $6.02 on an assessed valuation of $100,000.
Very good, thank you. Any questions or comments?
Steve Tackus on Witten Road. This $755,000, I assume, does not include interest. Am I correct?
Yes.
Can you answer that? I didn't hear it.
That's correct.
Do you have some estimate of how much interest will be over this 7-year period?
Hi, may I,
Mr. Calabria.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Bless you.
The estimated interest payments will be about $106,000.
Okay, so we're actually, the warrant article really should be, you said how much?
$106,000.
So it's actually $860,000.
$860,000, that is correct.
That's what you're actually asking for. I just want the taxpayers to know that this figure is, okay, it's going to be $860,000 is what you're voting on.
That's correct. And also, it's an estimate because if we take delivery in 2025 or 2026, we have no idea what the lease rates will be. They could be substantially less.
I understand.
All right, thank you for that. Yes, come right up.
Judy Hohenadel, Mason Road. I'm just wondering, what happened to the 93 vehicle that we're getting rid of when we finally do this?
Okay.
Does that get sold and we get the money for it, or do we recycle it, or what?
Well, Chief Flaherty is coming up. I think he can answer the question for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. There's three options. We could put it in a seal bid to anybody in the community or anybody in the country to bid on. We could turn it over to the White Farm, or we could use it as trade-in value for the vehicle, all which would be negotiated towards the sale when we get to the price of that truck. So again, the tax impact wouldn't be 2025, 2026, but we're going to lock in today's pricing at 755, and next year the price increase is 7 to 9%, and thereafter every year. So if we wait 3 more years, we're going to be well over $130,000 more for the truck when we take delivery. If that's why we propose to do it this year.
Mr. Moderator?
Is that I'm sorry, Mr. Friel.
Just a quick question. Who decides on what you do with that vehicle? Does it go to the board at the time, or you?
We would just sit down all together and make that decision where that money would be well spent. So we could either use it as to go back to general fund,
Yeah.
or we could try to put it towards, depending on if the dealership would take the vehicle and trade to lower the price of the truck.
Right, but the conversation would happen within a boardroom in front of the
Absolutely.
board? Yeah,
Absolutely.
okay. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Dodgy.
Yeah, I think the point is that the vehicle has very little value, and so it's not a significant point at this time.
So
It's a
estimates
detail
about
in the
$3,000 to
transaction.
$4,000 for the 93 and the 2006s. I don't know what that will be when there, but maybe 10,000. It's not a considerable amount of money because they are so far out of date.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bob Labonte again. If the value is 3,000 to 4,000, I hope my name is on the first top of the list.
All right, thank you. I think they'll remember that.
It'll be all rusted out by the time we get to
Okay, any other discussion?
his name will be first on the list of buyers.
There is none. So with that, I'll instruct the town clerk to place warrant Article 7 on the ballot as originally worded. It's now 5 minutes of 12. We'll take a break, and I'll give you a couple extra minutes. We'll resume promptly at 12:30.
Yeah.
8.31.
Give it a
try. 2-minute round.
That's loud.
Wow, I just made it.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. We will resume our deliberations on the annual town Milford warrant. We'll begin with warrant Article 8, which is the reconstruction of town roads. This is my favorite one because it's the shortest in language. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $400,000 to reconstruct or repair town roads? Mr. Dodgy.
I move that warrant Article 8 be put on the warrant. I move that warrant Article 8 be posted on the warrant.
And that's seconded, thank you.
300 and change.
The selectmen voted 4-1 in favor of this. Speaking for the majority is me. The roads in town continue to be largely in poor condition because we have underfunded their maintenance for many years. The general town budget has about $320,000 of road repair funding in it, but this is nowhere near what is needed to keep up with the deterioration that occurs each year on our 92 miles of roads. Very roughly, we need to spend about $1 million a year to properly maintain our roads. The additional funds in this warrant article will add to the base budget funding to get us to a funding level that is closer to what is needed to not fall further behind in average road conditions. Continuing to defer road maintenance makes the total cost higher over time, since it is much more expensive to rebuild a road that has failed than it is to do preventative maintenance regularly. While this is a difficult year, a majority of the Board of Selectmen believe that it is important to fund road maintenance at a higher level than is in the base budget. There is a diagram in the town hall entrance near the town clerk's office that shows the roads that are planned for maintenance in the coming years. Speaking for the minority is
Me.
Selectman Daniels.
Yes,
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Daniels,
Moderator.
right ahead.
With this article, my opposition to it is the process in which we are going about it. In the past, we bought a piece of software system called Cartograph. And in that process, we mapped all the roads in town, and we were able to prioritize which ones were the worst to the best. And we used that process to determine which roads were going to be paved. When this article started out, it had it in there that we would spend the $400,000, but the roads would be prioritized according to Cartograph. In the process of deliberating all that, those words were taken out. So when we decided we weren't going to use this $75,000 system that we had bought before, but now we're just going to willy-nilly go and choose which roads we think are the worst. So there's no guarantee that the $400,000 that's being appropriated are actually going to go to the worst roads, because it's not something that's scientifically showing that it's best, that's the worst road around. It's not prioritized, and that's my opposition to it. Was we had a process that we could use in determining this, but now that has gone away with the passage of this article, and as such, it just kind of leaves it pretty ambiguous as to which roads will be done without a guarantee that it would be the worst roads in town.
Very good, thank you. Mr. Pank?
The Budget Advisory Committee supports this warrant article 9-0. Speaking for the majority, Peg Seward.
On warrant article number 8, roads and sidewalk upkeep and repair are crucial to our town's infrastructure and safety. It is an ongoing process yearly to get caught up in paving and then continue to maintain what roads have been done. As a non-lapsing warrant article, any money not spent in the year will carry over to 2024. The DPW has approximately $300,000 in its budget for supplies to do the work, but in past years, we have required as much as $650,000 plus to do the year's work.
All right, thank you for that. Mr. Duffy?
Hi, Jay Duffy, Nashua Street. Just a brief comment. I'm certainly in favor of this article. I'd like to applaud the DPW this past year since the leadership of Director Lasad. As we all know, or as we've all witnessed, our roadways, our sidewalks over the past decade under previous leadership has really been badly neglected, namely Mount Vernon Street, Amherst Street. There's many other places. I have a huge amount of confidence with Director Lasad's leadership and his experience and background regarding spending of this money, and knowing that he's not willy-nilly deciding where this money, willy-nilly, as it was stated earlier. I'm sure that he's going out after the roads that need it, to prioritize, and I'm confident in his leadership, and the DPW does a fantastic job. I mean, what's been accomplished in the past year in this town is, in my estimation, has been outstanding.
All right, thank you.
Leo Lasad, Director of Public Works. Going to the minority, we are still using Cartograph. It's a complicated system for me to get a hold of because I can't spend 100% of my time on it. But what I do, I got 40 years of paving under my belt in road construction. What I did is got together with Jim, the Director of Water and Sewer, and we are establishing areas where water pipes and infrastructure has got to get done, which Cartograph doesn't pick up. They just pick up road surface. And where he's got to replace pipes, I figure out my drainage, make sure my drainage has got to get upgraded there or not, and then we pave that road. So hand in hand, the Director of Water and myself, we go, that's what the map shows. It shows areas where he's going to be getting into for water, and I'm going to get right back into that. But we are using Cartograph as a facility maintenance thing. The new foreman I have is very much into it, and all the projects, everything we do gets dumped into it, and so we are still using it. I had the option to get rid of it when I got here because I didn't understand it, and it was very hard to operate. It's like a DOS almost, and but I wanted to give it, the town had so much money into it. I'm a resident, so I wanted to give it 100%, and I did, and I'm glad I did. So we are still using Cartograph. It's just that we're using common sense better. That's under the road.
Very good, thank you. Mr. Dodgy.
Yeah, I'd like to speak on the same point. The Cartograph system was something that we hired, I want to say 5 or 6 years ago, to do an analysis of all the town roads. And basically, there's a special car that drives around with video monitors that records the average condition of the roads as it drives all the roads in town. And it has sensors looking for failures in the road, potholes or cracks and whatever. And it's a very large database about the roads. But it was a point in time. They went around and did all this survey work. Then it's kind of like Google Maps. There's when they have the street scenes, it's for a particular date, and sometimes they're old and sometimes they're new. But the Cartograph system is getting older now, and things have changed in the ensuing years. So the data's there. Mr. Lassard does take into account when he's doing it, but there's other things that come into play. And the way it was worded before, we kind of required them to just choose the roads to be done based on the Cartograph. And that's not appropriate today. The data's a little bit older, and like Mr. Lassard said, it needs to coordinate the work with the water and sewer groups so that they're doing things in tandem. That they'll replace the sewer lines, then they'll pave the roads right afterwards. And it makes more sense to coordinate it and not based it on just whatever the Cartograph says is the worst road in town.
Very good, thank you. Anyone else? Mr. White.
Yeah, Dale White, 50 Emma Street. I definitely support this article. In today's world, in construction, $400,000, though it's costly, it adds to the tax base. It's still not a lot of money. It's nowhere near enough money. But if we can get $400,000 this year and continue that, and maybe even increase that as time goes on, infrastructure is so important. It just, there's so many pieces and parts to just infrastructure. It's not just paving of the road, it's reclaiming the roads, there's curbing, there's sidewalks, there's water and sewer, there's many aspects of it, and we have not probably put the money and effort into that part of our tax base over the years as we should, but we need to do that because it doesn't get better with time. It's not like wine. It deteriorates. And just with that thought process, I definitely support it, and I'm hoping in the years to come the selectmen put more of an effort into looking at some more money towards the infrastructure.
Very good, thank you. Anybody else? All right, there are no other comments, so I'll instruct the town clerk to place warrant article 8 on the ballot as originally worded. We'll move on to warrant article 9, has to do with the replacement ambulance. Shall the town vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to enter into a 5-year lease purchase agreement for $409,000 for the purpose of lease purchasing one ambulance with the appropriate equipment for ambulance department operation to replace the current 2013 3A Lifeline ambulance, and to raise and appropriate $125,000 $5,800 from the Ambulance Replacement Capital Reserve Fund as a down payment to reduce the lease purchase price. Furthermore, to raise and appropriate $60,820 for the first year's payment for this purpose. Mr. Dodgy.
Thank you. I move that warrant Article 9 be placed on the town warrant.
That's seconded. Thank you.
Okay. The Board of Selectmen voted 3-2 to support this warrant article. Speaking for the majority is Selectwoman Laura Duziak.
Thank you. Approval of this article would allow for the replacement of the 2013 A ambulance as a frontline ambulance. The 3A currently has 234,929 miles on the odometer, with the rebuilt engine having 73,000 miles. The 3B ambulance would be moved to a backup role in the event one of the two frontline ambulances is out of service. The department currently operates a fleet of 3 ambulances, with 2 of them in frontline service on 10-year cycles, followed by 5 years in a backup role as a spare ambulance. Moving to a 5-year ambulance replacement cycle would eliminate purchasing 2 ambulances at one time.
Speaking for the minority is Selectman Friel.
Although the ambulance fleet of 3 vehicles is on a 5-year rotation within the CIP, it is the minority's position that this year we do not support the purchase of the replacement ambulance. With the proposed operating budget currently around 5.6% higher than the previous year, the minority feels the purchase of the ambulance should be postponed to offset a potentially large tax increase to its local businesses and residents.
All right, thank you for that. Mr. Pank.
Yes. The Budget Advisory Committee supports the warrant Article 6-3. Speaking for the majority is Vanessa Sheehan.
This article would allow for the withdrawal and use of $125,800 from the previously established Ambulance Capital Reserve Fund towards an ambulance vehicle replacement. This new ambulance would replace the current 2013 Braun ambulance. It would not necessarily fund the entire apparatus so much as to allow for a lesser amount of bond at the time of purchase. If the warrant to purchase a new ambulance passes, this balance will be used towards the purchase of the ambulance. This article has an estimated tax impact of $2.55 per 100,000 home value.
Speaking for the minority, Peg Seward.
The proposed ambulance, which is to be traded in, received a new transmission recently and could be kept as the ready spare, which is rarely used except if one of the other 2 vehicles is out of service for maintenance. The minority recommends that we would wait 1 more year to get staffing stable, as there has been a void in some of the positions. I think you've hired recently, though, Eric, right? And secure, and once again cover 2 vehicles 24/7. In other words, 24 hours, 7 days per week, which you had been only having 1 ambulance at night, 11 to 7, right? Also, equipment should be paid out of the budget, as the Capital Reserve Fund was initially set up for vehicles, not to replace stretchers, etc.
All right, thank you for that. Any other questions? Yeah, Director Schelberg.
Oh, yeah.
Eric Schelberg, Ambulance Department Director. Just a wording point. There is a comment in here on the 3rd line after 3A. It says Lifeline Ambulance. I'm not sure if it makes any difference, but it is a Braun ambulance. Not sure if that would affect in any way this warrant.
It's what brand? Is it different?
Called a Braun, B-R-A-U-N, versus a Lifeline ambulance. Not sure if that would impact in any way how this is written and or voted on.
Good question. Let's, you're pondering it in the back row over there.
May we have it in this?
Mr. Calabria.
Yeah, on advice of council, we should amend the warrant article to reflect the proper name of the ambulance.
Then I would, or
Go right ahead.
board would be, if it's appropriate for the board to make that adjustment, or I would,
They'll probably second it for you.
changing the wording from Lifeline to Braun.
All right, thank you for that. Is there a second? It is seconded, thank you.
Yep.
Good catch, appreciate that. Is there any other discussion? We have an, yes, Ms. Mitchell.
Yes, I would like to note that for both the fire engine and for the ambulance, these warrants have been adjusted to not pay for the vehicles until delivery. That being said, just in the Board of Selectmen with a minority comment discussing the 5.6% increase potentially this year, this vehicle will not affect this year. This vehicle will affect upon delivery, which is not until 2025. So if this didn't go through this year and we put it on again next year, now you're delaying it even more. So you'd be way off your 5-year rotation. So I just want to make a point that there's no tax impact this year and next year. No tax impact till potentially 2025 upon delivery. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Levante.
Levante, Marcy's Way. I guess I just wanted to just point out another thing, that Milford Ambulance has never actually been on a 5-year replacement yet. That is one thing that we're trying to do, that the town is trying to do. I just wanted to point it out. It's not so much that it's breaking the cycle. Obviously, our ambulances are 2013, 2013, and 2020, so we have not been on a 5-year cycle yet.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Takacs.
Steve Takacs, Whitten Road. Again, I'd like to know, what is the interest over this 5-year period on this ambulance?
Mr. Calabria already has his hand up before I turned around.
Well, I was going to say.
Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. It would be $26,779.
Okay, so we're looking for, basically, the taxpayers should know that we're actually looking for about $430,000. That's all I wanted. But
All right, thank you. Point well made. All right, anything else? All right, so we have an amendment, I think everybody will agree, to change the words Lifeline Ambulance to Braun Ambulance, which is a brand name. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your card. Thank you. Is there anyone opposed? Really wants a Lifeline ambulance? No? Okay, the motion passes, the amendment passes. Any other discussion? Okay, with that, I'll ask the town clerk to place warrant Article 9 on the ballot as amended. Warrant Article 10, the AFSCME police contract. Shall the town vote to approve the cost items included in the police officers' collective bargaining agreement, reached between the Board of Selectmen and Local 3657 of the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, AFSCME, for contract years 2023, 2024, 2025, 2026, those years being 1st April through 31 March, which calls for the following increases in salaries and benefits, and to further raise and appropriate the sum of $175,398 for fiscal year 2023. Said sum represents the additional costs over those of the current appropriation at current staffing levels paid in the expiring agreement. Mr. Dodgy.
I move that warrant Article 10 be placed on the warrant.
And that's seconded, thank you.
The board voted 5-0 to support this warrant article. I'll be speaking for the majority. The Board of Selectmen is unanimously in support of the work achieved by our negotiating team to develop and negotiate a contract that is fair and agreed to by all parties. This is a 3-year agreement covering the years 2023, 2024, 2025, and 2026, from April 1st in the first year to March 31st in the last year. The increase in salaries and benefits are, in 2023, $175,000, $398, which is based on an 8% wage increase that goes into effect on April 1st, 2023. In 2024, $122,354, which is based on a 4% wage increase that goes into effect April 1st, 2024. 2025, $104,155, which is based on a 3% wage increase that goes into effect April 1st, 2025. In 2026, $33,539, This is a lower number because it only covers the first 3 months of 2026.
Very good, thank you. Mr. Pank?
Yes. The Budget Advisory Committee supports this warrant article by a vote of 9-0. Speaking for the majority is Karen Mitchell.
The Board of Selectmen and AFSCME, American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, has successfully negotiated a contract for salaries and benefits for the years 2023 through 2026. The yearly increase in raises will follow the schedule of 8%, 4%, 3%, beginning on April 1st of 2023. The cost increase for 2023 is estimated to be $175,398. If approved, will be part of the 2023 operating budget.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other discussion? Okay, there is none. So with that, I'll ask the town clerk to place warrant Article 10 on the ballot as originally worded.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes,
I'd like to
Mr.
move we restrict reconsideration of Articles 7, 8, 9, and 10.
Okay, is there a second for that? It is seconded. That's non-debatable. The motion is to restrict reconsideration of Articles 7, 8, 9, and 10. All those in favor, please raise your card. Thank you. Anyone opposed? All right, we restricted reconsideration of 7, 8, 9, and 10. We'll move on to warrant Article 11, the bandstand renovation. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $90,000 for the purpose of renovating the Pillsbury Bandstand on the Milford Oval? There will be an expected $30,000 in private donations to offset this expenditure. The Board of Selectmen are hereby authorized to apply for, obtain, and accept federal, state, and other aid, if any, which may be available for said project, and to comply with all laws applicable to said project, to take any and all action necessary to carry out any vote hereunder, or any other action relative thereto. Mr. Dodgy.
I move that warrant Article 11 be placed on the warrant.
And that's seconded, thank you.
The Board of Selectmen voted 3-2 to support this warrant article. I'll be speaking for the majority. The iconic Pillsbury Bandstand, located on the town's common known as the Oval, was built in 1896 and has had occasional maintenance since then. It has been a long while since it was last renovated, and it has fallen into disrepair. In 2021, the New Hampshire Preservation Alliance included it in their annual list of 7 to Save, which identifies properties of historical significance that need and deserve a proper renovation. A detailed review of the work that is needed to renovate the structure using historically appropriate methods was conducted last summer, and it was estimated that it would cost very roughly $90,000 to do a proper job. A fundraising effort led by the Heritage Commission was done to partially offset the cost of these renovations. There has been over $30,000 raised to date, which is reflected in the tax impact calculation that is currently shown on the ballot. A majority of the board supports this project. And I'll be having a modification approval later.
Okay.
Speaking for the minority is Selectman Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. There's a 62-page report that was put out by Ironwood Restoration, and they did a thorough job in going through and identifying the deficiencies in the Pillsbury Bandstand. As I read through that, it struck me that it appears that you could probably do the restoration on that bandstand in a systematic way, a strategic way by building from the ground up, but also doing it through fundraising. I mean, right now we have raised $42,000 in fundraising toward that project. I don't think you really need the whole $90,000 to start to do the project, but you could start out with the money that you have. There are things like balls that are on tops of posts that I'm sure the pictures show that it's a separate piece that is probably taken off and crafted and then attached back on the post. So what I'm saying is that the report does not say that you could not do this in a strategic manner by starting to build with the money that you have, continue to fundraise, and as you get the money to fix other things, do it at that time. And that way, you're able to spend the $90,000 without hitting the taxpayers further. I agree that we need to restore the bandstand. It is a critical part of what Milford is, and pictorial especially. So I just think there's other ways you can do it rather than hitting the taxpayers for, in this case, $60,000 or whatever is needed.
All right, thank you for that. Mr. Pank?
Yes. The Budget Advisory Committee supports this warrant article 7-2. Speaking for the majority, Paul Bartomucci.
Similar to what Mr. Dargy was speaking of, the historic Milford Bandstand, originally a gift from the Honorable A.E. Pillsbury, was constructed in 1896 by the local carpenter Bill Woods and many of the town residents. Over many years, this iconic historic structure has been used for various special events, including but not limited to concerts and a variety of important public gatherings. The Heritage Commission and the Milford Historical Society are leading the effort to repair this iconic landmark. The bandstand is a symbol of Milford, and pictures of the bandstand can be found on the town web pages and various signs and insignia in town. An assessment of the project and an estimate of the scope of the work necessary for its completion have been finished. Funding in the form of grants, donations, and contributions for the restoration of this historic landmark are in the process of being secured. Support for this warrant article will go a long way towards the restoration and the effort to keep this iconic bandstand around for the next 100 years.
Speaking for the minority, Kevin Hunter.
The minority believes that this isn't the right time to fund this renovation with taxpayer dollars. There are higher priority warrant articles that should take precedence. The Milford Heritage Commission has raised over a third of the $90,000 needed and will continue its fundraising efforts.
All right, thank you for that. Mr. Dodgy? You said you wanted to...
Yeah, I'd like to make an amendment. I'd like to propose an amendment that we change the $2.94 tax impact amount that's listed at the bottom of the article to $2.31. The $2.94 was based on fundraising $30,000, and my understanding is that you've raised $42,000. So that $12,000 difference changes the tax impact.
Yeah, but Mr. Dodgy, that's the recommendations. That's not part of the warrant article. I think what you intend to do, correct me if I'm wrong, is change the amount that's expected to be raised.
Yeah, sorry, I rambled on.
Yeah, that's okay.
Let me start over. I move that there's an amendment that changes the $2.94 tax impact listed at the bottom of the article to $2.31.
What I'm referring to is the body of the article. That's just, we're not actually voting on the recommendations. What we are voting on is the warrant and the warrant article, and the article has expected 30,000. I think you're saying that there's already an expected 42,000.
I think he's saying you want to change this 30,000.
Would you not want?
Oh, yes,
He
okay.
said we can change that on our own, because that's
Yes, that's
administrative.
Mr. Finance is correct. You can change the bolded text.
Okay, yes.
Both can
Thank
change
you.
after tonight's meeting.
I move that the $30,000 referenced in the article be changed to $42,000.
Okay, is there a second for that? It is seconded. Mr. Friel?
My question would be, why are we not lowering the 90,000 to reflect the raised money?
Yeah, you have to do the total amount to be appropriated, which is the cost of the renovation, which is $90,000.
But after you receive funds for fundraising, the cost is lower. So we shouldn't be...
No, the costs are the same. We're going to still $90,000 to replace it. It's just where you get the money from changes.
So you're saying that because you're lowering the... Well, we just said that you couldn't lower the 291. at the bottom, because it's a recommendation.
Oh, yeah,
No,
it's just that this body doesn't make that,
Yeah.
write the recommendations, you do.
I guess I'm not following it. I don't understand why we're not asking for the difference between what you fundraised and what you actually need to finish the project.
The town attorney can respond to that.
So, yes. Attorney Raddick.
Has the board already received $42,000? Has the town already received it?
I don't know if the last 10 or 12 hasn't actually come in yet, but it's expected.
Okay, because I was going to say, if you'd already received it, obviously you could say, to change the word expected to the town has received. And maybe even if you've only received the 30 and you know you're going to get the 12, maybe it makes sense to say that the town has received $30,000 and expects to receive at least an additional 12, because then that will inform people that.
Well, the question is more on the 90,000.
90 in the headline.
Yes, I think you can change the 90 in the headline based upon.
You don't have to put gross.
Oh, in the headline. Oh, can you change? Oh, no. You need to have when you receive money from donations and or in order to expend money, you need to have that in the appropriation. So the 90 needs to be there, and the reason whether you're getting that other funds, even if you're getting full funds from, say, the state for any precise type of purpose, you still need a warrant article to expend that sum. So in this instance, it's the really important information is to expend, to explain what the non-taxpayer sources of income either received or estimated to be received are to be gained. So 90 stays there because you have to have the 90 to spend the money.
I understand that, but I think it would just be confusing. That it almost sounds like you're looking for an additional 90 on top. I'm just saying for the person that's going in to vote on it.
Thank you for that. Mr. Bender or Mr. Calabria, whoever wants to go first.
Well, the 90,000 needs to be in the heading. But the second line does clearly say there will be an expected 42,000 in private donations to offset this expenditure. So I don't know that we can be more clear other than to say the town has received or there has been 42,000 in private donations already. But we have to say to offset the expenditure.
So this limits you to spending 90,000 on the bandstand without coming back to the voters or potentially finding it elsewhere in the budget. I understand there's also a presentation. Did you want to make that?
That doesn't make sense.
Right up. That's fine. Do you need to use the mic? Yeah, you're welcome. Chris will help you get the program up. No, you can stay here. He'll give you the clicker, yeah.
Apologies, I should have had a tutorial before we started. So it's not powered. There we go. Okay, let me start from the beginning. My name is Catherine Coco. I'm a member of the Heritage Commission, and I've been heavily involved in the restoration effort for the bandstand. We wanted to put together just some basic information for people at Deliberative and those that will be watching this later to inform themselves before the vote about the project and what's involved, and to make a few comments on some of the other issues that have been identified. So some of the background was actually given already about the bandstand, but it was built in 1896, and I will say that it has had very little done to it since that time. It is included in the National Register of Historic Places as part of a historic inventory that was done of the entire Milford downtown. I'm having trouble seeing it while I talk. Let's see. It was a replacement of what the original bandstand looked like, which is right on this picture. I thought that would be interesting for people to see what was there before the bandstand we currently have. And it was funded by Albert Pillsbury. An interesting piece about that was that it was the result of a rained out clam bake and ball game that was not able to raise the needed funds to build the bandstand. So Mr. Pillsbury called the town of Milford when he read about it in the cabinet and said, "Let me write you a check." And that is why it's named the Pillsbury Bandstand. So the Heritage Commission has been involved in this restoration effort for a little over a year. And I put together a timeline for everybody of the work that has been done. So in the fall of 2021, we did receive an email from somebody affiliated with the town who was looking at doing some work to the bandstand and asking some questions about whether or not it was a historic structure and whether or not it was okay to be doing some of the work that they saw as necessary. And there was a mention of the possibility of rebuilding it, replacing certain parts of it. So Heritage looked into it and determined that it is indeed considered a historic structure, particularly because it's on the National Register. And from there, decided to have a site visit with the New Hampshire Preservation Alliance to determine what could actually be done. NHPA came down and took a look at it. They recommended that we have the building assessed, and so we did that. The selectmen were generously able to give us $1,800 to have a very professional assessment done. That assessment is available on the town website. Under the news link, there's a link that says something along the lines of Pillsbury Bandstand being restored. You can download that PDF. That is the report that has been mentioned in the majority and minority reports here. In the fall of 2021, the bandstand was given the designation of one of 7 to save. And then in October, the report was actually issued and we began fundraising. The Heritage Commission partnered with the Historical Society, who created the ability for people to donate electronically to the bandstand just to make it easier, because we realized that in today's day and age, it's kind of hard to get a check in the mail with a stamp. And I'm going to report on some of those donations. But as has been said, we have now exceeded our goal of raising $30,000. We've raised $42,000 for the bandstand towards an estimated $90,000 cost of restoration. So I included just a couple of photos to talk about the condition. One thing that's interesting about the bandstand is the roof. It's a very unique form of alloy metal that is no longer made, and we are fortunate in that that roof is largely intact. It does need recoating, and you can see some of the pitting here as into the surface of the roof, but in general that metal is still good, and so that was one thing that we learned from the report that we were pretty happy to hear. Bandstand has what's called an inverted acoustical ceiling. It was obviously designed with a band in mind and being able to project sound. And so that's piece. And the canopy, in large part, is in fairly good shape, except for the water damage that has accumulated over the last 20 or so years. And you can see some of that water damage here. One of the primary concerns with the bandstand is the posts. As the gentleman who did the assessment says, there are several posts that need work. They're either cracked down the middle or otherwise have rot in multiple places. Those posts run all through the structure and really tie everything together. So while at this time the bandstand is not unsafe, and I want to make sure that that's also clear, it is something that is a long-term issue. Here's another example of that. The undercarriage was redone in about 2004 using hemlock, and so it's holding up the structure, but the points of attachment where the center attaches to the frame are pulling apart. They weren't necessarily hooked together well enough to hold for that period of time, and so those connections on the exterior of the frame of the base are problematic. Those are just a few examples from that report, so I wanted to share those so that you had some visual to it. We want to thank our donors. We were able to get sizable donations from the Keys and Cayley Foundations and the Rotary Club of Milford. We were able to raise over $5,000 from individual donors, and Milford's trustees of the trust funds, the Milford Lions Club, and the Granite Town Festivities Committee donated as well, and that's what brought us to our $42,000. And now I'm going to give up on the slides. Do want to point out that the $90,000 estimate for the bandstand restoration is based on the assessment that was conducted. It's a market assessment of what the work will cost. It's not an actual bid to do the work, and that report can be found online. If it is to be restored appropriately, the materials and the labor that are needed are highly specialized. The last work that was done to the bandstand was in approximately 2004 when repairs were made to the undercarriage. Those repairs were not conducted with restoration or preservation specifically in mind and were almost completely grant funded. For the last 20 years, the town has relied on volunteers to paint the bandstand, and the 2004 repair work, as I just said, was grant funded. I will note, because there have been a couple of comments made about funding and fundraising, the fundraising that the Heritage Commission and Historical Societies engaged in resulted in 88% of that money being donated by philanthropic donors, organizations that have very definite ties to the local community. The remaining 12% came from individual donors. Heritage has reached out to all the major local donors. Let me know if there's somebody that you think that we have missed. But I will say that both donors who did and did not contribute to the bandstand all expressed a common concern and reservation, which is paying for something that is technically a municipal responsibility. Major funders and grantors in particular have the same reservation. They typically require a match, and I'm working on grant for the schoolhouse right now that, because there's a connection to a nonprofit and it's not entirely managed by a municipality, is really the only reason that we qualify. For the most part, funders and donors do not want to fund something when they don't see the municipality stepping up and taking responsibility for a structure that has been neglected for a period of time. I'd also like to speak to, and I also did a little math. If we were to look at personal donations to carry out the rest of this restoration effort, it would take, if you took the average donation of about $50 or even $25, it would take 1,000 to 2,000 individuals, presumably in town, to donate $20 to $25, $25 to $50 in order to make up that difference, as opposed to including it as part of the tax base for $2 and now 31 cents per 100,000. I'd also like to speak to the piecemeal approach, because this was only recently brought to my attention. I was able to get in touch with the individual who actually did the assessment this afternoon. This was a last minute sort of question and answer for him, because prior to yesterday, we hadn't been asked about the possibility of that approach. He pointed out that in order to do that, it would probably cost 40% more to approach the bandstand on a piecemeal, section by section way. He also stated that the report was written with the assumption that the work would be done at one time, even though he did not explicitly state that. He emphasized the term inefficiencies, and also stressed that when it comes to finding labor, such an approach is unlikely to secure the kind of in-demand and highly skilled tradespeople that are needed to complete the work that is done. Most of the people that are going to do this kind of work want a set project. They want to know that what it's going to cost, that it's going to be paid for, and what the timeline for that is going to be, not an open-ended project. I would say that a project like this is already fairly strategic in the sense that specific sections or elements of the structure are laid out, and you'll see that in the way that the work is laid out in the report, in such a way that they can be worked at different times or at the same time, so that the whole thing comes together at the end the way that it needs to, just like any contracting job. And I also believe that there would be a concern for donors who feel that they've donated to something where they'd like to also see a completed project as well. So with that, I will say just that the National Park Service stated in one of the documents I was reading the other day, and I thought it was particularly relevant to the bandstand, maintenance is the most important preservation treatment for extending the life of an historic property. It's also the most cost effective. For that reason, I think the Heritage Commission has included regular maintenance planning as part of this project so that we won't have to continually come back to the taxpayers for something that is going to have a large sticker price every time. But for right now, routine maintenance isn't going to cover what's needed for this structure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Sherman?
Jerry Sherman, Staple Road. I am a former construction company owner with over 20 years' experience in the business. We've all seen these pictures. A project like this is really not feasible piecemeal. It's too difficult, it's too special, it's got specialized materials, got specialized skills. You can't do this project piecemeal, and it would probably cost twice as much if you could get a contractor to agree to those terms, which I doubt. This obviously has been neglected for a long time. It's a centerpiece of our town. I'd really like to see it fixed before it gets a whole lot worse. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tina Philbrick,
You can move the
111
mic down.
Cortland. No, that's fine. I do agree we should not piecemeal. The town has a history of doing that, and it just doesn't work. We need to do it all at once to save cost on money and labor. And I did, about a month ago, read a thing on social media site that we shouldn't do anything with the bandstand because it's not used maybe 2 or 3 times a year. Well, that's incorrect. I sit in my office and I look out the window, and that bandstand is used daily. And I myself have performed 6 weddings on that bandstand in just the past 4 months. So that bandstand is used for a lot of activities. A lot of churches use it and other organizations, and I really think that we need to preserve it.
All right, thank you. Yes, go right ahead, sorry.
Hi, Ben Seward, 130 High Street. Just curious, has anybody looked into a trust for this structure? It sounds like this is going to be an ongoing...
We can't quite hear you,
Oh,
Ben.
sorry. It sounds like this is going to be an ongoing issue, and this building is going to require maintenance long into the future. Have we considered transferring this building into a trust, a heritage-type trust, where somebody else looks after it instead of the town? So they can do the appropriating of money, the represent the structure's interests as per se.
Okay. Good question, I don't know.
Has anybody looked into that? I don't know.
Can you answer that question?
The answer to that question is no.
Chris Labonte, Marcy's Way. While I do agree with the Warren article, and I'm thankful for all the donations that have been given by all the different people, is there a way that we can change this Warren article to take the rest out of the town facilities renovation and major repair capital reserve?
Say that again, you want to do what?
Is there a way that we can change the Warren article, amend the Warren article, to get the remainder of the money out of the town facilities renovation and major repair replacement capital reserve fund?
That's a good question. I don't have the answer to that, and probably shouldn't answer it for you anyways. Mr. Calabria.
Yes, excellent question, but the bandstand is not a town facility. While it's owned by the town, it's not a town facility. And that's I believe, how the capital reserve was set up, town buildings.
I guess that could be debatable, I think. I don't know. So town facilities renovation, so where do you delineate between and major repair or replacement? So is that stating that it's definitely the repair of a building, or is that just a town facility?
You have to, I see you shaking your head, but you need to speak into the mic or...
Yeah, it's a freestanding structure. It doesn't have heat, electric. It's not a town building. So I don't think we could divert funds from the capital reserve for that purpose. Although I do see Eric Schellberg moving up to the mic. And he was here when the capital reserves were established.
Eric Schelberg, yes. As the chairman of the Capital Reserve Committee several years ago, that was not in the spirit of what the Capital Reserve account was for. It was for facilities. Specifically, the major driver was for this building itself, but it did also include other facilities. I don't believe we even had consideration for a structure such as the bandstand.
All right.
Thank you. I just thought I'd ask just the fact I know it's a type building. It does have power. So I just didn't know where the delineation came.
Well, that's a good question. Thank you for asking. Mr. Takacs?
Steve Takacs, Whitten Road. Under no circumstances do I want anybody to think that I'm trying to get rid of the bandstand. It is an important part of Milford. But I just wanted to point out, and I'm not saying whether I support this or not, but what I want to point out is this is, I know Tina said that some churches use it, but basically it's an ornamental structure. It's no longer used for band concerts. In fact, we got a brand new bandstand that was used once this whole last year. But we don't use it for band concerts anymore. And so it's got a limited amount of actual usage to it other than it is a historical monument. I'm not saying get rid of it, but what renovations do we really need to spend on to keep this structure from falling down? Is it $90,000 or is it, can you do it for a lot less to keep the building from falling down? That's all I'm saying. I know I'm not going to get any kind of an answer for that, but I just wanted to note to the taxpayers, it's not used for a band conference anymore. It's strictly an ornamental structure.
All right, Mr. Alcox.
Janet has graciously allowed me to come forward so she could calm down. I'm Dave Alcox, 78 Wellesley Drive. I don't want to take Janet's fire away from her, but I agree that there's no question that the bandstand is not ornamental. Culturally, if you look at a few things in your town, it's, I believe, an icon. You know, it's something that our town takes great pride in. Every time you turn on Channel 9 News, isn't it really cool when you're like, hey, that's Milford, and that's our oval, and there goes Wade Campbell. And you know, so you know, you look at, you know, nationally, we have the American flag, we have the bald eagle, we have the, you know, Statue of Liberty. Point to Milford. What would you say is an icon of Milford? We have a Paul Revere Bell. We have a beautiful town hall. We have a gazebo that brings, sorry, we have a bandstand. We have a bandstand that everybody sees and that everybody appreciates and that everybody loves. And Ms. Coco has done an amazing job presenting why it needs to be preserved, and it's just part of our culture. It's you know, I concur with Tina. You can do weddings on there. We've done proclamations on there during a variety of different holidays. Everybody goes there and gets photos. I've seen brides and grooms take their photos at the bandstand. So it's more than just a piece of wood that we drive around. I mean, it's culturally, it's who we are. And I would really, you know, earlier we had a gentleman talking about ownership versus managers, and I don't even want to start on that. But what I would say is that we are citizens of the community, and that is such a part of our community. And we look towards our representatives that we elect to represent what's best for us. And to me, that's part of what represents the best of Milford is to take pride in something that's so structurally important to our town. So I really do hope that this doesn't become a let's try to feed this through donations and private donations, because I wholeheartedly agree you need to have some skin in the game if you're in the town. You know, this is who we are. So please, I do support that, and I hope that the town does follow and support that as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So,
Janet Langdale, 122 Elm Street, Milford, New Hampshire. I'm wearing a lot of hats right now, so bear with me. First off, I want to commend the Heritage Commission and the work that they've done to, one, identify the problem, come up with a plan, and do some fundraising around it. As a former member of one of the major foundations, civic groups in this community, and a current member of one of the trusts, I'd just like to echo the fact that you got to have some skin in the game. You know, this really needs to be more of a partnership in terms of getting a municipal project done like this. So I commend them for getting a little extra money, kind of bringing that taxes down a little bit, because I am a taxpayer too. I do wear that hat. But those things are important. Personally, I don't want to see my tax bill having to rebrand Milford's logo if we lose this bandstand. That would be a little bit too much for me. But on another point, I would like to ask more about the Capital Reserve Fund. In my humble opinion, facility is a facility. That is something that is a structure in town that's used. I don't know why it wouldn't be covered in the Capital Reserve Fund as asked earlier by Mr. LaBounty, and perhaps we can get a legal opinion on that in a moment.
yeah, I think we can ask Mr. Radigan that, because when it comes to my mind, I also think about the new amphitheater, lack of a stage at Keys.
Thank you. The stage, yes, at the Keys, at the east entrance to Keys Memorial Park.
Yes, thank you. Yeah.
Yes, that too would be a facility in my mind. And just to add to that, to use Mr. Calabria's definition of a facility, something that has heat and it's used, the Laurel Abbott School has heat. The Laurel Abbott School is used. The Laurel Abbott School is owned by the town of Milford. So my points, my question, thank you.
We've heard from the chair of the trustees of the trust fund, and I think we can all assume that that's accurate, that description. And, you know, the Department of Revenue Administration is very inflexible if anyone ever tries to deviate from what the purposes are in the trust funds that have been set up. So I think his description was completely accurate, given how trust funds are treated by DRA.
Okay, thank you.
Hi,
Ms.
Jennifer Sigrist, Osgood Road. Mr. Moderator, I'd like to ask if anyone knows if the expendable trust can be amended. That's one question. Another question is, what is the definition of a facility? And if the bandstand has power, doesn't that make it a facility? If I were to take that bandstand and put it in my yard, I would need a building permit and have to follow building code. So it sounds like some semantics, but I think it could be wrapped up. To create a whole other expendable trust usually involves creating a whole other warrant article. And this year, thankfully to the select board, we have 25 warrant articles instead of 45 warrant articles. So, and I know that everyone appreciates that, and yet we're still going into the afternoon. But if we could either amend the expendable trust to include things like the bandstand, the amphitheater, the Keys Pavilion, I mean, all of these structures that are so enjoyed by so many people in our town, I'm sure people would be very, very kind of angry to understand that, yeah, we asked for taxpayer money to build them, but we won't be spending money to keep them up because we don't have money for it. And if we could get it from the expendable trust, it would make that possible. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Mr. Dodgy.
Yeah, a couple of points. One is on the facilities, town facilities renovation and major repair replacement capital reserve. My guess is that it would be eligible to be used as a funding source for this. That would something, you'd have to ask the DRA to confirm, but my guess is it is. But I'm not in favor of doing that. The purpose of that reserve, and there's $100,000 in it right now, is to have money available for emergency situations, things that come up during the year that are unplanned, like the roof failing at the library, as an example. You know, things happen. So $100,000 for facilities emergency repairs is not a lot of money. You can run into that very quickly, and that actually should be a much higher amount. So there's $48,000 left to go on this. So taking $48,000 out of that, I think would not be helpful, and I would be opposed to that. The second point is I'd like to amend my motion a little bit. And here's the wording. It's to delete that phrase. It's just saying 42,000 in private donations have been received to offset this expenditure.
Okay. Is there a second for that? Mr. Finance seconded, so everybody can hear it. On the second line of the article, the second sentence, which presently reads, there will be an expected $30,000 in private donations to offset this expenditure. That sentence would be amended to $42,000 in private donations have been raised to offset this expenditure. Yes, Mr. Leo.
Todd Leo, Wallingford Road. More or less a comment on this one. After Janet's chat, I did look on the town's website, and sure enough, there's the bandstand right next to this building. So it is certainly a significant figure, and this was one I would just like to encourage the select board to get together on this. The optics of a 3-2 decision on this doesn't really look great, and for something this important, I would just encourage them after this, in light of the reports we've had about the cost of doing it piecemeal being higher, and that was a major part of the dissenting argument. This is one of those areas that I think waiting doesn't save us money, it costs us money. So not only I'd be in favor of the amendment because fundraising is continuing, and so the cost to the taxpayer will probably be less, but I would just like to encourage the select board after this to try to come to consensus on this.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Mitchell.
Just a question I think that Mr. Calabria can probably answer is, I believe, am I correct that that 100,000 is kind of stuck? It requires a town vote to release the money. Two heads are going up and across.
Yes, it's actually, it is a town vote for that capital reserve release.
Right. So in order to release that money, we would either wait until next March, or we would have to have a special election, which would cost a good deal of money. Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Levante.
Mr. Levante, Marcy's Way. I think Ms. Mitchell kind of beat me to the punch a little bit. I just wanted to clarify the chairman of the board's comment about using it for an emergency repair. You would use fund balance for an emergency repair. You would not hold a special meeting for a $100,000 thing that is actually releasable by town vote.
Yeah, we were
Mr.
just
Moderator,
talking
may I?
about that.
Mr. Calabria, sorry.
Yeah, that is true, but you're not guaranteed that the DRA will deem that expenditure an emergency, like we did with the communications. There's a thorough investigation. They talk to all parties before they actually release those funds.
But I
So it
guess
would
what
have
I'm
to be
getting-
a process.
Still, typically, it's not prudent you'd hold a town election at a cost of $15,000 to remove $100,000 out of. You would either find money elsewhere in your budget. I guess that's all I'm trying to say. It is that money isn't so much for an emergency. That's more fund balance. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dodgy.
I was just going to say, I may be totally misremembering, but when we had the committee, was it 5 years ago, to set this up, that was one of the ones that was set up to have money available on a short-term basis. There's bridge repair, Keys Park expansion, and IT infrastructure, Wadley Library maintenance. And my recollection is that the town facilities was the same sort of thing, and it's done by the selectmen. And I could be totally wrong, but it's different than the DPW vehicles, public safety equipment, fire apparatus, getting money towards down payments to buy a fire truck.
We'd have to go back and check.
Can you
it.
research
We can.
that? Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Duffy?
Just a brief fact, as an officer of the Historical Society, regarding donations, we are still continuing selling ornaments, and that continues to grow, just point of fact.
Thank you. I saw it highlighted as a potential Valentine's Day gift, I think, somewhere. Yes.
Peggy Seward. According to your handout on capital reserve accounts, town facility renovation and major repair is by town vote, not by selectmen. I think you
Yeah,
had that question.
that's what we were just discussing, Peg.
Yeah.
That is in fact correct.
Oh, I didn't know you said something. Sorry.
Thank you.
No problem.
I heard you say that you wanted to know, so that's why I voted.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Mr. Mauer,
Yes, Mr. Bender.
would you reread the amendment as presented?
Yep, I can do that. So I'll read the entire thing with the amendment in it. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $90,000 for the purpose of renovating the Pillsbury Bandstand on the Milford Oval? $42,000 has been raised in private donations to offset this expenditure. The Board of Selectmen are hereby authorized to apply for, obtain, and accept federal, state, or other aid, if any, which may be available for said project, and to comply with all laws applicable to said project, to take any and all action necessary to carry out any vote hereunder, or take any other action relative thereto. Okay, is that clear for everyone? Thank you for that. All right, any other discussion? We'll take a vote on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your card. Thank you. Anyone opposed? All right, the amendment passes. I think we've had ample conversation. So with that, I'll ask the town clerk to place warrant article, 11, on the ballot as amended.
Yeah.
Very good. All right, we're in warrant article 12, social services. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $40,000 for the purpose of funding to social service agencies for Milford residents as proposed by the Social Services Committee and submitted to the Board of Selectmen? Mr. Dodgy.
I move that warrant article 12 be placed on the warrant.
And there's a second, thank you.
The Board of Selectmen voted 5-0 to support this warrant article. Speaking from the majority is Selectwoman Duziak.
Thank you. Presently, 9 agencies provide assistance to Milford residents. The services offered by these organizations provide an invaluable benefit to Milford residents in need, thus reducing the amount the town of Milford spends on welfare to qualifying residents.
Thank you for that. And let's see, Mr. Hank.
The Budget Advisory Committee supports this warrant article 9-0. Speaking for the majority is myself. In these economic times, our citizens continue to need assistance. The funds this year are allocated to 9 different agencies focused on mental health, the elderly population, abuse disorders, housing services, and at-risk youth. Without these resources, the overall burden would likely increase the excess of the amount requested.
Thank you. Any discussion, questions? All right, there are none, so with that, I'll ask the town clerk to place warrant article 12 on the ballot as originally worded. And if you're keeping track, we're halfway through. Okay, warrant Article 13, the Transfer Station Recycling Center Revolving Fund. Shall the town vote to establish a transfer station recycling center revolving fund and dedicate all income from the sale of recyclables for the purpose of repairs, supplies, building needs, and equipment that is used for the purpose of storage, processing, and redistribution of recyclable materials for the transfer station recycling center, as allowed pursuant to RSA 31:95-H, subchapter 2. The money in the fund shall be allowed to accumulate from year to year and shall not be considered part of the town's general fund balance. Mr. Dodgy.
I move that warrant Article 13 be placed on the warrant.
That's seconded, thank you.
The Board of Selectmen support this Article 4-1. Speaking for the majority is Selectman Gary Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. A transfer station is a critical facility in our community, and yet historically it hasn't been treated as such. In the past, as we collect money from recycling, that money has gone back into the general fund and being spent in other places, such that over a course of time, there were major things that needed to be done at the transfer station. I remember a time when the office out there had holes in it, such that rodents were going through and insulation was falling out. A few years ago, we replaced that with a $74,000 building. What we're trying to accomplish with this revolving fund is to be proactive, saying that the money that comes in from recycling go into that fund so they can put back into this facility. The importance of that is that the state at any time could come in and say, okay, this isn't acceptable anymore, you need to move somewhere else. And that's why, we have land set aside at Brock's if that should ever happen. But because our transfer station is run well, we've been able to maintain through emergencies the type of organization so that doesn't attract the state to saying you need to move somewhere else. However, if we ever were to get to the point where a major piece of equipment went down, we would need to have some sort of backup plan on how we're going to deal with that emergency, such that the state did not come in and say, this is unacceptable, you need to move. And while we've been able to handle some of the small things in the past, for instance, if the recycling committee was going to need signs to better identify where recycling items were to go, we could go to administration and we might be able to take $500 out of the account. Well, out of $15 million, you can probably find $500. But what happens if it's a major piece of equipment that's $30,000, $40,000? That kind of money you just can't go in and find. Or should I say, you shouldn't be able to find. Yep. Because as taxpayers, I would expect that you would think that we would be building a budget that doesn't have a big slush fund in it. So this is our attempt by offering this revolving fund to start putting money into it so that if you have an emergency out there, we're able to adjust to the emergency, continue to operate without attracting the state. And should we ever get to the point where there's just an abundance of money, that can always come back to the town in the form of an article like this to say that we don't need to put money in there anymore. So simply being proactive, we think it's good business practice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll be speaking for the minority. The minority of the Board of Selectmen does not object to setting aside money for funding capital expenses at the transfer station. But we do object to the method for accomplishing this that was chosen by the proponents of this warrant article. The proposal is to set up a revolving fund that is funded by the revenues from the sale of recycled materials as a funding source. This is not a good idea, since it ties the hands of future boards with regards to setting priorities. The money will go into the fund each year and can only be used for specified purposes. There is no mechanism to stop the fund, even if it has a large balance, and it will continue to grow unless there is a future warrant article to modify it in some way. A revolving fund is appropriate and best used for situations such as the Recreation Revolving Fund, where the Recreation Committee can add and delete programs at will during the year as long as they are self-funding. It gives them a lot of flexibility to manage their offerings. There is no need for this type of capability with transfer station capital expenditures. A better method for funding capital expenditures at the transfer station would be to set up a capital reserve fund that is funded by a warrant article each year, as we do for several other areas, such as bridges. The amount to go into the fund would be decided each year considering the amount currently in the fund, along with other considerations. This has a lot of flexibility and does not tie the hands of the selectmen when making priority decisions.
All right, thank you for that. Mr. Pank?
The Budget Advisory Committee does not support this warrant article of a vote of 1 in favor, 8 against. Speaking for the majority is Claudia Lemare.
Currently, the transfer station utilizes the town's general fund for the support of operations. Creating a revolving fund would separate the income from the sale of recyclables from the town's general fund into a revolving fund. Under RSA 3195-H, expenditure of the revolving fund would require approval from the Board of Selectmen or another board or body designated by the local legislative body at the time the fund is created. The Budget Advisory Committee feels the Transfer Station Recycling Center has historically utilized the general fund successfully with a bottom-line budget, and any repairs or upgrades have been managed with the current system. Additional approval from the Board of Selectmen may also be limiting in terms of expediency of funds. The board feels that more information is needed as to the benefits of creating a revolving fund for the transfer station recyclables. And I just kind of wanted to add that we had a meeting with administration and also DPW, and Tammy, I believe, came and spoke, and we weren't given a whole lot of information about what pieces of equipment were exactly in need of repair, and it was also explained to us that if something like $30,000 or larger was needed, that the Board of Selectmen would be able to handle that repair given the, or a replacement, given the income that has been brought in over the years. So that is something that should be expected and still could be handled. If that is different than that information now, I guess we would need more information to change our vote on that.
All right, thank you.
Speaking for the minority, Peg Seward.
I have two things. I'll read what was stated, but I also have an amendment. Which do you want first?
Read the position first.
Okay. The minority vote is excited for the town of Milford to work with depositing revenue, averaging about $33,000 per year for the past 5 years, from the sale of recycling items to be managed in a revolving fund. The fund would continue year to year and would be managed as an account to replace barrels, metal bins for paper, baling supplies, etc., as approved for purchase, and we have altered this in what we wrote, by the DPW director and the transfer station director. The Recreation Department has a revolving fund right now for events, income, and expenditures, and it's been working well. The listed $40,000 represents the revenue that would be saved in the fund, potentially, although they just threw in $40,000, and it's not deposited in the general fund and used by the Board of, wait, no. Wait, sure. Okay. Not deposited in the general fund. But then I wanted to just mention a couple of things.
Mr. Hunter, can you bring it closer?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I'm usually too loud. Okay, I wanted to mention a couple of things by the state law, just so you understand what it's all about, the RSA laws. In 1996, schools were given the authority, as well as towns, to establish revolving funds for self-supporting programs such as recreation, and that's how it all started, and we have a revolving fund for recreation. However, in the past year, a new provision of law was added, which now authorizes towns to establish revolving funds for the following additional purposes: facilitating or encouraging recycling, providing ambulance service, or providing public safety service outside the ordinary detail of municipal employees or volunteers, including public safety services in connection with special events, details, highway construction, and other construction projects. After voting to establish the revolving fund, the legislative body, which we are, the town, may vote to deposit into the fund all or any of the revenue from fees, charges, or other income in regard to that activity, which is what would be done here. It does mention in all of this, and this comes from the state, that no further appropriation approval is required by the legislative body in order to expend revolving funds. However, the legislative body may at any time vote to place limitations on expenditures and amounts in the fund. So there is a way that you can do that. Finally, revolving funds are held in the custody of the town treasurer, who works on it with whoever is the agents of expense. It's advisable to name those agents at the time that the fund is set up in order to ensure that expenditures from the funds can be authorized without waiting until the next annual meeting of the legislative body. I have an amendment to present, and it's written, if I can find it here. Basically, in the warrant article where it states, I have to find it here, shall pay. Where is that? It's 1, 2, 3, 6 lines down. It starts, shall pay out the same only upon order of. It's the shall pay out the same only upon order of the Director of Department of Public Works and the Transfer Station Director, and no further approval is required by the legislative body to expend blah, blah, blah. Our feeling, as we discussed it as Budget Committee, and I'm not saying the rest of them, they aren't in favor of this, I am, was that if we waited for the Board of Selectmen to have to do any emergency repairs, like I believe there was a bin of paper that was leaking, they had to get a new one, and the papers were all wet. Instead of waiting for bi-monthly selectmen meetings, that if it was the DPW director and the dump director, they could easily figure it out and go out. We're not talking large money, we're not talking big projects, that would automatically go before the selectmen. But we're talking about day-to-day operation.
Okay, is there a second for your amendment?
No.
There is, thank you.
So, I'm sorry, I won't get up. Thank you, Peter. And if questions, I can talk further to it.
Okay, Mr. Duffy.
Jay Duffy, Nashua Street. Mrs. Seward, you were reading my mind. Just briefly, I have every confidence in the world with Tammy Scott's experience and 35 plus years of working at the transfer station and directing it, and our DPW director, Leo Lessard, with his experience. I have every confidence in the world that the money will be spent wisely, intelligently, and once again, it takes out a level of red tape. They can, for a day-to-day operation. There are some blemishes at the transfer station that I think Leo has addressed. The frost heaves that have been there for years, he kind of is trying to level it out. There's a lot more that could be that could be done, and having this warrant article pass, I think, would alleviate a lot of stress for them. And once again, I have every confidence in the world that they'll be able to handle it and do it correctly.
Thank you. Mr. Takacs.
Okay, Steve Takacs, Whitten Road. First of all, the way I read this is that we're going to use all the revenue that comes in at the transfer station to pay for their expenses, rather than coming to the town meeting and or the selectmen trying to get money for regular operating expenses. Is that what you want to do? You want to use the revenue from the transfer station to pay for revenue?
Recycling revenue.
Just recycling.
Recycling, yeah, okay.
It's a subset of the total revenues.
Pardon me?
The recycling revenues is a subset of the total transfer station revenues. It's a specific line item. So it's only the sale of aluminum cans and similar things.
Right.
So it's
Okay,
a
but-
smaller amount.
But it's, all right, but it's going to go to the expenses of the recycling center. That's what this article says, right? The reason I'm asking the question is because they said there's a tax impact of $1.93 on assessed value of $100,000. What tax is going to pay for this? It's going to be self-funding. So why is there a tax impact?
Yeah, Mr. Dodgy.
Yeah. Currently, we receive revenues from the sale of recycled materials like aluminum cans, and that goes to offset taxes. That would no longer happen under this scenario. Instead of being used to offset taxes, it would go into the revolving fund. So the current forecast for revenues for 2023 for recycling is $40,000. So we wouldn't get that money. It would be stashed away instead.
Right, but then all the expenses that you would have to pay out of a general fund won't be coming out of the general fund anymore. It'll be coming out of the recyclable fund.
That's assuming that it gets spent. I'm envisioning at that level that this is going to grow to a very large amount. We don't spend $40,000 a year on recycling-related work. So it's just going to build up this account.
Okay, it's going to be only used for just recyclable, not for anything else out at the
The way it's worded is for the purpose of repairs, supplies, building needs, and equipment that is used for the purpose of storage, processing, and redistribution of recyclable materials. So it's only things related to recyclable materials. So it could be like the baler for cardboard, the compactor for the mixed paper.
Could be a loader, backhoe.
Well, that one's debatable.
That's all used for recyclables.
Yeah. So it's not the entire transfer station. It's
Okay,
only,
all right, that's what I wanted to ask about.
Yeah.
But I still don't understand where the tax.
Because the
taxpayer
revenue
comes in.
stream's not there anymore. So they're with the $1.97 or $1.93, I'm sorry, is representing, it's representing what it made last year, what recycling brought into the town. So if it was $40,000, that $40,000 won't be there in the revenue stream next year. So they're going on a limb saying that that's the idea cost of what it's going to be on the other side.
Okay, so this is not an actual.
It's not really costing.
It's lost revenue. It's the cost of lost
It's
revenue.
lost revenue. It's not an actual taking money out
But
of
now
our
the
pockets.
costs at the transfer station that might be asked for by by them from the town won't have to come out of the town. So I see where you're going with that. I mean, why it's there, it's probably has to be there legally.
Okay, all right, this is not going to be an actual taxpayer expense. This is going to be a loss of revenue expense. Okay.
It's
well,
really not even a loss of revenue, it's just that the revenue will stay at the transfer station.
Right, I understand.
And be used for that equipment.
Okay. I'm very glad that you clarified that it's not for the whole transfer station, it's just for the recyclables. I didn't know. See, I didn't read that way, so thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Daniels.
Thank you. Yeah, to Mr. Tackick's question, you're partially right, because I'll give you an example. If the transfer station knew that needed 2 roll-offs, they could take that money out of the revolving fund as opposed to putting it into the budget. So in that case there, yes, you are replacing money that would be in the budget, and it's a net neutral. I will say that the language that we're using here was something that we're almost using word for word that New Boston had put in their recycling program, and that the wording was approved by the Department of Revenue Administration. And it does extend out to the equipment. I think we're using a word equipment in there. So we're very careful not to recreate the wheel and take a chance that the DRA was going to turn us down. But we went with the precedence route that was already set by New Boston to give us the maximum latitude out there as to where we can spend the money. And I mentioned in the majority report, too, that while some may lament the recycling income would not go to general fund, the majority views this action as appropriate and imperative to the health and well-being of the facility, and further anticipates that some maintenance covered by the revolving fund may offset expenses that enable the operating budget to be reduced. Thank you.
Yeah. Just 1 second. Mr. Dodgy.
I'd like to get back to the amendment. I don't support the amendment as proposed. What I would propose, which basically takes out the phrase Board of Selectmen and puts in DPW and transfer station. I would support make an amendment to make it shall pay out the same only upon order of the Board of Selectmen or their designee as an added thing, and then continue from there. That way the Board of Selectmen could say, oh, the Department of Public Works Director is authorized to take money out of it. But the board would still be in charge of everything. The way it's worded, it takes the board out of the picture, and I think that's inappropriate.
Okay. But thank you for that thought, but we're not going to put an amendment on an amendment we haven't voted on yet. No, Ms. Mitchell?
Yes, I just wanted to mention that, for example, over the past 2 years, 2021 had $45,000 of revenue, 2022 had 48, so that's great, it's on the increase, but this is money that normally goes as revenue that we could utilize. We would be taking it out. Has there been thought to put a cap on this? I mean, what if they make $100,000 in a year, which would be amazing, and none of it goes to general fund? I think a lot of us in the budget committee struggle with that as one of the features that we think there should possibly be a cap.
Mr. Bender, do you have an answer for that question?
I believe you could set a cap on this. It would be you'd have to propose an amendment to the warrant article. And just another comment about transfer station expenses. The transfer station right now is a segment of our public works budget, and it includes all of the expenses to operate the transfer station, including the cost of processing recyclables.
Thank you for that. Yes, sir.
Fred Hobbs, Leanne Drive, also a member of the recycling committee, who's very strongly in favor of having the revolving fund. Historically, one of the reasons we want to have the revolving fund and are working closely with DPW to get that in place is historically with prior management, there has been a starve and harvest approach, and life cycle management has not been done. Most of the equipment is in some level of disservice, still operating, but needs, in some cases, replacement. In some cases, is going to have a much higher probability of breakdown, and does. They do a great job there keeping things running, but it's an iceberg. People show up, throw their trash in recycling, take off. They don't see the infrastructure behind it. That's why we'd really like to see better optics from the Budget Advisory Committee of support to have this. We're following guidelines excuse me, from the state of New Hampshire that's saying this is how you proceed to have a stronger recycling and diversion of waste into the solid waste stream. It's not just about recycling, it's about diversion. So there's a big composting effort, which you'll see coming up around Earth Day, about diversion of compost, which we'll be working closely with Leo and Tammy and putting into place. That keeps waste out of the waste stream. That's value for the taxpayer because you're not paying for that to be carted away. And it's a value of something they're going to be able to take away because we allow them to take the finished compost. That's just one type of thing that you see being done with this type of revolving fund money. And again, it's about going into a proactive management of the equipment, which hasn't been done. And we're working very closely to do that life cycle management and to have that revolving fund. And to note, and Leo may be able to speak more to the amounts, this is actually a down year for recycling revenue coming in because there are a possible recession, downturn in the economy, whatever you want to call it. So it's a cycle. So some years you're going to have, cardboard is going to get you a lot of money. Right now, we're paying for cardboard to be taken. So it's not always going to be, in place. We don't have an issue with a reasonable cap. That would be up to the administration. But a cap per year or on the total amount is fine, as long as it fits within the needs that we would have with the equipment. That's from the recycling committee. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Sherman.
Jerry Sherman, Stable Road. I spend a lot of time at the dump, as most of us do. I don't disagree with the principle here. I just think this is a lousy mechanism to do it. I think if we want to have the equipment maintained and things maintained at the recycling center, we should budget an amount to put in maybe some kind of a fund or just a portion of their budget for enough to cover maintenance, proper maintenance for that fiscal year. I don't like this way of doing it. You don't know how much is going to be in there, and I don't like government entities dealing with unspecific amounts of money floating around. Thank you.
Thank you.
Janet Langdale, 122 Elm Street. I guess this is my learning experience for the day, because I don't know a lot about this stuff. But, got a question. Is it possible to amend the warrant article to add two concepts? One, a cap on the amount of revenues that would go into this fund up to a certain amount each year, and then the balance of that would go into wherever it goes to now. And in addition to that, maybe a cap on the total accumulated amount within the fund itself. So I'm picking numbers. Please don't buy into these numbers, because they haven't been vetted by anyone. But say like up to $40,000 a year, revenues from recycling would go into this fund. Anything beyond that would go wherever it goes now. And over the course of time, up to maybe a total of, I'll pick a number, $250,000. Okay, that's my first part of my question. The second part is...
Can we get an answer for you first?
Sure, go ahead.
All right. I think there's on the back row is a general nodding that yes, you can. Right ahead, Mr. Bender.
I believe you could amend the article to put a cap on the annual amount as well as the accumulated amount.
Okay,
Peter,
so...
I can make this. I have
All right.
information on that.
No, let her ask her question, okay? Thank you.
Okay, then I would like to ask Ms. Seward if she could weigh in on this, because apparently she's got some information with that. It might be helpful.
Was that your other question, or?
No, that was the middle question, Peter.
All right, only if she uses the mic.
I love you, Peter, really.
Ms. Seward, yeah.
I'm trying to. Okay. On the one question, and this is all from the state. After voting to establish a revolving fund, the legislative body, which would be us, may vote to deposit into the fund all or any part of the revenue from fees, charges, and other income derived from the activity or services supported by the fund, and any other revenues approved by the legislative body. So that's number one. That's the answer to the question of all or part. Now I'm so old I forget the other one.
What a maximum amount over the course of time?
It doesn't have a maximum amount. It just mentions you at any time may vote to place limitations on expenditures in the fund, including restrictions on the type of item or service that may be purchased, limitations on the amount of any single expenditure, or limitations on the total amount of expenditures per year. And by the way, similar to no means no, no amount may be expended from a revolving fund for any item or service for which an appropriation has been specifically rejected by the legislative body during that year, but just for a knowledge base. And they're in the custody of the town treasurer.
So then the other thing that I wanted to comment on, and it really wasn't a question, it's more of a comment. Contrary to Chairman Dargy's opinion about using the word designate, I think that is not the wisest language to use in a document such as this. The board's designate could be anyone. It's way too open. I, as a voter, would be much more likely to support this warrant article in March if it was spelled out exactly who was going to be in charge. And I certainly would hope that it would be the Department of Public Works. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Finan.
A couple of points. First, I have no problem with the caps, but I honestly don't think it's necessary because we're not, we're not going to be talking about rapidly fluctuating revenue here. Each year at town meeting, if there's an excess amount of money in that account, you can always just put a question on, do we want to transfer $30,000 out of this account and put it back in the general fund? That way the money's there in case, we don't know, with recycling, as the gentleman spoke, the recycling revenue fluctuates dramatically. There might be a lot this year, but the bottom might have just fallen out of the recycling market and maybe they need that money. I just think we already have a mechanism where each year we can throttle this by asking the taxpayers whether or not they want to move money out of this account and into the general fund. And the second point, I actually agreed with Chairman Dodgy's amendment or proposed amendment. His thoughts on opposing the proposed amendment. Although I don't really like, I completely trust Mr. Lassard, but I don't really like DPW being the designate here because DPW is such a larger organization than just recycling. I might suggest, and granted there is a motion on the floor, but I might suggest that maybe we have the recycling committee be the designate for that money, because that's the way it is with recreation. The Recreation Commission designates that money, and Granite Town Media has a revolving fund, and that committee designates that money. So maybe a more consistent thing would be to have the recycling committee be the designate for that.
All right, thank you. Mr. Friel.
I just want to also state that on one of our selectmen meetings that we talked about this in depth, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the goal also was to possibly do additional recycling that we don't currently do now. So if you were to earn this money or raise this money and it was for recycling, and I believe this is what we all talked about, is that possibly you could be picking up new recyclables that we don't currently do now. I don't know anything about that. I'm not on the recycling committee. I just know that, I just think that everybody should know that, yes, putting a cap on it might be a good idea, but if you cap it too low, it might not give you an ability to have have that chance to say, hey, let's start taking in used, I don't know if we don't already do it,
Tires.
oil, tires, oil. Like we used to do oil. I don't know if we do it anymore. But those are the things that this fund would allow us to maybe possibly do. So it isn't just for balers and dumpsters and loaders. It's for maybe moving the recycling center into a new direction.
All right, thank you.
Could I mention one more thing? In response to both of those for designee, we discussed whether to use the recycling committee for that purpose, but they meet once a month. And the biggest thing we were looking for was for, expedited, decision-making here, because when you need something, you need it. So that's why we felt that Board of Selectmen was not the best choice, nor Recycling Committee, that the people that know what they need and how to get it is DPW and the dump director. So that's why we did look at it.
All right, thank you. Yes.
So the Irene Berry, Recreation Director. The Recreation Revolving Fund has been referred to a couple of times here. And in response to that statement about needing an emergency expenditure, the Recreation Commission also meets once a month. And a huge example that I can use right now is our ice rink. We, a couple of years ago, all of a sudden needed money for the ice rink to fix something that had been broken. And the Recreation Commission wasn't scheduled to meet for another 3.5 weeks. We had just had our meeting. And I needed money to fix it, and by the time we were going to meet again, the skating season was going to be over. We called an emergency meeting, posted it in 2 places, 48 hours in advance, And we had that emergency meeting. We had a quorum of people together, and the meeting lasted 4.5 minutes to do that one vote. So there are workarounds for that, and so I don't think that should be your sole reason for designating this body over that body as the authorized spender. The other thing is right after that, the Recreation Commission at their next meeting then took a vote to authorize up to $500 that could be spent at any time as an emergency expenditure without needing their vote, and that the matter would be brought up at the next meeting. So in the future, if that were to happen again, we wouldn't have to call that emergency meeting. We put plans in place. So there are workarounds, and I just want to make you aware of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Daniels.
Thank you. I guess I would propose that we leave it at the Board of Selectmen. The Board of Selectmen can't call an emergency meeting with the 48 hours that was just told, actually maybe 24 hours.
Well, less than 24, if you define it as an emergency.
You know, the other thing that I would caution is, again, I'm going to go back and say that we use the language that New Boston used that was approved by DRA. If you were to have a different authority in there as to who can designate to expend these funds, I don't know if that would pass DRA muster or not. But at least staying with the Board of Selectmen, that's what they used, I think it's a safe route to go. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, I have one question. I try not to insert myself, but Ms. Seward, the Board of Selectmen is 5 people. What happens if the 2 people disagree? The transfer director wants one and the other says no. Nothing happens.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, just so I know. All right, so we have a motion on the floor to change out the language that I didn't read at first. And so I'm going to start over at the top. Shall the town vote to establish a a transfer station recycling center revolving fund and dedicate all income from the sale of recyclables for the purpose of repairs, supplies, building needs, and equipment that is used for the purpose of storage, processing, and redistribution of recyclable materials for the transfer station recycling center, as allowed pursuant to RSA 31:95H, subchapter 2. The money in the fund shall be allowed to accumulate from year to year and shall not be considered part of the town's general fund balance, and here comes the change. The town treasurer shall have custody of all monies in the fund and shall pay out the same only upon order of the Director of Public Works and the transfer station director, and no further approval is required by the legislative body to expend, period. All those any other discussion? You understand the language? All those in favor of the amendment, which changes the authority, raise your card. All those opposed? I'm going to say, we're going to take another one. All those in favor, please raise your card, keep it up. All right, all those opposed? All right, the motion fails. Motion fails. We're back at the original question. There's a lot of discussion about other kinds of amendments. Does anyone have a mind? I'm seeing no up here. Yes, Mr. Sherman.
I would like to amend this article to change the authority for spending this money to the recycling committee, and to limit the amount of money in this fund to $40,000 a year.
Okay. Is there a second for that? Not today, sorry. I'm not hearing a second, and I don't see a second, so. But thank you anyways for your thoughts.
Can I just make
Yes,
a
Mr.
comment that
Feynman,
my
yeah.
opposition to that was the $40,000. That seems awfully low.
Yeah.
That was I was with you till you said that.
Okay.
Per year? He was saying per year.
Per year.
Per year.
That's low
It
for you
was
per year?
Per year.
This is one reason why we write them down ahead of time. Mr. Friel.
I just would like to state that I'm with Gary on this, or Selectman Daniels, that I think the Board of Selectmen, and we should keep the wording where it is, and for just the cause, the reasons why Selectman Daniels just stated, I really think that the board should be overseeing this and making sure that the money's being spent in the right spot. And again, changing the words might be an issue with DRA.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Seward.
Sorry, this is a little pedantic, but I want to amend the article as written to take out the slash between recycling center and revolving fund as written.
Okay.
I believe it's supposed to be transfer
In the very first line?
Transfer station slash recycling center, not transfer station slash recycling center slash revolving fund.
I think you're correct. If that's not substantial, do we have to do that? I think we can fix it.
It's semantic.
That's a typo, we can probably.
New Hampshire Supreme Court has ruled along the lines that it's the intent. It's very clear. But that's a good catch. Thank you for
Good
that.
catch.
You don't know how many people have read this. Okay, so, yes, Mr. Bendel.
Could I just, it's a point of order.
Yes, go right ahead. Yeah.
You had asked me to come up with some language?
If they want to add mine.
Okay. If, I don't know if they do or not.
It doesn't sound like
Okay.
it. I gave him something to do while he was sitting there listening. Is there any other discussion on this article? All right, in which case, I'll instruct the town clerk to place warrant Article 13 on the ballot as originally worded. Warrant Article 14, which has to do with the non-emergency community bus transportation services, fondly known as the Blue Bus. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $32,000 for the purpose of providing the town's share of funding the Sauhegan Valley Transportation Collaborative in order to continue operating a regional, non-emergency, wheelchair-accessible transportation service, providing rides within the designated service area to seniors, people with disabilities, and the general public. Mr. Dodgy.
I move that warrant Article 14 be placed on the warrant.
And that's seconded, thank you.
The Board of Selectmen voted 5-0 to support this warrant article. Speaking for the majority is Selectwoman Duziak.
Thank you. Sauhegan Valley Transportation Collaborative continues to provide affordable, wheelchair-accessible transportation for non-emergency healthcare appointments and other essential activities. This is an invaluable service to the town of Milford as well as surrounding communities, which greatly benefits the town's elderly and disabled population, giving them a sense of independence.
Thank you. Mr. Pank.
The Budget Advisory Committee supports this warrant article 9-0. Speaking for the majority, Vanessa Sheehan.
This appropriation would be used to provide the town's share of funding the Sauhegan Valley Transportation Collaborative in order to continue operating a regional, non-emergency, wheelchair-accessible transportation service, providing rides within the designated service area to seniors, people with disabilities, and the general public. This article has an estimated tax impact of $1.55 per $100,000 home value.
All right, thank you. Yes, come right up.
Good afternoon, Carol Brooks. I am from 47 Boxwood Circle here in Milford, and I'm here as the chairperson from Blue Bus today. I want to first thank everybody for their support, and we all know that many residents of our town and the region utilize the service. Just wanted to give a quick update on what's happened since last year. We are asking for the $32,000. That's a flat funded rate from last year. We are not yet sure what our budget will be for the coming year. Our Nashua Transit Service partner has not finalized contracts yet, and we are working diligently on that at the moment. We have provided an additional 2,786 rides since 2022. So the numbers from our COVID downturn have been going up consistently, and that's a 38% increase over 2021. And this could not have been done without everybody's support. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And if they can't, they're scholarship. But they're based-
Yes, sir, Mr. Takacs.
Steve Takacs, Whitten Road. I am and have always supported this particular article every year they've had it because we are stranded out here in the middle of nowhere with no public transportation. And yes, this is designed specifically for elderly and handicapped, but anybody can use it if there's space available. And I have been a participant on this bus many times this year with my foot problem. I couldn't drive, so I would be stuck because I have nobody to drive me down to the hospital down in Nashua. So I've used this bus many times. For this little bit of money, it's a great service, and we need to keep it. We need to keep public transportation in all of New Hampshire, but particularly us, because we got 16,000 residents, and we got no public transportation. So, yes, I'm definitely supporting this article.
Very good, thank you. Any other questions or comments? No further discussion, so with that, I'll instruct the town clerk to place warrant article 14 on the ballot as originally worded. And then warrant article 15, modification of existing elderly housing exemption. Shall the town pursuant to RSA 7227-A vote to modify the elderly exemption from property tax based on assessed value for qualified taxpayers to be as follows. For persons 65 years of age up to 75 years, $83,000. For a person 75 years of age up to 80 years, $124,000. For persons over 80 years of age, $200,500. And to modify the maximum asset limit for both individual and married persons to $125,000, excluding the value of the person's residence. And it goes on to state a variety of other qualifications the individuals must have. Mr. Dodgy.
I move that warrant article 15 be placed on the ballot.
That is seconded, thank you.
The Board of Selectmen supported this article 5-0. Speaking for the majority is Selectman Tim Finan.
Thank you. I'll be repeating some of what Peter just told us. These exemptions provide relief to our elderly population who meet certain criteria by providing specific exemptions from their property tax. This article seeks to increase the exemption for those over 80 years old from the current exemption of $165,000 to $200,500, to increase the single income limit from $38,600 to $40,500, and to also increase the maximum asset limit for all age groups from $100,000 to $125,000, excluding primary residents. The existing exemptions for all other age groups remain unchanged and are as follows. Age 65 to 74 is $83,000. Age 75 to 79 is $124,000. The income limit for a dual income household also remains unchanged at $46,000. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Pank.
The Budget Advisory Committee supports this warrant article, a 9-0. Speaking for the majority is Peg Seward.
The majority feels that the adjustment recommended by the assessor of tax exemption for the elderly should be adopted. And again, it lists out the $83,000 for the 65 to 75, 124 for 75 to 80. Those had remained the same. The only one that was changed was for people over 80. It was up from about $170,000 to $200,500. Also, the maximum assets excluding house value would be $125 for both individual and married. And that was a change. In 2022, 88 elderly citizens benefited from this exemption, often on fixed income. They could remain in their houses longer.
All right, thank you. Mr. Thornton.
Mr. Moderator, the only problem I have with the proposed warrant article is that the excluding house value of $125,000 is far below the approximately $351,000 median house value in Milford. therefore disadvantaging the people who have been in their homes the longest, the elderly usually, and denying them this exclusion.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Nick Darchak, Lindy Road. I have to agree with Mike Thornton that the longtime people, I'm one of those along with my wife. Moved here from Nashua when I finished my full professional job down there to enjoy the easier life, slower life, and more comfortable life. Sadly, that has not remained that way. Since moving here, the taxes have tripled. The value of the house maybe tripled, but I still have 1/3 that I paid into it, so I have 2/3 of my money tied up that do absolutely nothing for me until I decide to sell it. At that point, my money is all tied up. When I came here, I had a whole life insurance policy that I decided to take upon myself to protect myself in this point in time in my life. I get up here and I tried to qualify for an exemption, elderly exemption. Well, come to find out that's considered an asset, and I'm told that, oh, I can cash that in to pay my taxes. Well, I'm sorry, but that's not the reason that I took the time and effort to make a life insurance policy for myself to pay the taxes in the town of Milford. The whole process needs to be reviewed from start to finish, see what exemptions are in there that should be. Maybe there's some that got skipped over. There are some that should not be in there because of my personal decision to get a life policy that has a cash value. Now I do not qualify for that. The first thing that was mentioned in the municipal warrant was that the employees are getting 5 to 7% COLA levy. Well, I don't know how many of you are on Social Security. Every year they give you a 3% increase, COLA living, cost of living increase. What does your Medicare cost go up? It goes up 3.5 or 4%. The dollar value that they have in there for the elderly exemption has not gone up 1%, from the $40,000 to the $46,000 for 2 individuals. That whole thing needs to get revamped from ground zero. A committee needs to be formed, and I think you ought to just pull the plug on this warrant for right now. I don't want to hurt anybody in the 80s. I agree they deserving as well as I am. However, it is not fair to everyone that is over 65 years old.
Very good. Thank you. All right. Any other questions or comments? Okay, so there are none, so I will instruct the town clerk to place warrant Article 15, on the ballot as originally amended.
Mr. Moderator, Tom Schmidt, Mill and Lindy Road. I'd like to move that we restrict reconsideration of Articles 11 to 15.
Which ones?
11 through 15.
11 through 15, yes.
We did up to 10 before.
Yeah, thank you. That's seconded? Yeah. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration of Articles 11 through 15, please raise your card. Let the blood going. Thank you. All those opposed? There are none. We've restricted reconsideration of articles all the way up through 15. Okay. So, warrant Article 16, the Wadley Library Maintenance and Upkeep Capital Reserve. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $25,000 to be placed in the Library Maintenance and Upkeep Capital Reserve Fund under the provisions of RSA 35:1 for the purpose of future library building repairs and improvements of the existing facility for the benefit of the town, approved by the voters in 2022. Mr. Dodgy.
I move that warrant Article 16 be placed on the ballot.
And that's seconded, thank you.
The Board of Selectmen recommend this article 5-0. Speaking for the majority is Selectman Friel.
Thank you. The Wadley Library is an aging facility with many ongoing maintenance issues and improvements that are needed to keep the library a safe and reliable structure for its contents, workers, and town residents. Earlier in the year, the board decided to apply ARPA funds of over $280,000 to help with its planned HVAC and electrical upgrades, only to hear shortly after that leaks in the roofing system had occurred. We believe that the capital reserve fund should be funded this year to begin saving for obvious repairs that will be needed moving forward.
Very good, thank you. Mr. Pank?
The Budget Advisory Committee supports this warrant article 7-2. Speaking for the majority is Claudia Lemare.
Thank you. The Milford residents voted in 2022 to establish a capital reserve account for the Wadley Memorial Library. Capital reserve accounts build funds for future costly expenses. The Wadley Memorial Library is a historic town facility and will continue to require repairs and maintenance to the existing structure. By continuing to fund this capital reserve account, we can avert large warrant articles for repairs and maintenance and ultimately save taxpayer money on loan interest by funding repairs outright.
Speaking for the minority, Karen Mitchell.
The minority believes that no funding was requested for other capital reserve accounts this year due to the imperative need for the citizens to approve the EPA-mandated upgrade of the wastewater treatment plant, warrant article number 3. The library received grant money to upgrade HVAC heating and cooling this year. Therefore, this capital reserve warrant article can wait.
All right, thank you for that. Yes. Are you?
Good afternoon. Lynn Coakley, 322 Nashua Street, Library Board of Trustees Treasurer. Library trustees understand that this is a hard year for the taxpayers. We have already reduced our initial request on this fund. The library capital reserve has never been funded. If you look at the handout in the back of all of the capital reserve funds, and it shows the beginning balance, the ending balance, the ins and outs, all of our numbers are zero, which means we currently have no savings account for unforeseen circumstances. And yet, as we have an older and historic building, we can anticipate there will be a need for ongoing funding in order to mitigate issues as they arise. As you've heard, the roof is leaking again, and the heat in the children's room recently failed just before the holidays. Without a capital reserve fund, we cannot adequately address these issues as they occur. The longer we continue to defer maintenance, the greater the cost, and the greater the impact on the staff, the patrons, and ultimately the taxpayers of Milford. The library trustees support this warrant article unanimously.
Thank you.
Jennifer Sigrist, also a library trustee. This account should have been funded with a minimum of $1 last year in order to get it properly established. It was not. So this is kind of catch up for us. And since the library has spent the last 7 years trying to get funds to do needed repairs, which have not been passed, we believe that $25,000 was a small amount that is not a huge tax impact that would greatly go towards helping the library to continue. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Any other discussion? Mr. Friel?
Just to, talk to what you just stated, Karen, what, in our meeting, originally it was at $50,000, that warrant, and yes, you were right, we did decide to go away from a lot of the warrant articles to try to combat, the inflated budget. But with this particular one, we thought by lowering it by $25,000, at least it gives them a chance to get something in the account, versus some of the other warrant articles that already had, or some of the other capital reserve fund, I'm sorry, that already had some funds in it. So just so you know, that's why I voted that way, but the board, I think, unanimously felt that it was a good time to at least start with something versus nothing for another year.
Okay, thank you for that. Yes, Ms. Seward.
I had just a general question. Hearing now that the library is having roof leaks, and basically they have books and papers that you don't want ruined, what is the procedure they need to go through, and how quickly can they figure out with you guys some way to help get this resolved.
Lynn Coakley, Library Trustees. I don't know the complete process. We're currently getting bids for the repair work that needs to be done immediately to stop any further damage, and we do not have those numbers yet. Understandably, many roofing companies have been very busy the past few weeks with the storms, and so we are currently waiting on getting some estimates, and then we will meet with the select board and determine where we go from there.
Thank you.
Now, at this point, can they apply to use the town facility capital reserve of $100,000?
Did you hear that question?
We certainly hope so.
Yeah.
To expend money from the facilities capital reserve requires a town vote.
We need to do that now.
Up to 75.
The answer is no.
Is the board, over 75,000 from that capital reserve requires a town vote. Anything under 75,000, the board can vote on.
Thank you, Tina. So it's possible that we would apply for some money from that fund, and we would look to find what other funding we may have currently available. And I have not run those numbers at this time.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
I would just encourage that, given that we know
Say your name again for the record.
Catherine Coco, I would just encourage that, given what we know about the deferred maintenance on the library, this has been an ongoing issue, and that there's a current critical issue, that the minority on the Budget Advisory Committee please reconsider its position, given the importance of this. And again, I'm going to reiterate what the Park Service quote said: "Maintenance is the most important preservation treatment for extending the life of a historic property. Even if it's not historic, that still holds true. And it is also the most cost-effective." So from a budget advisory standpoint, I would expect that this would be seen as a proactive step towards making sure we're handling things timely. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes, Ms. Mitchell.
I will speak for myself as one of the minority. The outlook is not that the library doesn't need to be maintained or repaired. I wholeheartedly believe that it does. My outlook is not burdening the taxpayer further this year. I think that the suggestion of the town facilities fund and anything 75,000 and below can be board approved. I think that is a much more appropriate way to look at spending those funds to fix a much needed repair in the library and not further burden the taxpayers.
All right, thank you.
The library appreciates Mrs. Mitchell's support.
You have to speak up, sorry.
The library appreciates Ms. Mitchell's support, and we know that it's not personal. The capital reserve would go towards future expenditures and would not in any way be applied to the roof leak, which needs to be fixed much more quickly.
All right, thank you. All right, I think we're done with the discussion. Any other questions or comments? There's no amendment. So with that, I'll instruct the town clerk to place warrant Article 16 on the ballot as originally worded, and just make a note that we're now 2/3 of the way through. Okay. Warrant Article 17, Independence Day Celebration Fireworks. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $14,000 for the purpose of providing the Independence Day Celebration Fireworks display at a time and location to be determined by the Board of Selectmen? Mr. Dodgy.
I move that warrant Article 17 be placed on the ballot.
Thank you, and it's seconded.
The Board of Selectmen recommend this warrant article 4-1. I'll be speaking for the majority.
She's a troublemaker.
The cost of fireworks has increased tremendously in recent years. We used to be able to get a display for about $8,500. We now need to spend about $14,000 to get the same quality event. It is expected that the display will occur a few days before the 4th, as holding a display right on the 4th is even more expensive. Despite the increased cost, the majority of the Board of Selectmen supports this article, since having an annual fireworks display is a tradition in Milford that is cherished by many residents.
All right, thank you.
Speaking for the minority is Selectman Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. As you may recall, last year the fireworks article passed at an $8,500 value. Two selectmen meetings after that vote, we were informed that the cost of the fireworks, 15 minutes, was not $8,500, it was $12,000. So the board magically found $3,500 and voted to add to that. So the 15-minute firework display last year cost you $12,000. So now here we are again. The new cost is $14,000. That's $560 per minute. I just think there's probably better ways of blowing off money than in a fireworks display. We've talked all day long about where money could go. You're not even getting the display on the 4th of July. So I think there's just better ways to use that money. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Pank?
The Budget Advisory Committee does not support this warrant article by a vote of 0 in favor, 9 against. Speaking for the majority, the minority, is Wade Campbell.
Being the fireworks are a lower priority on the ballot, the VAC feels money should be better spent elsewhere.
Okay, short and sweet. Thank you for that. Yeah, Mr. Takacs.
Steve Backus, Winton Road. There are a lot of towns around here that have firework displays, and the ones that you could actually see. The majority of the people that look at the fireworks come to the concert before, like I did last year. It was a great concert, but I had to leave early because you can't see the fireworks from Keys Field. You can see them, but not very well, because it's shot off at the transfer station, and there's a lot of trees that have grown over the years, so you can't see the fireworks all that well. I've talked to the fire chief just today and about getting the fireworks shot off at Keys Field, and he said that they can do that, but they're going to have smaller shells. If you have smaller shells, then you can do it. Now, if you have it at Keys Field, you don't need to have it go 10,000 feet in the air because people are right there. Particularly if we use, I forget the name of the place we've been using, Atlas. They are particularly set up for doing ground displays, which would be within the RSA limits on which you can have people on the same field as the fireworks are being shot off. We can use a ground display. It'll be probably cheaper, and you can see it. Right now, people like me that want to listen to the concert, we got to leave early and go down to the transfer station to actually see the fireworks get shot off. And over the years, I'm joined by a lot of people down there. It's become a traffic jam down there at the transfer station. So, at $14,000, I can go down to Atlas. Well, I can't anymore because Atlas is out of business. But you can go to any fireworks shop and you can buy a lot of fireworks for $14,000. No, I don't approve this article, and I hope we don't vote for it.
Okay, thank you.
Chris Labonte, Marcy's Way. After hearing how much the budget and whatnot is, the increases this year, have the majority of the board that supported this, have you guys thought of fundraising to raise the money so the taxpayers wouldn't have to?
No.
Irene Berry, Recreation Director. In response to Mr. Takas, we did have somebody suggest to us a field display at Keys. And he's absolutely correct that you could do that at Keys and have it be a ground display. The issue with that is half the town is not at Keys, they're at the MCA fields. So now we're gonna try to fit everybody that's at the MCA fields and at Keys. You know, and the way I word it, if you're at Keys, because that's where I am, you can't see a blade of grass because everybody has filled the field. And we don't have, that I know of, a location in this town that everybody that comes to see the fireworks could be at that one location. And if anybody has any suggestions, believe me, I'm more than open to them. Fireworks is probably my biggest headache of the year, except an ice rink when it's over 40 degrees on a regular basis. And the puddle in people's driveways are frozen, so they think the ice rink should be open. But to get back to the fireworks, it doesn't matter to me if we have them at Keys or if we have them somewhere else. It doesn't matter to me if we have them or we don't have them at all. It's up to the voters. And if the voters want them, I'll do the best that I can. If somebody has a suggestion, I'll try to work to come up with where everybody wants them and where they're going to be best. If people don't want them, that's fine with me. I'll focus my energies on some other event. But to just say this isn't working, I don't have other solutions. So if somebody has other solutions, I'm more than open to them. If we want the ground display, we can do the ground display. But I need to know where, because not all the spectators will fit at Keys. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes, Mr. Daniels.
Mr. Moderator, I would like to move an amended amount of 0.
Okay, is there a second for that?
I'm a
It is
second.
seconded, yes. Okay, so what the proposed amendment is to reduce the $14,000 to 0, so there's no money for the fireworks. Mr. Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I just want to help Irene out with her headache with fireworks, and I think amending this to 0 will help her out.
Yes, come on up. Thank you.
Andrea Chappell, Route 13 South. I'm in support of Gary's motion to amend. I believe that it's been shown through the town, especially with the Pumpkin Festival efforts, that the town-wide support for fireworks, Pumpkin Festival, things of that nature should be done through fundraising efforts and support of the entire town, not the taxpayers. I think that this is the wise effort, and that if the town of Milford really wants the fireworks, then it should be done through fundraising efforts and not paid solely by the taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Duffy, yes.
Yeah, this is Jay Duffy, Nashua Street. Mr. Takis' ideas of smaller shells, polishing it. I realize money is tight. However, these are the things that make a town great. These are the traditions that define who we are. And fireworks is one of them, especially at the 4th of July. That's why we're the greatest town in the Sauhegan Valley. I believe they should still continue.
All right, thank you. Mr. Finan.
Yeah, I'm going to oppose this amendment, and for the reason, I think this is a unique year because it's such a huge increase. I don't know, it's over 50% increase from the 8,500 to 14,000. It'll be very interesting to see how the voters react to this price this year. Now, historically, fireworks have been kind of touch and go. They don't always pass. More often than not, they pass, but not always. So I think if $14,000 is too much, we're going to hear it loud and clear this year, and that might give us some direction for the future.
All right, thank you. Yes.
Irene Berry again, Recreation Director. For the knowledge, the 14,000 is the same exact number of shells and length of time and size of shells that we had last year. You know, we all know about inflation. Fireworks come from China. You know, so they're something that definitely has suffered over the inflation. But just so that we know, that's the same exact number of shells that we've had the last 2 years.
Thank you for that. Yeah.
Ryan Hansen, 579 Mason Road. Just want to echo Selectman Feynman's sentiment. I think the increase is a big one. I don't think we've had a 0-9 budget committee recommendation on fireworks before, so I think those things would be representative. This place should be packed with taxpayers and residents who have a voice on this, but to zero it out and give them no choice at the ballot, I think is disingenuous, and I would urge people to vote against this amendment.
Okay, thank you. Yep, another? Yes.
Yeah, I want to thank hi, Janet Langdale, 122 Elm Street. I want to thank Mr. Hanson for very eloquently saying what I was thinking, and I really want to support Tim on this. I think it's important that we get a sense of the public at the current cost. I mean, I think that's very important going forward. I'd just like to also throw it out there, since I'm a big advocate of regional collaboration, that our friends over in Amherst are really known for their July 4th celebration and parade. And maybe we can do a little collaborating with them around fireworks. Who knows? Just a thought.
Thank you. Mr. Friel, sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to go on the record here. I was actually, little story about me and the fireworks. So it actually hits home to me, and I've always been a proponent, like I would fight for the fireworks. I grew up in this town, and I used to go to my uncle's house right across from Keys Field. We always watched the display. I have lots of history with that. And being on this board and seeing the amount of money that we have to watch over and support things and not support things on different times, for me, I supported the fireworks, and I would love to say, just let it go to the taxpayer, the voter, and let them decide. However, to support it, to sit here and have to support it, and to sit here and say, well, I want to spend $14,000 on fireworks, but I don't want to spend it in another, instance, is kind of just, it's not right. And so that's why I was actually thinking about making the same motion that Selectman Daniels did, and that's why I seconded it pretty quick. I'm not saying every year has to be like this, but maybe this year, because we're so over budget, and we really stress to try to make it about the employee this year. And maybe this is one of the things that we give up, or moving forward, maybe with Pumpkin Festival Committee, it's something that they can do. I mean, that's really what Pumpkin Fest for this town has become really large. And so, sorry, Wade, but maybe you could do something there. That's something separate. But the fireworks on the 4th of July, when we weren't, like Selectman Daniel says, we're not even getting them on the 4th anymore. It's just gotten too ballooned, and maybe we can go back and revisit it next year, but I think this year is probably the right thing to do.
All right, thank you. Mr. Daniels?
Thank you. I just want to briefly address comments that were made about keeping this the same so that other people could vote on it. And first of all, I want to commend all of you for staying here today. I mean, this morning we had a room full of people who didn't even think that a $17 million budget was important enough to hang around to vote on. We all have the opportunity to come and decide what's important to us and what's not, and we'll pay the taxes that support these activities. But again, I want to thank you. I don't see any reason why we should go forward and put out a high price item like this, and because people decided it wasn't important enough to hang around and talk about and vote on. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, so we have an amendment proposed to zero out the amount of warrant articles 17 for the fireworks. So it would change the raise and appropriate the sum of $14,000 to raise and appropriate the sum of $0. All those in favor, please raise your card. All those opposed? Okay, the amendment passes. Is there any other discussion on the topic? All right, with that, I instruct the town clerk to place warrant article 17 on the ballot as amended. Warrant article 18, the summer band concert support. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $9,000 for the purpose of holding the annual summer evening band concerts, band, sound systems, and crossing detail? Mr. Dodgy.
I move that warrant article 18 be placed on the ballot.
That's seconded, thank you.
So the selectmen support this warrant article 3-2. Speaking for the majority is Selectwoman Duziak.
Thank you. Milford summer band concerts are an example of what makes Milford a great community to live in. The concerts are held in Emerson Park next to the post office or the town hall when there is bad weather. Listening to the various types of music on the banks of the Sauhegan River is a wonderful experience that is suitable for people of all ages, including the many seniors that live nearby.
All right. Minority as well?
Oh, sorry. Speaking for the minority is Selectman Gary Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Though these concerts are well received by a few people, the minority believes that these events should be more appropriately funded through the Recreation Revolving Fund, as they are not part of the core function of local government.
All right, thank you. Mr. Pank?
The Budget Advisory Committee supports the warrant article. 9 in favor, none against. Speaking for the majority is Paul Bartomucci.
Thank you. The summer band concerts have been funded at this dollar amount for at least the past 20 years. The Recreation Department has been able to continue to provide 10 concerts a year during the summer months. The department selects a variety of genres, which results in entertainment for hundreds of residents. The summer concerts provide an opportunity for the very young, as well as the more senior residents, to enjoy a night of music, either in their chairs or on blankets on the grass. The concerts will take place at either Emerson Park or the new stage at Keys, depending on the size of the band, and of course, depending on the weather, they may have to be moved indoors to the town hall. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other discussion? You can do it.
Steve Takis, Whitten Road. I also like to support this article, as I do every year, because if those of you that do come to these concerts, there's a lot of people that show up for them, particularly the Beatles cover band. We had hundreds, and literally hundreds, of residents that came down to see that concert last year. And we had a good showing at just about every concert that was outdoors. We had a lot of bad weather, so we brought it indoors. And of course, the indoor concerts produce almost no audience, but the outdoor concerts do. And it's you talk about part of Milford. The band concerts have been going on for since before I got here 33 years ago. So it is a tradition, and everybody seems to like it, and it's just a great time that we have for about an hour and a half every Wednesday afternoon. I support this article.
Great, thank you. Any other discussion? All right. There's no discussion, no amendments, so I'll instruct the town clerk to place warrant Article 18 on the ballot as originally worded. Warrant Article 19 is about the Memorial, Veterans, and Labor Day parades and recognition support. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $8,000 for the purpose of town support relative to the observance of Memorial, Veterans, and Labor Day parades? These funds shall be used to cover parade costs incurred by the Public Works, police departments, and other town departments, and to purchase flags to be placed on the graves of veterans 30 days before Memorial Day and removed 30 days after Veterans Day. Mr. Dodgy.
I move that warrant Article 19 be placed on the ballot.
That's seconded, thank you.
The Board of Selectmen supports this warrant article 5-0. Speaking from the majority is Selectman Finan.
Thank you. These funds cover the cost of town department expenses needed to properly support the Memorial Day, Labor Day, and Veterans Day parades that are held each year. These funds also cover the costs of flags for veterans in our cemeteries on Memorial Day. The 3 parades allow us to honor those who have served and who have made sacrifices to make our country better. They promote community involvement and allow our current groups and organizations to be recognized. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Pank.
The Budget Advisory Committee supports this warrant article 9-0. Speaking for the majority, Claudia Lemire.
Thank you. These parades are well attended and popular with the community. This warrant includes costs for safety coverage and cleanup by police, DPW, and other town departments, as well as the purchase of flags placed on veterans' graves for Memorial Day.
All right, thank you. Mr. Duffy.
J. Duffy, Nashua Street. And I'd like to thank the Board of Selectmen and the Budget Advisory Committee for supporting these. I'm very passionate about this The parades, of course, are a tradition. It's what creates community. This year, regarding the flags, will be our third annual grassroots event, placing the flags at Riverside Cemetery. I'll be coordinating a date within the next couple of weeks with Director Lassad. Just a little background. As I said, this will be the third year. It's grown every year. The baseball team Milford High School baseball team has been present to place the flags prior to Memorial Day, and Milford High School football team has been there after Veterans Day to take them down. It's a great teaching moment, and they really take a lot of pride in it. And on top of that, at Memorial Day, the community is invited. I had 256 people. I take that back, 156 people last year. Coffee and donuts are served. It really turns into a Milford reunion, young and old. It's what defines us as a people, and we're there to honor the veterans. This year, I've recycled flags. Some of the flags I have are approximately 4 years old. We're going to be doing a large purchase this year, and being mindful for the taxpayer, I've recycled and restapled and so on. But a few of them are rather tattered and discolored, so they will need to be replaced. Point of fact, logistically, Elm Street Cemetery, West Street Cemetery, Union Street, and North Yard I placed the flags there the week prior to Memorial Day. Riverside Cemetery is usually done the Saturday before. So it's a great event. It adds to the fabric of this town, and it's certainly in honor of our veterans, our Milford heroes. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Just on a personal note, I love this new tradition, and the last couple of years now, I've gone to the placing of the flags on the grave, and actually done it for 3 of our family members, and then shared photos of that every year with extended family who can't be here in town, and they really do appreciate having that happen. So
Very nice.
I'd also like to suggest that those of you that have family members buried there, you could think about doing the same.
Mhm. Great idea. Thank you. All right, any other discussion? There is none, so I'll instruct the town clerk to place warrant Article 19 on the ballot as originally worded. Warrant Article 20, the annual Labor Day Parade support. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $3,000 for the purpose of funding bands, musicians, and other allied expenses directly attributed to the annual Labor Day Parade? Mr. Dodge.
I move that warrant Article 20 be placed on the ballot.
That is seconded.
Yes. Okay. The Board of Selectmen recommend this article 5-0. Speaking for the majority is Selectman Friel.
Thank you. So earlier, this article started off at its traditional amount of $10,000. But after discussion, the board wasn't really all behind trying to save some money. They weren't behind the whole amount after it was noted that the account of the parade had a balance of roughly $12,000 to $13,000. After discussions and everything, and we decided, and we talked back and forth about possibly lowering it down to this $3,000 that you do see, and that is just to offset with what's already in the account. So the whole board got behind it at that amount, and I think it was important to have us support it 5-0, and that's why we're at the 3,000 versus the original 10.
All right, thank you for that. Mr. Pank.
The Budget Advisory Committee supports this warrant article by a vote of 9 in favor, 0 against. Speaking for the majority, Paul Bartomucci.
Thank you. As indicated in the wording of the article, the funds do support the bands, musicians, and other allied expenses directly attributed to the Labor Day Parade. This annual event is popular with the citizens of Milford. Streets are closed. Hundreds of people line the parade route and enjoy the bands, the floats, and various local groups marching in this parade. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Duffy.
Yes, Jay Duffy, Nashua Street. I'd like to thank on behalf of the committee, the Labor Day Parade Committee, thank the Board of Selectmen and the Budget Advisory Committee for once again supporting this. Just a little background. This will be our 77th year. We are the longest Labor Day, Milford is the longest Labor Day parade in the state. Just a little educational point too. Last year, of course, last few years have been kind of rough. Of course, we had COVID, we had the parade. Then last year, of course, we had the rain date. We did have to pay a couple cancellation fees to two of the bands, just stating that for fact. And we as the committee stands, we certainly understand the lowering of the amount in the warrant article to 3,000. We realize, and we're very grateful. We realize, the budget constraints right now, and we are very grateful for the amount that we do get. Once again, I'll be pounding the pavement, getting donations. Right now, as it stands, we have $13,517, and assuming that the $3,000 will go into, it's going to be right on the line. But with donations and so on, I think we'll be able to swing it. But we're extremely grateful. This year, we're going to, as last year, the theme of the parade was going to be celebration of sports with Mark Moore, retired athletic director for Milford High School, Grand Marshal. That's going to be carried over to this year, and we look forward to seeing you all there, and we thank you very much for your support. Very grateful. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead. Sorry.
Hi, Janet Langdon, 122 Elm Street. I just have a quick question since I've got this budget in front of me. And since Paul's here and probably has his computer right in front of him and can answer the question, under the Labor Day Committee parade documents here, it says Chamber of Commerce adds $170 paid. What was?
We got a bill from Mr. Philbrick that you had joined the chamber. The committee had joined the chamber, and he
So
submitted.
it's not for ads, it's for membership?
It's a membership, which in ipso facto, it's for ads. They can.
But it's membership, but it's not an ad?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
I'm just curious because since the town of Milford is already a member of the chamber, it seemed like a little bit duplicative. That's why I was asking. Thank you.
Yes, go right ahead.
Thanks, Janet, for bringing that up. Just to clarify that, because the last few years with COVID and the rain last year, we're very much attempting, to keep the parade fresh. And we had at our last meeting spoken about joining the Chamber of Commerce, not only for networking, but advertising, possible donations, so on. As I said, we're 77 years old, and we're hoping that this will breathe a lot of life into it. Even though the parade already has a great deal of life, people come from all over New England to see it. However, educating more people about it and getting networking within the chamber, we thought that would be a great addition to the parade. And as Mr. Calabria said, that is $170 was the membership fee. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Langdon.
Just to make sure my point was a little bit clearer, since this is a committee of the town of Milford and not a separate entity, it would seem that they would be automatically members under the town of Milford's membership. That's all.
Very good, thank you. Any other discussion? There is none, so I'll instruct the town clerk to place warrant Article 20 on the ballot as originally worded. Warrant Article 21, to re-adopt the optional Veterans Tax Credit with expanded eligibility. Shall the town vote to re-adopt the optional Veterans Tax Credit in accordance with RSA 7228(2) for an annual tax credit on residential property of $400? Mr. Dodgy.
I move that Article 21, warrant Article 21 be placed on the ballot.
Second. So seconded, thank you.
The Board of Selectmen recommended this warrant article 4 in favor and 1 abstention. Speaking for the majority is Selectman Finan.
Thank you. This warrant article recognizes the commitment and contribution of our veterans and our servicemen and women who have served our country in armed conflict by readopting the existing $400 optional veterans tax credit that is currently in place. By readopting this statute, RSA 7228, paragraph 2, Milford will now begin to offer this credit to servicemen and women who have served 4 years or more and continue to serve in the armed forces, in addition to just those who had already been discharged. So just a comment, that's the difference in this one. We're readopting it so that it can now apply to people. It previously only applied to those who have been discharged. Now we can offer it to those who are currently serving so long as they have served 4 years.
All right, thank you. Mr. Pank?
Yes, the Budget Advisory Committee supports this warrant article, 7 in favor, none against, with 2 abstentions. Speaking for the majority is Peg Seward.
Thanks, President. The majority voted to approve to readopt the optional veterans tax credit, which is expanded to include service members not yet discharged. It would maintain the previously approved $400 property tax credit. And in highlight, this warrant article must pass to continue the $400 credit. And I think that's the one part that everyone has to understand, is both of these must pass in order to continue that credit. 2 members abstained, as they would be receiving benefits from the warrant. And what I mean is this one must pass, as must 22. And that has to be made clear to everybody.
All right, thank you for that. Yes, Tina?
I did put that information in the voter's guide.
Good, thank you.
If these don't pass, it goes down and back to $50, which is a slap in our veterans' faces.
Thank you. That's a good point. Any other discussion? All right, there is none, so I'll instruct the town clerk to place warrant Article 21 on the ballot as originally worded. We're on to warrant Article 22. We adopt all veterans' tax credit with expanded eligibility. Shall the town vote to readopt the all veterans' tax credit in accordance with RSA 72:28B for an annual tax credit on residential property, which shall be equal to the same amount as the standard or optional veterans' tax credit voted by the town under RSA 72:28. Mr. Dodge.
I move that warrant Article 22 be placed on the ballot.
Second. That's seconded, thank you.
The Board of Selectmen recommends this warrant article, 4 in favor and 1 abstention. Speaking for the majority is Selectman Finan.
Thank you. This warrant article recognizes the commitment and contribution of our veterans and servicemen and women by readopting the existing $400 all veterans tax credit that is currently in place. By readopting this statute, Milford will now begin to offer this credit for servicemen and women who have served for 4 years or more and continue to serve in the armed forces, in addition to those who have already been discharged. Again, another comment going to what Peg said. If you listen carefully, there's very little difference between 21 and 20. 20 applies to all veterans, 22 applies to all veterans, 21 applies to only those that served in armed conflict. So you would think that 21 encompasses them all, but due to a quirk in the way these are written, the way the RSA is written, one references the other, so both of these have to pass.
All right, thank you for that clarification. Mr. Pank.
The Budget Advisory Committee supports this warrant article. Again, 7 in favor, none against, with 2 abstentions. Speaking for the majority, Peg Seward.
Thanks. The majority voted to approve the readoption of the $400 veterans tax credit for standard and optional recipients. Again, this warrant article must pass to continue the $400 credit. 2 members abstained, as they would be receiving benefits from the warrant. And again, yes, just to reiterate, the standard tax credit was $50, or you get the optional tax credit of $400, which the town had approved and raised to $400 level. You cannot get both, you get one or the other. In town here, it's the optional, and as you say, one is the combat and one is, just being in, but it has to pass for you to get the 400 period.
All right, thank you for that. Is there any discussion on warrant article 22? There is none, so I'll instruct the town clerk to place warrant article 22 on the ballot as originally worded.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes, Mr. Daniels.
Move to restrict reconsiderations on Articles 16 through 22.
Seconded. It is seconded. The motion is to restrict reconsideration of warrant articles 16 to 22. All those in favor, please raise your card. Thank you. Anyone opposed? All right, we've restricted reconsideration on articles 16 through 22. Warrant Article 23, the Milford Community Electricity Aggregation. Shall the town vote to adopt the Milford Standard Community Power Electric Aggregation Plan pursuant to RSA 53-E:7, which authorizes the Board of Selectmen to develop and implement standard community power electric aggregation plan as described therein. Under this community power plan, the town is authorized to buy electricity in bulk for its residents and businesses. Mr. Dodgy.
I move that warrant Article 23 be placed on the ballot.
And that's seconded, thank you.
The Board of Selectmen recommend this warrant article 5-0. Speaking for the majority is Selectman Friel.
Thank you. New Hampshire recently passed legislation allowing communities to band its residents together in hopes to adopt a plan to help combat ever-increasing costs from local utility companies. Earlier this year, after a lengthy discussion, the board decided to start this process by forming a committee with town residents that have a good understanding of the processes needed to move this plan forward. The committee met with two of the top providers in the industry and in the end decided to move forward with the current plan from Standard Power. Electricity rates have never been higher. The board feels this will allow Milford's residents a chance to keep their electrical utilities as low as possible by purchasing electricity as a group with a company that is in business to keep its buys as low as possible for its customers. And I'd like to just go on, I'm also on this committee, and I just wanted to state that there's been a lot of information that's been provided that's actually, you know, I'm an electrical contractor, I don't even understand the actual, you know, aggregation or the, you know, getting the electricity. But many things have happened over the years with the utility companies, and Eversource, the local company that we all get our power from, really doesn't want to be involved with the, you know, you can tell by the way they're running they're buying their electricity and they're running that part of their company that eventually, I'm going to say in the near future, you're probably going to see that everybody's going to use some sort of contractual company, whether it's Standard Power or another one. So I think this is going to be something that, you know, you're going to see moving forward as a more normal thing than not. The one thing that I do want to state about this, it being in, you know, there's a couple different things about the plan, which I'm sure you're going to hear people talk about, is that it's an opt-out plan. So all residents that aren't under an existing contract, if this was to pass during legislation in March, you would automatically be put into this account, and you would be getting your electricity from Standard Power, hopefully, most likely at a lower rate. You know, I've never been pushed, you know, I never wanted someone to have to push me in my back against the wall and say you're going to be in something. But this really is a good way for people to combat these high rates. And if you're not happy with where you are, you can easily get out. Okay, so I don't want people to think that this is something that, you know, they're stuck in for a whole year. It's not the case. So it's really about getting the word out there, and hopefully I think this is a good thing moving forward for the whole community.
All right, thank you. Mr. Pank,
Yes, the Budget Advisory Committee originally decided not to take a position on this warrant article. However, we had several other meetings after our vote. We discussed it, and the individual who originally put forth that motion withdrew that motion, and so we've decided to take a vote. The result was that the Budget Advisory Committee does not support this warrant article by a vote of 3 in favor, 5 against, and with 1 abstention. Speaking for the majority is Vanessa Sheehan.
The majority of the committee opposes this warrant article and feels that the study was rushed and needs more time and input from the community. The majority also feels that the program should be an opt-in program, allowing Milford energy consumers to determine whether or not this plan is right for them.
thank you.
Speaking for the minority is Claudia Lemaire.
Certain members of the Budget Advisory Committee feel that this community power plan may save thousands of Milford residents money on their monthly electricity bill. By buying in bulk with authorization from Milford voters, we will have the opportunity to lock in at a competitive rate. The purpose is to pool electricity demand, and use the power of the competitive market for cost savings. Many municipalities are already utilizing community power plans successfully. This plan will only change the supplier of the electricity. Eversource will still be responsible for distribution, maintenance, and billing. This plan will have no tax impact and will be self-funding.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Thornton.
Mr. Moderator, is it possible to introduce Mr. Bob Hayden of Standard Power of America to make his presentation, please?
Yeah, is he on your list? Yeah, yes, that's correct. You may.
Was he on the list? Yeah, he was on the list.
Hi, folks. My name is Bob Hayden, formerly from Milford, currently from Lineborough. Closer? Even closer, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or
My
you
voice
can
is
lift it
usually
up.
loud enough.
I want to move it up a little bit. You're
Lift it
tall.
You got lowered earlier.
Is that a squat?
Well, I'd like to thank everybody for still being here. It's been a long day. And a lot of what we've heard today, thanks, Dave, for that introduction. I appreciate it. A lot of what we've heard today is additional expenses, more costs, inflation, and the impact it has on this wonderful community. But every community in the state. Community power is an opportunity, maybe the only opportunity we've heard today, to save our community money, significant money. While we're waiting for these slides, the potential is, which button do I press? Oh, very cool. With current estimates, the savings are likely in this community alone to be $2.5 million a year. That's money that'll go back into our local economy. I know that virtually all of the odds and ends things I buy in Milford, and I live in Lineborough. So all of the extra money that's in the budget is very helpful to the whole economy of the community. So this is the name of the program. I'd like to thank the committee for all of their hard work and diligence in developing a plan that fits this community. It is unique in the details, and it is similar to other plans in the legislative requirements. As what was the woman who was there? She's gone now. Described, this does not change the fact that Eversource delivers the electricity and takes care of the poles and wires. In addition, they still provide the bill. The price of the supply is what changes and is lowered, and that is on the bill also, so only one line on your Eversource electric bill changes. The reason why there's an opportunity for savings is twofold. One, the utility is very restricted in how they can buy electricity for this supply part of the bill. They have a two or 3 day window twice a year to buy electricity in 6-month increments. This is a very poor mechanism to buy electricity, as markets are swinging wildly at this time, and even historically have swung from month to month. So market timing is critical, and buying power is significant. So a community like Milford, who would probably join with a variety of other towns to buy the electricity portion of this program at the same time, would enjoy likely dramatic savings at this time. If we were doing it today, I would hazard a guess that it would be greater than 5 cents per kilowatt hour, or over $40 a month for many of the bills that our residents receive. This is an example of the town of Milford, because Standard Power, my company, has provided electricity for the municipal buildings for quite a few years. The blue line is the Eversource rate, and as you can see, it's skyrocketed. The yellow-orange rate is the rate we've provided the community. In addition to this savings that you can see here, we've also provided the community reimbursements from a group net metering program that uses a local hydroelectric facility, Pine Valley, down the road. That's provided additional savings to the community. We'll take advantage of any mechanism we can use to provide savings in the community power plan. At this time, things are rather unique in the marketplace in that renewables are often lower cost than traditional power. So those local renewables do consist of hydro facilities all around us that are small that we've helped rebuild and we administer in the group net metering program. In addition, the town has several locations within the community where solar could further reduce the cost of electricity and provide the green attributes that allow the community to claim some level of renewability. But again, these costs are lower now. With Eversource rates over 30 cents per kilowatt hour delivered, the cost of using local renewables is drastically less. So these are some of the numbers. Oh, this is a great point. So right now, we talk about opt-in and opt-out. For many years, the ability to opt into plans has existed. It's an open market. Eversource, your utility, has a website that includes the option of looking at the websites of these competitive suppliers. And a full 10% or more of your community has taken advantage of them, maybe as much as 15%. That means that 85% of your community has the opportunity to save significant dollars every month on their electric bill. That, to me, is a great opportunity and is a contradiction to everything we've heard today about larger costs, more expenses, and higher taxes. This helps save money. So, one of those third-party supply offers recently as a renewal was 25 cents or $24.99, but there's also ones on the website from Eversource that are $14.99. So they're a significant savings too, but people haven't done it. That's why this is, as a opt-out program, will deliver those savings, add that revenue to the community, and help people on an individual basis. Right now, the program has a default that if you do nothing, you will get the lowest price possible in the plan. There'll be other options that will include renewables at a greater level, as much as 100% for those people who really want to make the choice to participate in the renewable market. They will be able to do that. So we did a community survey, and we do this for every community we work with on community power. So we've assembled a large amount of information. Interestingly enough, over 80%, or wait a second, oh, I'm sorry, I said it wrong. Over 77% of the community would like some form of additional renewable energy. So going into the future with this committee and the evolution of a new committee or an ongoing energy committee, those goals can be considered and possibly achieved. Other communities have already adopted town rules to have higher amounts of renewable energy, including the city of Keene, one of our early adopters in this program, that has a goal of being 100% renewable by 2030. This is an existing plan. We've teamed up with a company, a national company, to start this program here in New Hampshire. And this is a long-term plan in Somerville, Mass. And so they've been enjoying the benefits of community power for quite a few years already, as have many towns in Massachusetts. 2 years ago, our governor signed this law into law so that the state of New Hampshire could enjoy these benefits. In addition, not only is it with the support of our governor, but clearly our utility, Eversource, supports this program also. So they've come out in favor of this being a positive alternative for people who are their customers. So if you look at the blue line, that's the Eversource rate in Massachusetts. They're even higher than here by a nickel. The green line is a default service rate that the folks in Somerville have enjoyed and had savings in virtually all timelines, other than COVID, when rates crashed a bit. And the red line or orange line is their basic plan, which has a small amount of additional renewables. The green line has an increasing amount of renewable power in it, and you can see a slight delta between the orange and green line of the cost of the renewable energy credits that facilitate the definition of renewable. So where are we now? Here we are at the town meeting, which is item 4. So we've done a lot of the work, and I again thank the committee and all of the folks from leadership here who have attended our meetings to look at this program. So thank you everybody for your time. And now we're hoping the community will have the opportunity to vote in these savings into the community, into their electric bill, and into their budget. Once that happens, we'll procure the electricity, we'll implement more public outreach for education, and we'll launch the program. This program will allow people to literally move from one of those options to another on a monthly basis if they so choose, or in the unlikely event the utility rate goes lower, they can opt out at any time. So going into the future, again, I'd like to point out that this is a living opportunity and a living document and can evolve over time. So as opportunities arise in local energy generation that will make the overall cost lower, the opportunity will be present to make it part of this plan or to deliver it to our schools or the municipality. I think, these are the team of Standard Power and Good Energy. Good Energy's done Massachusetts and Rhode Island. You see some of the towns in those states where these plans already exist. For a while, Rhode Island was on the same timeline as us. New Hampshire took a little longer. The darker green towns are the towns Wilton, Swansea, Marlborough, and Keene, who are all ready to do their plan. They're all approved. And the lighter green towns include yourselves, who are on the path for this year and probably before summer to enjoy these savings. I guess that's really about it. Any further comments? Or are you going to?
Okay, thank you for that.
My pleasure. Thank you for the time.
Oh, you're very welcome. Mr. Thornton.
Mike Thornton, North River Road. Mr. Moderator, if you please, a question of town council.
Yeah, go right ahead.
If there is any change to a warrant article which effectively denies voters a choice, is that lawful?
I didn't hear the beginning of your question. What's the concept that you're talking about?
If a single word is changed, opt out is changed to opt in, therefore that destroys the economic viability, therefore rendering choice moot, is that lawful?
My recollection of that statute is that the agreements all have opt-out and opt-in.
If I understood what you just said, and I don't think I did, sir, that if the warrant article were changed to opt-in only, therefore destroying the program economically, making no choice available, would that be lawful?
Where is the word, sorry, but where is the word opt-in or the word opt-out in the warrant
I'm
article?
just asking a question, sir.
It's not in the warrant article.
They're not in the article.
So they can't be changed.
Are you thinking, are you trying to amend them or what?
No, sir.
Okay.
I'm trying to make sure it isn't amended.
Well, just like we voted, we amended an article to $0 earlier, the people here have the right to amend the language of a warrant article.
Absolutely, sir. And what I'm suggesting is only that the few people remaining is about, forgive me, I'm going to use some numbers, about 0.125% of the optional or the likely voters, and that the esteemed colleagues, whom I respect very much, on the Budget Advisory Committee almost all, 8 of 9 at least, already have these plans. Our family does. We save about $165 a month. Denying that to the rest of Milford's 85% perhaps, voters, residents, would seem to me just a little, I mean, we're standing on principle, one which I hold very dear, but it doesn't seem reasonable. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes, sir.
I'm Rob Costantino, North River Road, and I'm also on the Milford Energy Advisory Committee. And I just wanted to say a couple things. One is about the opt-in, opt-out, because that seems to be a contentious point. So everybody that's a current Eversource user with their default plan will get a card to say, they'll get a letter explaining what this program is, and it will say they're automatically going to be opt-in unless they check a box on the card and send it back to them and say, I don't wish to be on this program. And that is a good thing for some people. And I'm thinking, I have some experience with elderly parents who, in their late 80s, who their mind is failing, and they will get stuff in the mail and they won't know what to do with it. I'm around that, they can ask me, and that helps. But there are a lot of other people who don't have anybody to turn to when they get these things. And hopefully the right thing to do for most of them when they get something is to be suspicious of it and don't fill it out and don't, ignore it. And in this case, ignoring it would prevent them from saving money with this plan. And there's no strings attached to the plan. The plan will save them money. I presented to the Budget Advisory Committee earlier that I calculated on previous data that I had that I would save $7 on my bill per month. And I've just done it recently with the this week with current data that I have. And so I use 500 kilowatts of power per month, and that's about average-ish. It's in the average area. And I would save $40 on my November bill that I got. So this would help people that don't know how to help themselves, that would not that they don't, that just don't have the mental capacity to understand what's going on, and therefore ignore it if they had to opt into it. So I think opt-out will help people, and I think we should help those people that need the help. The other thing I wanted to talk about a little bit is the plan being rushed, and it was fast, but I don't think it was rushed to the point, or I do believe we have a plan that will pass the Public Utility Commission, and so that's what we need to do to get this plan approved. Now, it doesn't have things in it, perhaps, like what our future goals are and future things that we can do, and those can be added, later. The plan can be updated in future months or years, but the main point is to get this approved so we can get people these savings now, because it will help people. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Very good. All right, thank you for that. Yes, Ms. Sheehan.
Yes, I'd like to speak as a resident,
Go right
share
ahead.
some
Yeah.
concerns and some
You
questions
can,
I have.
You can
So,
stay there, yeah.
Vanessa Sheehan, 70 Amherst Street. The presenter that came up just a few minutes ago gave a 77% of the community said they'd like to see renewable energy. Is that 77% of the Milford, or is that 77% of the 150 surveys that you received?
Yes, yeah, come to the mic. You may answer the question, yeah. Yes, go ahead. Just say your name again for the record.
Bob Hayden, formerly of Milford, currently of Lineborough. It was 120 or so people that responded, so it was a small number of folks.
Right.
But across all of New Hampshire, we probably have 1,000 respondents of various surveys, and the statistical, that number remains about the same. About 80% want some additional renewables,
Well, that's wonderful, but we're talking about Milford right now.
as am I with
Right.
the about 120.
Okay, and reading through the latest plan, which is not on the website yet, the town website, December 7th is still on the town website. Reading through the plan, I noticed that it said that customers, if this plan would go through, customers will be able to ask questions and register complaints with the town. And the town staff will develop communication campaigns, monitoring social media, and drafting responses to comments or questions placed. I'm just wondering, do we have town staff to do this, or is this gonna have to be a new position that we're gonna add?
May I speak?
Yeah, go right ahead.
The intent is for us to have the ability on your website for folks to come to our website to ask those questions, and that we can standard power and/or the supplier that we select will answer those types of questions. So we will need a spot on your website as a launching point for questions that come through that, and then we'll also answer the telephone calls if they're either forwarded to us or they use a specific number that comes to us.
So that would need to be revised then, to take out town staff that
Yeah,
are
well-
being the ones to handle this?
But not directly, but town staff always gets some questions. There will still be somebody who walks in and asks Mark a question. That I don't think we can avoid, but the intent is for us to do the bulk of any of that information, to process the change orders, because there'll be people who change their plan from time to time. There may even be the people who change it every month.
And I know that there weren't a lot of specific goals listed in the plan, but the goals that were listed were to go to 100% renewable.
And that, I think we discussed together
Right.
even
But,
recently.
so I'm wondering if this plan is the goal is to save money, or is the goal to go to 100% renewable?
Ironically, at this moment, they would be virtually synonymous, because renewables are cost less than traditional power at this time. But that's
Right,
a
but if you
dynamic-
looked at your 5 options, that the default's gonna actually be with just the state standard renewable, but as you go up to add more renewable, it got more expensive,
It does.
right? So if the goal is to go to 100% renewable, then we're not gonna be getting the least expensive rates, right?
So in the plan, as it stands, the least expensive rate is what would be the default rate. Currently, and this is a little deep, the embodiment of green or renewability is in a thing called a renewable energy credit that has a certain cost with it. That cost, when added to that lowest rate, is in fact higher and higher at this time. If, in fact, those things evolve as they may, then eventually enjoying electricity costs that are lower because it's a renewable will be available to general people. Right now, if the school district or the community, the municipality does a solar project or a renewable project, their rate will be lower for that piece of electricity because costs are lower for renewables at this time. Going into the future, that could be true or false. So the future, right now, we're at an all-time high with traditional electricity at 22 and 20 cents. I can't say that'll stay that way forever. I hope it doesn't.
Right. Okay, and the last thing, I think it's important for voters to know that this is gonna go before the voters once. After that, it's the Board of Selectmen that will make changes to the plan. Like, the voters will never be able to weigh in on this again. So the initial plan will be passed, but like you said, it's evolving. And so the voters aren't gonna have any more say in it. That concerns me.
I think that's a
not
great
question.
point.
That's not a question, that's an opinion, okay.
But that's a great point. We can answer it. I mean, there's no reason why in concert with an energy committee, you can't maintain select board involvement or more community involvement. I think those are things that are, not necessarily, they don't have to remain statutory, or they don't have to remain a given. I think there's still some flexibility in how an individual community could handle the evolution of a plan. So if you did want to have a process of review of performance that could be back here next year, or 5 years from now, or 3 years from now, I think there's no reason why the performance of a plan and options couldn't be given as a choice to your community. But I don't know what Milford will want to do with it.
Thank you. No, and sorry, no, Mike, have a seat. There's a person behind you who would like to speak.
So my name is Emily Mans, and I believe, not sure whether I need an introduction. I don't believe so. Yes, thank you.
You can turn the mic down a little bit, make it easier for yourself.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so I am also with Standard Power. I work with Bob on community power, and I just want to say that I am the person who principally drafted the plan, and I hear what you're saying about town resources. The program has no impact on the town budget, and it has minimal impact on staff. The consultant does virtually all of the work that we can do to support the program. And the town has oversight. So the sections you said, when I'm hearing them, probably the word town in that context could say program, and that would satisfy the oversight by the town and the execution by the consultant, and clarify that it isn't the town staff that is impacted. So, and I guess the other point I'd like to make is an appeal to the Budget Advisory Committee about the opt-out section of the program. And right now, electric customers they're either default service customers of the utility, or they make competitive choices as individuals. So as Bob pointed out, those competitive choices vary a lot, and they have some sort of consumer protection issues related to them. The opt-out portion only affects the default service customers. So by default, they're in default service, and those default customers would be moved into a new default, the program default. All of the other customers in Milford are on an opt-in status. All the people who are on competitive supply, who have made a choice, they would be on an opt-in basis. The program doesn't launch without the bundling the default customers together. You don't have a program. Like basically, this is a true community program where the community works together to vote for the program so that even if individuals don't themselves benefit from the program, their neighbors or friends or can have additional options that they will benefit from. And then we work on an individual basis or on a group basis, and working with your consultant to get individuals in the right choice for them. So I guess that's a two-part process, but the fail-safe, we don't launch without savings in the program. So on the day the program launches, it's the one day, we can't promise savings over time. This is a competitive market. We can't promise about what the default rate is going to do, but we can promise that on the day of the launch, the default rate will be less, will be savings for customers. So I just really ask that, I know that the board votes are very influential in towns like Milford. I'm sure they're influential here, and I'm just asking if you can consider whether to support the amendment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Pank.
Yes, I have a question. I don't know whether you can answer or the gentleman from Lineborough can answer this, and maybe even Mike can, I don't know. But you mentioned about the fact that I believe there are 22 towns in New Hampshire that currently have this. Is that correct?
In New Hampshire, there are no towns that have this program. This is new to New Hampshire. The laws were recently passed through GELCAR so that they were available. There have been at least 12 towns who've adopted a plan for approval and are currently, there's probably 12 that are soliciting the data to implement their program from Eversource or the other utilities in the state of New Hampshire. In Massachusetts, there's hundreds of towns. In Rhode Island, there's about half a dozen. So there are plans approved in New Hampshire, but there's none who have been implemented yet.
Okay, well, let me ask you then, and maybe I'm going ahead of this process here. Of those towns that are considering it, okay,
Sure.
you have the people in the town, your residents, you have the school district in the town, and you have businesses in the town.
Yes, sir.
How many of those include the businesses as well as the school district and the citizens?
That's a great question. Virtually all biggest businesses, all school districts, and all town municipalities already have third-party supply contracts. As we mentioned earlier, currently there's an opt-in opportunity across all of supply. So the contingent upon the responsibility of the town's budget, the school's budget, and C&I or commercial businesses, they have all taken the opportunity to save money on their electricity. So for instance, the town here is under contract till November. The school district has a longer contract, I believe. In Keene, who I'm also working with, who's a little bit ahead on the timeline, their school district's in the middle of a 5-year contract. So there's all different contract statuses. But for small businesses who haven't done anything, if they don't have if they haven't opted in to one of the eligible programs, and they're not being served by a third-party supplier, they become eligible if they have a G or an R meter. Those are the two small types of meters like we would have at our home.
Okay, so now, I happen to be, and Mike knows, I happen to be in another company besides yours.
Yep.
Okay?
Yep.
And I'm very happy with the rate. Okay? But my question, I guess, is that I know that if I were to quit that company, okay, because this happened once before, I didn't really quit it. I forget, something happened, and they suddenly said, you're out of it. It was the company before this. And the result was I got penalized by Eversource. So my question to you is, in the case of Milford, because Mr. Cooper had gotten back to one of our members on the committee, that they were not asked by the committee about joining a cooperative, even though they had been a member of another, whatever it might be. Okay, if for them to leave their own, we'll say A, and join you folks, they'd be in trouble with Eversource.
Excuse me, may I interrupt, please?
Yes, you may.
So they're buying electricity from a third-party supplier.
Right.
Eversource only delivers it. So they would be in trouble with that third-party supplier, and they would endure an early termination fee. It would be inappropriate for me to ever encourage a school district or a town to endure one of those onerous early termination fees. It would be more appropriate for me to wait till they're eligible to join the community power plan if the community power plan rate was lower than they could purchase on their own.
So I guess my question to you, doubling up on that, is it better for Milford, okay, to wait until we have the companies as well as the school district? School district uses more electrical power, 50, 51, 52, 53%, not 50%, more than the town, but uses more electrical power. Isn't it better to have all three of them together and then look at the possibility of your company?
That's an appropriate assumption based on volume, but the reality is that the school district has a different distribution of when they use their power, and so the probability we will find when they are eligible is that their rate will remain lower than the residents' rate.
So in other words, you said because the school district uses most of their power during the day, many people come home from work and they use their power at night.
First thing in the morning and in the evening, which is the two times when the most electricity is used and when it's most expensive. This morning, electricity on the grid on this coldest morning was 40 cents a kilowatt hour. In the middle of the day, it was down to 15, and probably when we go home, it'll be back up to 40.
Okay.
So the school would average that rate out and have a better rate than a resident, probably. This is a new program. We will look at all of those options, and we do have a couple of places where the school and town and residents might team up at the same time, and eventually we'll have many examples of that as the existing contracts, long-term contracts, retire.
Okay, thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Mr. Daniels.
Thank you. And a question, if I may. In the discussion of opt-in versus opt-out, there was an inference that this must be an opt-out because opt-in would not make the program viable. Is that?
There's two answers to that question. We currently have opt-in. So even on the Eversource website, you can find 6 programs for your home that you can opt into. So opt-in currently exists. This is an opt-out program that, again, the governor signed into law that is new, and it's different. The opt-in already exists. This is opt-out, which will capture more people to enjoy the benefits of lower-cost energy.
Okay, let me rephrase the question, because my understanding, unless you use Eversource, because I believe that's your default
Yes, sir.
utility, that anyone under contract, we're not talking about, but someone who has Eversource would be brought into this with an opt-out.
They would be eligible and have the opt-out option.
Okay, and I heard a comment earlier that opt-in, that we needed to have opt-out because opt-in wouldn't make the thing viable. And my question is, if opt-in won't make it viable, where is the threshold once everybody has to opt out? How many have to opt out before the program becomes not viable?
That's a great question. We were talking about that.
And then what happens to those that are already in it?
Excellent question. So when the supplier contracts to serve the residents of a community or a group of communities, they know there's some migration risk. They know there's some possibility that utility prices could crash for, say, COVID, or some other reason that they could crash, and people would then migrate away. They would migrate back to the utilities. So when the supplier looks at pricing this kind of a product, they're pricing that migration risk in. So they have to honor all the contracts that exist, whether it's the 100% they started with or a few percent that might be left in a very weird situation. So that's built in, and the price stays the same for the full contract for those folks who remain. There's no early termination fees, and the suppliers have to build that risk premium into the cost that they offer.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. There's a question behind you.
He's not going to see me.
Good afternoon. My name's Fish, or Eric Fisher, Georgetown Drive. I'm actually also on the Energy Advisory Committee as well, the newer member, or newest, I think.
Can you speak up a little bit or come a little closer to the mic?
Right.
Thank you.
Yep. So what I wanted to say is that regarding the opt-in versus opt-out, this really affects the people, like me included, that are just a default Eversource customer. So all it's doing really is actually changing the default to a cheaper program that's going to save money for the residents, which I can truly appreciate because my bill, honestly, my electric bill in August was $950. I work from home. I have a lot of equipment that I use for work. So it's going to save me quite a bit of money, actually. Now, I understand that I'm not necessarily the major in the major population of the Milford users, but with that said, it makes a lot of sense if you look at it as people that will be migrated in this plan are the people that they've already made that decision to stay with Eversource as a quote-unquote default. one of the other things I wanted to mention here is that there's no termination fees. So if people are shopping around for contracts currently, one of the benefits of staying with this town program is that you don't have that termination fee, and you can actually go in and out of the program as you see fit. One of the biggest challenges you run into with the shopping the rates around is that you're going to have those extended contracts, maybe a year, maybe two, and you're going to have termination fees potentially. But with that said, to address the questions around the school, if I could get in on the schools program, that would be fantastic because the rate is dramatically lower than anything that I think we could even see municipally. So.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you.
Marcia Nelson, I live on 2 Vista Way, and I'm totally confused here. Are you, where does the electricity come from? They're not a supplier, correct?
Yeah, I think the gentleman will answer your question. Let him come to the mic for you. He's on your left shoulder.
Hi there.
Hi.
I'm Bob Hayden.
Hi, I'm Marcia Nelson.
I'm currently from Lineborough, former
from
resident.
Milford.
I'm a former resident of Milford. So that's a great question. And things like that seem like
You'll
a
need
mystery.
to talk to the mic as well.
Because you just get your bill, so it all seems like a mystery. But all the electricity comes from the same place, actually. There's a bunch of generators that make electricity. There's third parties, suppliers that package it together into a guaranteed delivery of electricity at the moment you need it. They're all the same suppliers. They're national level entities. The utility buys their electricity from them. I buy my electricity from them. So we're fishing from the same pool or package of electricity that's available all the time. When Eversource bought their last rate, prices were high. Prices have dropped precipitously in the last couple of months. We know, and I haven't said any numbers for these plans until recently because I know that the market has dropped to a very low level. So when I can buy electricity for your community at a great time, at a great price, it equals savings. The utility has to buy electricity 3 days a year, 3 days, twice a year. So they buy it in 6-month chunks. The risks I mentioned about risk premium and other risks on short-term contracts are very high. When you buy for 2 years or 18 months, the risks are smoothed out, so it lowers the rate. And if you have good market timing, like buying electricity right now, you're also saving a lot of money. So it's all from the same place.
Thank you.
I do have another question, and that is, again, you have...
Marcia, you have to talk this way, okay?
You have towns in New Hampshire that have signed up for it, but they're not actually using the program, correct?
I don't believe so. That was not let him answer that question again. There's nobody that signed up.
So the laws have just really been finished through GELCAR. That means they've become available for use just recently. And so we're in the early stages of towns that had their plans adopted last year. So last year at town meeting and last year through the city council, Keene, Swansea, Marlborough, and Wilton all had their plans approved. But they've had to wait for the GELCAR committee to finish the rules, and then there's even a couple of little details that are still being ironed out between the utility and the suppliers. But Eversource does support the program, the governor supports it, and those plans do exist. There are other plans by one of our competitors who are also approved, so the first launches of these programs should be in April or May, because they've already done all the work. Your timeline would be in the next group, and we have about 10 towns that want to be ready for this town meeting, and probably 8 of them will make it.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Mr. Hanson.
Ryan Hanson, 579 Mason Road. Given that there doesn't seem to be an appetite that I'm hearing to amend the amendment or to zero out the amendment, which is already zero, I think there'll be ample opportunity for Q&A, and therefore I would ask to call the question.
Sir. Mr. Moderator?
Yeah.
No. I believe I had my hand
Yes, you
up
did.
for a while.
Yeah, and Mr. Thornton had too. Mr. Thornton, you're already standing up. Come up.
to the question I believe Mr. Bartolomucci will pose. Was this rushed? No, sir, it was predicated on what the other towns had already done. Without them, we could not have moved this expeditiously. We were able to take advantage of their progress to move this quickly. We have 120 responses to an open survey. And this is not intended to be acrimonious. That is more significant than 6 voices of a committee, in my opinion. However, let's say that one thing was unfair on our committee, absolutely unfair. We did not know what was posted to the town website on our Energy Committee website was not being transmitted forward. We've had 3 updates since the Pearl Harbor Day plan. The last one was Ms. Sheehan attended very kindly as a solo individual to our committee meeting of 2 February, in which we adopted a new plan with the very least costly power possible. We voted that in. Mrs. Sheehan, if she checks her email, will find it's unfair. I'm sorry. It was completed yesterday, and you were forwarded a copy last night. It didn't give you time to see it. That's my apology. It's a mea culpa. But we still come down to the basic question. We cannot crash into a school contract, which is in effect, nor a municipal contract in effect. Could we possibly, in out years, save everybody some money? Our uses are out of sync. Therefore, we each deserve the best rate we can get within those confines. That's it.
Thank you. Mr. Bartolomucci.
Yes, sir, thank you. I have a couple of issues with this, and one of them is that I do believe this plan was rushed. And the reason I believe it was rushed is the plan process and the individuals serving to create the plan were about 6 people. We neglected to invite the school in, even though they have a better rate. They have more use of electricity than we as a town, and I think it would be important to collaborate with the school district because they do take a lot of our funds. Secondly, I don't believe we invited any larger businesses into the development of this plan. It's my understanding from our town attorney, that once we vote to approve this plan, the plan can be amended at any point in time by the BOS membership. So this plan is not final. And I would reiterate what Mike said. The plan just did finalize on our website. I'm used to reading a lot of plans in my last life. This is so much legalese that as I read through this 5 times, I'm still having difficulty understanding it. My point I'd like to finalize with is, I think we need to take as a community a year or longer to involve more individuals in our community, more businesses in our community, in order to develop a well-thought-out plan that has more than 10% of our voting public, because that's what the survey did. It took 10% of our voting public. That's the graph you saw. We need more than 10% of our voting public to have input into development of a plan that will affect this community for years to come. I'm not opposed to green energy. I think it's great. However, I am opposed to shoving something down the taxpayer's throat that they don't understand. And I'm not sure I understand this plan, even though I've read it 5 times. And I'm not sure how many people will take an opportunity to read a plan that was just posted. So I'm cautious, I guess I'm cautious in approving something that could affect this community for years to come. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you for that. We had a request to call the question. Is there a second for that? It is seconded. All right. All those in favor of calling the question, which will limit debate, there'll be no more discussion, please raise your card. Thank you. Is there anyone opposed to calling the question? The question has been called, so thank you. So there is no more discussion. So with that, there are no amendments. So I'll instruct the town clerk to place warrant Article 23 on the ballot as originally worded. And turn the page one last time. All right, warrant Article 25, elect members of the Milford Planning Board. Are you in favor of electing the Milford Planning Board consisting of 7 members, which includes 1 ex officio member, with 2 members to be elected for 1 term, 2 members for a 2-year term, and 2 members for a 3-year term? Thereafter, the term of the planning board members shall be for 3 years. Mr. Dargy.
I move that warrant Article 25 be placed on the ballot.
And that is seconded. Thank you.
The Board of Selectmen do not support this warrant article with a vote of 0 to 5. Speaking for the majority is Selectman Finan.
Thank you. The planning board is currently and has always been appointed by the Board of Selectmen, as is the case with most towns and communities. Each member serves a 3-year term and must be reappointed by the Selectmen at the end of each term. Members are fully vetted by the Selectmen, the Community Development Office, and others. They are accountable not only to the Board of Selectmen, but also to the residents of Milford. Being a volunteer-appointed board, it can be difficult to attract qualified people who are willing to serve and put the time in necessary for this very important land use board. We fear that if members are required to campaign and run for office every 3 years, this would make it even more difficult to attract members. An elected planning board might also be susceptible to and attract candidates who may have a specific agenda to push and which would be contrary to the entire purpose and function of the board. Milford's planning board has always been a dedicated, competent, and reliable board and has been a reasonable and consistent advocate for good planning and land use in our community. There is no indication that any change is needed, and we see no need to change something that is not broken.
All right, thank you for that. Mr. Pank.
The Budget Advisory Committee is not taking a position on this warrant article.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Segrist.
Hi, Jennifer Segrist. I'm the spokesperson that's been elected to explain this.
Can't hear you.
Excuse me?
Yeah, just get a little bit closer to the mic and bring it back down a little further even if it's more comfortable. Thank you.
I'm shorter than that. A representative democracy is designed to give us all the right to elect those who best represent our views in how our government functions. Currently, the Milford School Board has sole discretion on appointing those who serve on our planning board. This may be why they oppose this warrant article. Some individuals have been serving on Milford's planning board for decades. Typically, small towns appoint their planning boards when there are too few residents available to run for office. However, Milford is the highest populated town in the Souhegan Valley, with a population of over 16,000 residents. Wilton, Brookline, and Amherst are all much smaller towns, yet they are able to elect their planning board members. If, after passage of this warrant article, there are open positions without any candidates, the Select Board will still retain authority to appoint those members, but voters will thereafter have the right to vote for candidates. Planning boards are responsible for approving all new development, along with creating and updating the town's master plan. The master plan identifies and manages all town-owned properties and directs the overall planning and development of our town. Milford's master plan was last updated in 2016. However, that update only mentioned Keys Park, Osgood Pond, and the Brox property. The majority of the sections have not been updated since 2007 to 2008, some 1999. Some of the most outdated sections concern Mac Base, the wastewater treatment facilities, the Wadley Library, emergency services, along with warnings about the severely outdated infrastructure of our school buildings. We believe that all voters should have a chance to review and evaluate the background, experiences, and capabilities of each planning board candidate, and then vote for the candidates they believe will do the best job for Milford. A representative democracy only works when the voters can directly choose which officials best represent them. Please vote yes on warrant Article 25. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Yep, I see it coming up. Right up, Steve. You've got momentum. Keep coming.
One more now.
Here, I'm sorry. Steve Tackus, Witten Road. I just want to make one comment about the Ms. Segrist, what she said that
Yeah,
now
we can't hear you.
we as citizens have the right to delve into the background of these people to see if they're competent. I can't tell you how many times I looked at the ballot and I don't know anybody that's on the ballot at all, like for the sheriff and the dog catcher and everything else. You know, how many honest to goodness people, percentage-wise, are going to look into the background of each candidate that she wants to put on there? Probably less than 1%. That's what the Board of Selectmen does when they appoint these people. I just don't see the point of this whole thing. That's my personal opinion.
Okay, thank you for that.
Janet Langdell, 122 Elm Street. And I'm here now with a hat on of being the vice chair of the Milford Planning Board. I was asked to participate in the Milford Planning Board sometime around 2004, 2005 by then Select Woman Noreen O'Connell. I've been very fortunate to be able to serve the community of Milford as a member of the Planning Board since that time. In all those years, and I know there's quite a few of them there now, I don't remember anyone coming to the board and saying, I want to volunteer to be a member of the planning board who's been turned away. And I say that positively. Folks that step up, who are ready to do the work, who may or may not have experience in land use or development or planning or zoning or all the different pieces of the puzzle that we need to have knowledge about. They come, they learn, they're vetted by the Board of Selectmen, they're vetted by the Community Development Office, they're vetted by the planning board members themselves. You know, we ask people to come to some of our meetings, 3 or 4, get to know us, we get to know them, ask questions, be part of it. So I'm kind of dazzled by the last 2 years when this Let's Elect petition warrant article has come up. If people are interested, if you're concerned, come to our meetings. Watch us on Zoom. Come participate. There's a seat at the table. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other discussion? All right, there is none, so with that, I'll instruct the town clerk to put warrant Article 25 on the ballot as originally worded. And one more thing before you go. I mentioned earlier, both committees are meeting immediately after this meeting. The Board of Selectmen will be meeting in the Selectmen's meeting room downstairs after the meeting, and the BAC will be meeting up here. So with that, we're concluded, and now my word is 4:30.